Hey guys, it's yo boy Mr. Lightnovel here. I'm gonna cover all this, so please subscribe and like. Much love. I Will Kill the Author. Chapter 1 Prologue. Saturday 28th of November 2009, 11:58 p.m. Dear Diary, today was my 13th birthday. I expected my mother's warm and cheerful voice to wake me up in the morning, but what woke me up was that nightmare instead. Yes, I'm having that same nightmare again. However, no matter how I think about it, today, it felt different. I still dreamt the same thing, but today it felt more realistic, like I was there myself, like I was seeing it all through my own eyes. I know how this sounds. It sounds like I'm losing my mind, and that's why I didn't tell Mom and Dad. I thought I would be the happiest person under the sun today, but the bitter taste that was left in my mouth due to that dream ruined it all. Anyway, I read somewhere that if you write down your nightmare, then you won't have it again, and because today I remember it clearly, I'll try to write it down. So my nightmare starts with visions of a boy. He has only one arm, I can only see his back. He stands on a battlefield with his head down in sorrow. He couldn't protect anyone. His lover, his friend, and the people who counted on him all lay around him dead. He falls to his knees and starts whimpering. He picks up a sword beside him from one of his dead comrades' bodies, placing the blade on his neck. He mutters but one thing, "I'm sorry," he says, and slashes his neck. His lifeless body drops to the ground, and my vision shifts. Next, I see a girl. Again, I can only see her back. She stands on a mountain cliff, looking at the azure moon above. Her waist-long black hair floats in the autumn breeze as she looks up at the sky. "I'm sorry," she mumbles in a weeping tone. Unable to bear the trauma of her past, she starts to cry, but there's no one to console her. No, there's no one left to console her. She couldn't save her loved ones. No matter how many times she tries, she can't save anyone. Dropping her head in defeat, she takes a step and jumps off the cliff, ending her pitiful life. With that, my vision shifts once again. This time I can see another boy. Again, just his back, but this vision is different from the others. The boy I'm seeing now is standing in between what looks like the boundary of two different worlds. With a two-headed spear in his hand, the boy turns and looks directly at me, but due to the light in his background, I can't see his face clearly, just a silhouette. He then murmurs some gibberish that I can barely make sense of. "This is the point where our worlds collide. Remember this," he says before continuing, "I'm sorry." With that said, he places his spear on his heart and impales himself, slowly bleeding to his death. My vision turns black from here, trapped in darkness. No matter how much I try to wake up, I just can't. All I could hear from here on out is the voice of an old woman reciting something. When the darkness will fall and even the shadows will hide, the reality will twist, the time will bend out of joint, and moonless shall be the nights. No one will be the wiser when all the prayers start to decline, running in an endless spiral. 3 children will only survive, one who sought strength but lost everything to his thirst to thrive, and another who chose to rewrite. This one knows no bound of time, along with a boy who only wished for peace and a different life. So fear not when your fall arrives, and fret not when comes your demise, for victory will be ours and restored will be the dawn when these 3 will unite, or note a broken bar and to tell the tale. No one will be left alive. After hearing that poem or whatever it is, I would float around in darkness endlessly. An annoying laugh would fall into my ears from time to time, a laugh irritating enough to make me wanna choke the person who's laughing like that to death. I would try to wake up, but I never could. I would just float in that darkness, aimlessly accompanied by nothing but the sound of that laughter. My solitude only ends after either someone shakes me or I fall from my bed. Sigh, I hope these nightmares will end soon, and I sure don't want to experience one as realistic as today's ever again. Also, I don't know why, but I felt sad when I saw that boy with the spear, a broken bar. I felt sad for all of them. That's rare. I rarely feel anything, but I felt sad over an absurd dream. I don't know, maybe it's just my exhaustion talking. Anyway, I'm off to bed, fingers crossed. Noah Lambert. Ever since I was little, I always found the notion of fate stupid. I mean, if someone really is writing my destiny, then does that mean I had no free will, to begin with? If all the actions I took were part of someone's plan, then was I just a puppet dancing on someone else's strings? No, I reject this notion. Only I am responsible for the good, bad, and every other part of my life. I was born free, and no one can tell me otherwise. Anyway, that must have been weird, right? Let's start over. Hello, I'm Noah Lambert. I'm an online content editor for a platform called Webnovel. I'm a perfectly normal person with an utterly messed up sleep schedule, and currently, I was being held at gunpoint at the entrance of my own apartment by a maniac author. What's my crime, you asked? I rejected his work for an annual competition prize. Now don't get me wrong, although I did vote in favor of him not winning the prize, there were 10 other editors besides me. Yet, for some reason, this guy only came after me. Well, luckily, I've already sent SOS from my cell phone, so the police will be arriving here any moment now. But unfortunately, I don't think this guy is in the right mindset. I don't know how long I have until he completely snaps and loses his mind. Tell me why, he yelled with a red face full of anger. ... Ain't nothing but a heartache, slapper exclamation mark. An open palm landed on the side of my face after my answer. I couldn't blame the guy, he was clearly on edge, yet I had the audacity to joke around. No regrets though. That was very funny. Hee. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake tilde. Okay, guys, I couldn't help myself. It's a catchy song, and this guy set himself up, twice, slapper exclamation mark. The slap was even harder this time. I could even feel a little blood in my mouth. Don't joke around, you fucker. Tell me, why didn't I win? He barked at the top of his lungs. His gun was still pointed at me. He was the type of guy your girlfriend would tell you not to worry about, and you really got nothing to worry about because you know you're undoubtedly better than him. He was the type of guy you would walk past on the street and completely forget about a minute later. He was the type of guy who would go completely unnoticed at parties because of his unimpressionable personality. This guy was as average as they come, the most average Joe out of them all, and oh, the irony, even his name was Joe. Oh, tell me, why didn't I win? Joe yelled again. His gun hand trembled slightly, which skyrocketed my anxiety level. Seeing that, I raised my hand as a sign of submission and put an amicable smile on my face. Joe, listen, I don't know, okay? I don't know why you didn't win. There were 10 other editors besides me who voted against you. TSK. Hearing my answer, Joe clicked his tongue aggressively. Fine then, tell me why you didn't vote for me. I don't know why he cared about my vote so much, but he was getting angry with every passing second. Maybe it's better if I tell him my opinion on his story and be done with this. That will not only help me stall some time until the police arrive, but it will also form an emotional connection between us. Psychology bitches. I nodded slightly and said, now, before I tell you this, remember it's just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter as long as you believe in yourself. After a brief pause, Joe nodded his head at my words, seemingly approachable and calmer than before. Letting out a relieved sigh, I started speaking again. The reason I voted against you is that although your writing quality was excellent, your plot wasn't so good. I started mixing lies with truth. His writing quality was horrendous, and his plot was packed with cliché. But I deliberately picked my words in such a way that wouldn't hurt his pride and let me convey my point to him. So why didn't I completely lie to him and tell him the things he wanted to hear? Because I still didn't have a good read on him. What if he catches me lying to him? It would only make the situation even worse. Besides, I knew what I was doing. I learned to lie almost as soon as I started to speak. But no need to worry. If you allow me to be your personal editor, then with your brilliant writing and my guidance, you will win next year's competition for sure. Again, I lied through my teeth. This time there was barely any truth mixed in with it. No way a lazy bum like him, who wrote all the cliché diaresis a man could write in one single novel, would be able to win against those big-shot genius authors. He didn't possess the creative vision or imaginative thinking needed to become a good storyteller. So let's calm down, Joe. Calm down and put the gun away. Yeah, I said in a reassuring tone. I will help you write your next story. Joe was completely still by now. Maybe I managed to get through to him. Reading him was easy. He was just an insecure fellow looking for some acknowledgement, a few words of encouragement, and he settled down like a kid. What did you say? Joe uttered right at that moment when I thought I had finally managed to calm him down a bit. Confused, I frowned. What? I asked. What the fuck did you say about my plot not being good? He repeated his question with a bit of annoyance. Fuck. His silence was the calm before the storm. I didn't cool him down. I set him off. I wasn't talking to a person but a ticking time bomb. I didn't mean anything negative by that, Joe, and now that I think about it, your plot wasn't even that bad. A little fixing here and there and it would be perfect. Slama! Following my answer, Joe slammed his free hand on the wall nearest to him in rage. His other hand was still holding the gun at me when he said, "Shut up, Noah, it doesn't need any fixing, that story is perfect." Oh my fucking god, he was one of those authors, the kind of author who thinks their work is a masterpiece when in reality, a 9-year-old could write a better story than them. I hate them the most. Those kinds of authors disgust me. However, I couldn't let my feelings get to me. I needed to use my head. You get it? Do you hear me? It's a masterpiece. It doesn't need fixing. It's beautiful as it is. Joe kept wailing. Arghh. He was getting on my nerves. Seeing him acting like a delusional author made my editor persona burst out a broken bar. It was not a masterpiece. It was nowhere near a masterpiece. It was shit. I cringed so hard reading a few chapters that you have no idea. Your characters were bland and they didn't feel alive. Your plot was predictable and your MC was typical. Nothing about your story stood out. If it was anything, then it was a cliché diaresis. I never got to read the ending, but I bet it was a cliché diaresis too. Letting out all my frustration, I cooled down a bit, but only after I collected my thoughts did I see the look on Joe's face. Was it anger or sadness? I don't know, but he had definitely lost all reasoning at this point. He had a look of frenzy in his eyes. How could you say that? Joe said in a shivering voice. How could you, of all people, say that? Seeing him acting so unstable, I raised my hands a little higher, showing total submission. What do you mean? I'm just telling you my opinion, but hey man, this is not the end of the world. Participate next year and win. Before I could finish my sentence, however, Joe snapped at me. Shut up, just shut up. Sigh. The guy had completely lost his mind. There was nothing I could do now besides waiting for the police to show up, so I did what I was told. I shut up a broken bar and pissed my pants a little. You think I care about some stupid competition? No, I don't, he barked. Then why are you here, is what I wanted to respond with, but I restrained myself. I wanted to let the world see this story. I wanted to share something that I found enjoyable. Sure, it was a little cliché diaresis at first, but it became better, and yes, the end was tragic, but the journey was beautiful. The characters didn't feel alive, you say? Well, they were. They were alive, and they showed me one of the best stories in eons. Joe continued to bark. What was he even talking about now? Does this guy have the infamous 8th grade syndrome? Joe, what are you talking about? Anxiously, I asked. Shut up. As a man possessed, Joe cried out. I said they were alive. Perhaps it's you who has forgotten what it's like to be alive, but maybe if you go back, you'll remember. The fuck? Go back where? What the hell was this guy on about? As soon as he said those words, Joe pulled the gun's hammer back with his thumb and placed the barrel against my forehead. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, and a chill ran down my spine. My stomach churned in horror as my instincts screamed at me to run away. Joe, this isn't worth going to jail for, man. Publish your story again and I will be your personal editor. I will make sure the world sees your masterpiece. Just put the gun down, okay? I wanted to run. Seeing the maddened look in his eyes, I was sure he would shoot me any moment now. A broken bar. Over what? A stupid story? Was I really going to get killed because I didn't like some silly story? It's too late. With a tone as calm as a still river, Joe declared, "You've completely forgotten yourself, so I'll make you remember. This guy has lost it. This guy was insane. Why the fuck police take their sweet time getting to those locations in situations like these? Casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth will take a toll on my body. I may lose half of my life essence, but I'll make you remember. I'll make you remember what it's like being alive," Joe announced. I couldn't be any more confused. What the fuck was he saying? Did he really have 8th grade syndrome or something? Right then, Joe displayed the eeriest grin I had ever seen and said, "I'll let you show me a better story, and this time, try not to die before reaching the end." Stop. My eyes widened and my hands moved to grab the gun as I saw Joe pulling back the trigger. Bummer! But I was too late. A broken bar. What reverberated throughout the room then was a very, very sharp and loud sound of gunfire. I thought that a gunshot wound to the head would give me instant death. However, it took longer than I had expected for me to lose consciousness. I fell, but I didn't feel anything. I had already lost all of my senses. I wondered if that's how the person feels when their brain shuts down. The last thing I saw before darkness invaded my vision was the creepy smile of my killer. Joe looked at the dead body in front of him, but the eerie grin on his face from before was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he looked at a broken bar. Sad. "Finish the story you started," he mumbled to himself while looking at the fallen boy in front of him, "and put an end to all of this. Open up." Right then, a voice came from across the door of the apartment. It was most probably the police. They were arriving now. "Open up, or we will break in." Huh? Don't they know how to deal with a hostage situation? Fucking amateurs, Joe cussed out loud as he closed his eyes. His body then started radiating a blinding white light, and within seconds, he dissipated into light particles, fading into nothingness as if he was never present in that room. To begin with, break it. At that command, a few men in uniform tackled down the wooden door, breaking it and rushing inside. However, all they found inside the apartment was the dead body of a young web novel editor. He had dark hair and matching eyes with a well-built body. He was seemingly in his early 20s. The cause of death was a bullet wound to the head, but the funny thing was, they never found a bullet inside his head during the autopsy. Neither did they find any gunshot residue on the dead body. It was my dead body. I was Noah Lambert, and I was an online platform editor. I was a perfectly normal person with an utterly messed up sleep schedule, and I'm not the protagonist of the story that we all are going to embark upon. Dinger! Awakening me from my slumber was the loud mechanical bell chime in my ears. Who's ringing bells in my room? That was the first thought that came to my mind. Lethargically getting myself up, I rubbed my hazy eyes. The stiffness of my body made me think as if I had been sleeping for days. Messaging my aching forehead, I lazily but carefully scouted my surroundings through my bleary eyes. I found myself in a one-bedroom apartment, a broken bar, but it was way bigger than mine, not to mention the clean and tidy interior. This was certainly not my apartment. Confused, I looked around as I got up from the bed I had been lying on earlier. Memories of what happened at the entrance of my apartment came flooding into my head, leaving me with a frown. Huh? Shouldn't I be dead? I thought out loud as I remembered being shot by a certain maniac author. Damn that guy, who shoots a person just because they don't happen to like your shitty story. Rubbing my eyes to make sure I wasn't just sleeping, I blinked several times before pinching my cheek. It doesn't look like I'm dreaming a broken bar. At first, I thought that someone must have rescued me at the last minute and I must be in a hospital or something. Or better yet, maybe I was having one of those before-death visions and would die any moment now. But as each second passed, it became clear to me that I was certainly not dreaming. It felt all too real to be a dream. My senses were working properly, and I could even smell. The scent of lavender room freshener lingering in the apartment was clearly picked up by my nose. Fun fact, you can't smell in dreams, but just to double check, I grabbed the nearest book from a small bookshelf beside my bed. You can't read in dreams, either. Opening a random page, I was about to read its contents out loud before I heard another mechanical bell sound. Dinger! Startled, I started looking around me to find the source of the sound, but before I could find anything, a blue translucent screen appeared in my vision out of nowhere with another bell chime. Dinger! Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human, strength 20, defense 8, speed 39, stamina 32, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 500, rank iron 2, potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL 1, archer LVL 1, techniques none, affinity fire, lightning, light spells, fireball AY, diaresis low AY, copyright Zap touch AY, diaresis low AY, copyright blessing, mana burst. What? After a second of pause, I voiced my disbelief. A multitude of questions bombarded my mind as I stood there blankly. It felt like a distasteful joke. Putting a hand to my mouth in disbelief, I let all kinds of wild scenarios run through my mind. Maybe I was hallucinating. Maybe I was dead and this wasn't even real. Maybe all this was a prank. However, none of those scenarios were reasonable enough. I had to make sure of what I was assuming. I needed confirmation. Thinking about that, I remembered the book I was holding in my hands. Abruptly, I closed the book and looked at its cover, and sure enough, I was left stunned. The words, Global Military Academy, Course 1, were printed on the book's cover. That, along with the status screen I just saw, was enough evidence for me, but I still decided to look for a mirror. When I turned my head to look behind, I found a desk at the front end of the room. On top of that desk was a mirror, a fancy silver-bordered mirror. After walking up to the mirror with slow, shaky steps, I looked at my reflection, and as soon as my gaze fell on my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. I had pale skin, as white as snow, that brought out my merlot red eyes. My dark black hair was replaced by the lightest shade of white, and my small, slightly chubby figure was now tall and well-built. White hair? I blurted out with a frown. I'm an albino? I wore a black shirt with white buttons paired and a plain black jogger. The sleeves of my shirt were folded back and the buttons were left open until my collarbone was visible. What a weird combo. I couldn't help but comment on my own clothes. Yes, it was an odd choice for clothing, but this face that I had could make anything I wore look good. I'm not exaggerating. If I were to wear leaves, I would still look like a model with this face. The boy in the mirror was nothing short of an anime protagonist that gets all the girls. The captivating charm that my face carried made me look as if I was standing at the epitome of beauty. I looked like a pretty boy. But I knew that couldn't be further from the truth. How did I know that? Because I recognized the boy I was looking at in the mirror. This is a jokey, a broken bar, right? I knew what I was thinking was indeed happening to me. It may sound weird to hear, but this was the reality that has been presented to me. I've been reborn. To be precise, broken bar, I've been reborn inside a web novel. But that wasn't it. I didn't become the protagonist, nor did I become an extra. I had become a villain, not even the main villain, no, the stepping stone for the protagonist and his allies. But why? Why did I have to be reborn in this novel out of all the gazillion other web novels out there? I couldn't help but recall the face of that maniac author, the maniac author who killed me. A broken bar after all. This was his novel A Broken Bar. Does he have something to do with all this? Did he drug me? I could be on drugs. Thoughts like that entered my mind, but I soon shook them off. What am I even thinking? All the proofs were in front of me. I had no choice but to accept the reality. Shaking my head, I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I know I just woke up, but this felt like a dream. How could this even be happening to me? This is the most cliché situation I have ever been put into all my life. Turning back around, I took a few steps and sat at the edge of the bed. My knees felt weak and my heart slammed against my chest like crazy, almost as if I was getting high on adrenaline. My breathing fastened as the gravity of the situation finally started to sink in. A soft giggle escaped my trembling lips the next moment. A broken bar. Yes, I was laughing. I was smiling and laughing. For the first time in so long, I was laughing. I was feeling excited. I didn't remember the last time my heart slammed against my chest so hard. So what if I was in a trashy web novel? I was still in the fantasy world. Nonetheless, I didn't care about anything else. My life was so bland anyway. It's not that I didn't have anything. On the contrary, I had everything I could possibly ask for. My looks weren't the best, but I was still decent looking. I was pretty smart too and had a job. I had a loving girlfriend, a bunch of loyal friends, and 3 caring siblings. I even had the best parents in the whole world. They all loved me. It was a perfect life. It was an ideal life, but for whatever reason, I never truly felt satisfied. I never felt anything genuine. I could never truly love any of them. Not my girlfriend, siblings, friends, or not even my parents. I never actually felt connected to any of them. I always felt like there was a certain distance between us. I always felt like they didn't really know the real me. How could they? I didn't even really know myself either. I always felt like there was this feeling of emptiness in my heart that couldn't seem to go away no matter what I may do. I felt like I didn't belong there with them. I didn't belong in that world. I only loved them because I had to, as if I was only doing my duty. Now you may call me scum for that, but I can't help it. I was born like that. I was born broken. I felt like I was just playing my part in a play, like I was just a cog in a machine. It was a boring life. It was a dead life, a repetitive life with nothing eventful ever going on. I was living in a circle. Thinking back on it, I may have started feeling that way when that nightmare started appearing, but whatever the reason may be, I was happy that I escaped that tedious life. Arghh broken bar. However, I soon stopped giggling like a madman when I remembered the plot of the web novel I was in. Even though I was inside a fantasy world, the plot of this story was literally hell for its character. I only read it till volume 7. But the characters were dropping dead like flies nearing the end of it. I don't want such a fate, I said in denial, and not to mention my character. I was in the body of Lucas Morningstar. He was a minor villain in the first volume and was promoted to a major villain in the first half of the second volume. Clicking my tongue, I closed my eyes to calm my mind. No. I need to do something and I need to do it fast. My worry was reasonable. If I remember correctly, which I do because I have a near-perfect memory, Lucas Morningstar belonged to one of the ruling families of the elite House of Morningstars, also known as the House of the Wolves. He was one of the second-born twins of General Reynold Morningstar. He wasn't exactly strong, but due to his backing he thought he could do whatever he wanted. His beliefs weren't exactly wrong either. He had committed several small crimes in the past and all of them were suppressed by his father. It was not because Reynold loved his trash son or something. No, on the contrary, he hated Lucas. He simply did all that to preserve the name of his family. In short, Lucas was just a disgrace to the Morningstar family. Anyway, as I was saying, Lucas Morningstar started out as a minor villain in the first volume. Before coming to the global city, he was excommunicated by his father, but he still didn't lose his haughtiness. He was a vicious person and a scum of a man. Once, he was hitting a girl, so Nero Decroft, the protagonist of the story, confronted him. Lucas, being the young master he was, challenged Nero to a duel. Needless to say, he got his ass kicked within a few seconds. Nero saved the girl, and she, of course, fell head over heels for the protagonist. A cliché plot, right? Tell me about it. Shaking my head in ridicule, I started thinking of a way to escape my crisis. Well, the solution was pretty clear. I don't need to hit a girl and stray clear from the protagonist until the first volume of the story ends. After that, I'll do something to avoid the destruction that'll start in the 7th volume, the volume when the final war will begin. But there was a slight problem. You see, even if I somehow managed to evade my fate of getting beaten to a pulp by the protagonist, avoiding what happened in volume 2 would be troublesome. Phew. Letting out a lazy sigh, I massaged my brows. Never mind, I'll think about this plot stuff later. First, I needed to get used to this absurd situation. Everything was happening so fast that it felt surreal. An author killed me for rejecting his novel in a competition, and after my death, I found myself reborn in the very same story that I rejected. No matter how I see it, this all felt like one big distasteful joke. So to get myself used to my situation, I decided to get out of this one-bedroom apartment and walk around the city a bit. Besides, I was a little bit excited to take a look outside. If the description from the web novel was on point, then the scenery outside would be a sight to see. Thinking that, I stood up from the edge of the bed and headed for the apartment door. Aha, broken bar! But as soon as I got up, I felt a lag in my movements. My body didn't respond according to my brain. Right then, before I could even collect my thoughts, I felt a sharp organ-rendering pain piercing my head. A pained, muffled scream escaped my sealed lips. It felt like someone was hammering a nail in my skull. It wasn't very pleasant, to say the least. After a few seconds of agonizing pain assaulting my head, it calmed down a bit and I managed to take in a deep breath. What was that cue? But just when I thought it was over, a myriad of memories surged into my mind. It felt as if a water dam was broken and everything was gushing in at once. The sharp pain I felt earlier was nothing compared to this. Arghh! This time the scream wasn't so muffled, it was loud. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. It was like someone was squeezing my mind and grinding it in a juicer. My knees gave out and I fell to the ground. My body started to convulse in pain violently and I thought I would die. Broken bar again. Arghh! Tears coursed down my eyes as memories that weren't mine along with emotions that I had never felt, flashed before me. I experienced around 17 years worth of memories in just a few seconds. Panting heavily when the pain stopped, I tried to get myself up from the ground but my body refused my command to move. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead. Actually my whole body was drenched in sweat. After a few minutes of lying on the ground, I mustered up what little strength I had left in me and got myself to stand up using the edge of the bed to support my weak legs. What was that? Startled by the pain, I questioned no one in particular while rubbing my forehead. Were those my memories? A broken bar? A frown wrinkled my face as I stood there confused. No, those memories did not belong to me, those belonged to Lucas. I'm not Lucas. A broken bar? Huh? A broken bar? Something was wrong. Who am I? I tried to recall my identity but it seemed like I couldn't. I just stood there blankly staring at the air with wide-shot eyes. Only after an unusually long moment of silence it finally came to me. Yes, right, I'm Noah Lambert, I exclaimed in confidence. The pain must have messed up my brain. I meant it in a literal sense. That pain really did mess up my brain. For a split second, I even forgot my own name. In a flash, I saw Lucas' whole life's worth of memories. It was like I was spectating, like I was living his life, but I had no control over the actions he was taking. From his first memory to the very last birthday that he celebrated, from his first walk to the fight he had with his father, I saw everything in mere moments. Because I've read the web novel, I already knew what little was told about Lucas' life. I knew about his future, and I knew about his role in the story. I even knew a little about his past too, but experiencing his life firsthand, like it was me who lived it, was a different feeling altogether. I felt like I was Lucas myself. I even thought that maybe my life as Noah Lambert was just a dream, but I dismissed those thoughts as soon as they appeared for obvious reasons. After all, I had lived for 26 years in my past life. No chance in hell that it was all a lie. I knew for a fact that my past life was real, although calling it past life so soon is a little weird, but it is what it is. It was real, but then the life I had just experienced as Lucas felt real too. A broken bar. Shaking my head slightly, I cleared my mind of such thoughts. The last thing I needed right now was to start doubting myself, but I couldn't help but notice some things differently now. It felt like I had just recovered from amnesia, and I merely remembered something that I had forgotten. This one-bedroom apartment, for example. It felt foreign to me just a few minutes ago, but now it was starting to feel familiar. Although Lucas was an elite by birth, he was disowned by his father not too long ago. With the money he was given, Lucas came to the outskirts of the global city and rented this apartment. Then he enrolled in the Global Military Academy for his mandatory military education, since he could use mana. Even though only workers could rent housing in this city, Lucas was able to rent this apartment since he was soon going to be a student here anyways. Sigh. Although he had a vile personality, experiencing his life firsthand, I could tell that Lucas genuinely loved two people in his life, here his father and his elder sister. But his father disowned Lucas when he made his twin brother, Lucas Morningstar, the next head of the family candidate. The root of his vile personality actually lies in his childhood and his jealousy toward his twin brother. This world works on a society that is structured to favor strong individuals. That was especially true in high-background households where elites put a great deal of emphasis on the individual strength of their children. You must have guessed where this story is going by now, right? Lucas was destined to be stuck at A superscript 1 gold 3 A superscript 0, while his brother Adele awakened in A superscript 1 immortal 2 A superscript 0 rank potential, a contrasting difference. While A superscript 1 gold 3 A superscript 0 rank potential was no joke either, it couldn't be compared to what Adele had to offer, especially since his elder sister, Yelena Morningstar, was also A superscript 1 diamond 3 A superscript 0 rank potential. In short, Lucas was just a disgrace in the family of heroes, so all the love and attention that was distributed evenly among the twin brothers since birth was then shifted solely to Adele. As soon as they awakened at the age of 9, Lucas started being neglected not only by his parents but also by his elder sister, the one person who Lucas thought would never leave him. His friends distanced themselves from him too, and in the end, he was left all alone. He became a misfit. There's a memory of him celebrating his 13th birthday alone present in my mind. Soon after, the stress from solitude began affecting him and he started acting out in order to get some attention from his family. Of course, that didn't work. So he started seeking solace in venting out his anger on others and on commoners or servants who couldn't fight back against him due to his status as a general's son. Well, needless to say, that didn't work very well for him either. First, he was beaten to a pulp by the protagonist in the first volume, and then the vampires used him as their pawn in the second volume. Lucas' feelings were never mentioned in the web novel, so I always thought of him as your arrogant young master type villain. But damn, his backstory really had some depth in it. A broken bar. After witnessing those memories, I couldn't help but pity Lucas. Despite knowing how trashy his personality was, I felt like his life was nothing short of a tragedy. I felt bad for him. A broken bar. I felt bad for myself. It's like I had two personalities. One was of Noah and the other belonged to Lucas. Needless to say, I was still the more dominant one, as I was the one in control. I as in Noah. Bringing my hand to my forehead, I started massaging my eyebrows. I needed some time to get back to normal. Looking around my surroundings, I found a mini fridge right next to my desk. I walked up to it and took out a bottle of cold water and gulped down its contents, phew, letting out a satisfying breath after quenching my thirst and cooling my mind. I looked at the clock. The clock was displaying 5:08 p.m. Before, I wanted to go for a walk and look at the scenery outside, but now I wasn't in the mood for a stroll. Now that I had experienced Lucas' life, I knew I didn't have the luxury of wasting time. What can I do, though? Touching my chin, I thought, although Lucas was an elite by birth, his battle prowess wasn't that remarkable. Don't get me wrong, he could fight well, but he was pretty weak compared to the other elite kids who had been provided all kinds of resources since childhood. The reason for that was simple. Never in his life did Lucas ever try to train himself over his limit. He just did the bare minimum. He never made use of the resources he was provided. Instead, he always tried running away from the training. Not that I could blame him. Coming from a peaceful world, the training he had to go through did seem like a hellish routine to me. But potential aside, that was another reason that despite being a few minutes older than his twin, Lucas Morningstar, Lucas was never seen as a worthy candidate for the next head of the family. Lucas' mentality was that he could get through anything as long as he had money and backing. It proved to be right in many instances, but that mentality was soon shattered when he was disowned. Not to mention, it didn't help when he got his ass kicked by the protagonist, nor did it help him when he was used by the vampires as their puppets. And although he wasn't mentioned after Volume 2, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have helped him get through the destruction caused by the war in Volume 7, either. No, I can't let what happened in the web novel come true, I declared while gritting my teeth and biting my thumbnail. I had the knowledge of the future. I knew things that were yet to happen. I could use that to my advantage somehow, but how? Most of the artifacts or ancient spells won't appear until the start of Volume 4, so what can I possibly do now? I started racking my brain to recall anything that could prove useful to me. Yes, I was thinking of stealing a cheat item or two from the MC. I knew the risks. I knew that I could potentially create a butterfly effect and destroy the whole plotline, and by doing so, I'll also lose the information I had about the future. But I couldn't care less about all those things right now. It was precisely because I knew the future that I was willing to take such a big risk. The future of this world was grim. And it's not like I was going to cause a very big ripple in the plotline either. The protagonist was showered with cheat items like crazy, so stealing one or two will not present a problem. I think a broken bar? But you see, every big cheat item started appearing only after the 4th volume. Why? Because that was the time when opponents stronger than the protagonist started appearing. Before the 4th volume, the protagonist was so overpowered that he didn't need any power-ups. And even after that, most of the cheat items were designed solely for the protagonist. That means I could not steal them even if I knew their time and location of appearance. I know, right? The plot was so forced, and even without most of his cheat items, the protagonist was overpowered as fuck. No matter what the odds against him may be, he would always come out unharmed. No one likes to read about an invincible protagonist. That's why I was not too fond of this story in the first place. Sigh, but fate is a bitch. I just had to be reborn in this story. Fucking plot armor. Wait, I cursed out loud before suddenly recalling something that I almost forgot. How did I let that slip my mind? Yes, how did it slip my mind? If I had that, then I would almost be invincible. With that in my possession, I wouldn't have to worry about my safety. Yes, I need to get that. I picked up my phone from the desk and opened the maps. Then I typed in the name of a certain location. As soon as I did that, the search result appeared on my screen. A grin appeared on my face and my lips quivered from excitement. Without wasting another second, I rushed to the apartment door. Clicker exclamation mark. Slammer exclamation mark. Opening the door, I stepped outside and slammed it behind me. Before getting out of my apartment, I remembered to check the date just to get an idea of upcoming events. Today was February 15th. Academy will start on February 29th. The duel between Nero and Lucas didn't happen until the end of the first month of the Academia, March 31st, and that duel marked the start of the main story in the first volume. In short, I've been reborn 45 days before the start of the main plot. Let's do this. The world of the novel, Chronicles of Legendary Heroes, is a vast one. The novel follows a modern fantasy and sci-fi setting where part of the story takes place outside the Earth too, a very little part. The Earth in this story wasn't always like this. 7 centuries prior to the main plot, the world changed. I'm sure you all must have heard several stories with a similar start before, but just let me continue. On the morning of 1st of January 2023, the whole world was enveloped in a bright blinding white light for well over a minute. When the light subsided, the world was not the same as it was a minute ago. Rifts or tears in the fabric of space and time connecting to a parallel world are opened up throughout the globe. A hostile humanoid race known as demons emerged from those rifts and threatened the peace of Earth. However, humanity, unlike in other novels, was quick to fight back, and also unlike in novels, modern weapons worked fine on those creatures of unknown origins. Sure, the weapons weren't very effective, but it's not like they did no damage at all either. Plus, with the aid of nuclear weapons, they stood their ground. Humans and demons engaged in a fierce war of survival and dominance soon after, and despite the fact that they were up against a race of supernatural origin, humans did pretty well. That was until a demon named Michael Gracefell stepped out of the rift one day. He resembled a human more than a demon and claimed himself to be one of the demon generals, a strong, high-ranking member of the demon army. In a single day he wiped out all the major army bases on Earth and crippled the resistance force as easily as taking a stroll. According to the legends, it is said that he possessed the power to bend the very fabric of space according to his will. He threw a godlike power in the face of humankind and watched them fall to their knees, too powerless to do anything. Needless to say, with no troops to fight back, humanity quickly started losing the war. Everyone thought that the fall of humanity was nigh, but right then, for some unknown and mysterious reasons, the demon army decided to fall back. They abandoned a winning war and decided to retreat to the rifts they had come from. However, while retreating, they did leave a final message for humankind: "We will come back." Although still terrified by their threat, humanity rejoiced and celebrated their survival, but unfortunately, the following years were even harder for them. Right when the demons retreated and rifts disappeared, a latent dormant energy that was always present in the world started moving and became active. The continents of the Earth started colliding together and the mass of the land itself started enlarging slowly. Over the span of a few decades, the continents merged into one and created a single new megacontinent with a few new islands. Then suddenly one day rifts appeared again, but this time instead of demons, several other races came out of it, namely elves, dwarves, and vampires. They had come to seek refuge because their worlds were being destroyed by the demon army. Since these races were already well versed in using mana, humanity offered them a deal. They were asked to teach humans how to use mana in return for their refuge. Elves and dwarves obliged, while vampires straight up declined the offer. In simple words, vampires wanted to take over the world since humans were clearly weaker than them. To no one's surprise, a war broke out between vampires and humans. Dwarves allied with humans, while elves remained neutral. Several years after that, the war between vampires and humans reached a stalemate. Just when things were looking a little bit peaceful for humans and the rest of the world, an extraterrestrial civilization known as Calais appeared from space. Their home planet was also destroyed by demons, so they had come seeking another habitable planet to inhabit. Earth was that planet. Calais, much like vampires, didn't seek coexistence. They were a dominant predatory species. They wanted this world's resources for themselves and they were ready to hunt anything that stood in their path for that reason. Once again, humanity had no choice but to engage in a war with another species to avoid an extinction-level threat. This time the threat came from above their heads or from space. Callis were much smarter and stronger than vampires. They could perform space travel, after all, although they weren't very well versed in using mana like elves, dwarves, or vampires. Their superior technology and peak biology made up for that, and the fact that humans were fighting two wars on two fronts of vampires on Earth and Callis in space here didn't help them one bit. Seeing that humans were in thrall, the elves decided to extend a helping hand and join the war. With the aid of elves along with dwarves, humans managed to stop Kali's invasion from space and hold off vampires on the edge of the northern continent. Finally, after 6 long centuries, things are a little less chaotic now, but peace is still far from reach. Callis have settled their base of operations on Mars. They have almost exhausted all their resources and are planning for one final invasion on Earth. It's basically do or die for them. Vampires are still trying to push their borders from the north every day, so naturally humanity is still engaged in conflict with them. Now, with elves teaching humans how to harness the pure unlimited energy called mana, there was no limit to what they created with the help of dwarves, floating castles, flying cars, futuristic weapons, fully immersive VR worlds and much more. Yeah, Back to the Future became a reality, but their best creation was the global city, a city armed with all kinds of futuristic technology. A few years ago, seeing that the centuries-old wars on two fronts were showing no signs of ending, a program was launched by the central government, the government that basically rules the world. The program dictated that every person who could use mana had to go through 3 years' worth of military education. After their military education, they will serve 4 years in the A superscripto United Military A superscript 1 at their assigned posts. This program, or rather this law, applied to all races of the world, elves and dwarves included. Because of this, several thousand military academies were created throughout the globe. Although so many military academies were created, with time, only 2 of them stood above the rest. The one where the main story was set is called Global Military Academy or A superscripto Global Academy, A superscript 1 for short. Global City is an isolated walled enclave island somewhere within the Great Southern Oceans. This city was built around the Global Academy to provide its cadets with a place to live and train. According to the novel, this city has the most advanced technology, along with a few of the most powerful people residing in it. It will not be incorrect to say that this city is among the Earth's most powerful cities. The only other city which could rival the might of the global city is Ethereal City with its A superscript O Ethereal Academy A superscript 1. These 2 cities are the pride of the United Military, an armed force made from merging the human, elven and dwarven armies into one, or at least they were their pride until the 3rd volume of the novel started a broken bar. Anyway, being from a world where the most high-tech invention was smartphones and AI, I was excited to take a look at the outside world, so that's what I did. I went out and took in the sight of Global City for myself, but never in my wildest dreams I imagined the outside scenery to be this futuristic. I mean, I saw Lucas Memories, so I knew what to expect, but seeing it all with my eyes was a different experience altogether. When I stepped outside my apartment building, I saw something that I could only describe as a glimpse of the future. Huge buildings and tall skyscrapers along with holographic billboards and security robots that filled the streets were giving off a sci-fi vibe, while flying cars and hover bikes only further affirmed how ahead of time this city was in terms of technology. I could also vividly see a floating castle far ahead in the sky, which bestowed a dreamy look onto the scenery. It contrasted the futuristic look and added a little touch of fantasy to the view. I couldn't help but drop my jaw so wide that it was now practically touching the ground. I won't lie, it took me a few minutes to recover from that sight. It felt like I had seen all this before, but it was not until now that I was truly seeing it. I experienced a feeling of familiarity after looking at this sight, yet the sensation was quite new. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe, similar to the sensation of the breeze touching your face after being inside for a long time. or the wobbly feeling in your knees when standing alone in a grassy field after a prolonged absence. That's what I was experiencing. Nostalgia was the only word I could think of at that moment. "I'm back," I said. I don't know why I said that, but those were the only words that came to my mind at that instance. Phew. Letting out a deep breath, I started walking toward the train station. I knew where the station was from the memories I had acquired, and I was certain of my destination. I couldn't help but feel excited. It was the first time in a long while that I was feeling alive. Inverted question mark while waiting for the train at the train stat. I stole a few glances around me. I saw quite a few teenagers who looked like they belonged from a high background, much like myself, waiting there patiently. Well, that's to be expected since I was inside the global city. 80% of the population here are cadets who are either training to become soldiers or studying to become magic technicians. When reading, you won't think of it much, but standing here between them, I found the situation to be quite tragic. At the age of 18, anyone who can use mana is asked to go through a mandatory military education for 3 long years, and then they have to serve 4 years in the United Military. This world is ready to throw children into a full-blown war between planetary-level civilizations, and if that wasn't enough, those who are not cut to fight aliens are tasked to fight vampires in the north, and those who can do neither have no meaning in their life. All they can do is become magic technicians. The truly free people in this world are the people who can't use mana. They won't have to throw away their youth and are not forced to fight either. They live their lives happily under the protection of the central government and union military provided by the sacrifices of children who are stripped of their freedom. This world is seriously messed up, sigh, but what can I do about it? In a way, I can understand the reasoning of the people in power. Earth can't hold back. They are at war with the space civilization who are much more advanced than us and a supernatural race hell-bent on taking over the world. To win, Earth needs to use all of its resources, and the population who can use mana is a substantial resource, although, according to the novel, the situation isn't too dire right now. Vampires and humans have been at a stalemate for centuries, and Callis have almost exhausted all their resources. In theory, if Earth manages to hold off Callis for another 5 years, they will win. Then they would only have to worry about vampires in the north, but of course, reality is different from theory and most of the time it doesn't play out like planned in one's fantasy. Honker exclamation mark. Honker exclamation mark. While I was lost in my thoughts, a loud deafening sound of the horn announced the train's arrival. It was a flying train, so it didn't make even a tiny bit of noise while stopping. And no, flying trains can't fly, they can only float a few inches above the ground, much like flying cars. I honestly don't know why they carry flying in their name, mere broken bar. Anyway, as soon as the doors opened, I trailed inside and occupied an empty seat. I was quite impressed by the interior. It felt like I was traveling in the economy class of an airline. Well, that's natural since this world has already solved the energy crisis by harnessing the pure and seemingly unlimited energy source known as mana. So by comparison, people of this world live a luxurious life corresponding to the Earth I am from. I mean, there are still 2 extinction-level threats looming over their heads, but other than that, this world is heaven in terms of luxury. Right when I sat in my seat, a blue screen popped up in my vision. Hello, dear passenger, where would you like to go? A cents 4th district, A cents 5th district, A cents 8th district. Note, if your destination is not among the options listed above, then you have boarded the wrong train. Impressed by the technological advancement once again, I clicked on the 5th district and leisurely slumped back in my seat. Enjoying the air-conditioned air, I closed my eyes and rested my head on the seat's headrest. Sir, would you like a drink? A fetching feminine voice fell into my ears, but without even bothering to open my eyes, I just waved my hand and dismissed the train attendant. To achieve what I sought, I needed to be at the peak of my mental condition, so every bit of rest was necessary for me. No, I was not going to put myself in a dangerous situation or anything. Unlike some novel protagonists, I'm not stupid. I wasn't going to risk my life on the first day of opening my eyes to this new world. Coming from a peaceful world, I could barely throw a punch. The memories I acquired from Lucas showed me that he had learned some martial arts, so by extension, I knew how to use them too. But I didn't want to try that out and put myself in a life-or-death situation on my very first day here in this world. I know I need battle experience to thrive in this world, but I will get enough of that in the academy under the supervision of experts. Right now, I was just going to steal a cheat from the MC that he wouldn't end up using anyway. Ding-donger! After a few minutes, the alternate chime of a mechanical bell fell into my ears and woke me up from my short nap. In front of me was a translucent blue screen that notified me of my destination's arrival. Dear passenger, you have arrived at your destination. Reading that, I rubbed my eyes a few times and got up to leave. With me left a few more passengers, but I just kept my head down and walked out. After exiting the station, I couldn't help but admire the sight before me once again. The global city is divided into 20 districts. I was currently in the 5th district. This whole district was one huge forest. This district was created for the cadets to hone their skills in the wilderness. It also serves as a hunting ground for cadets to gain merit points since this forest houses several mana beasts. Yes. Mana beasts are just animals who evolved through time and learned to wield mana to strengthen their physical capabilities. Tall trees were spreading as far as my eyes could see, while the chirping sound of insects and the calm atmosphere that this forest carried gave it a tranquil look. Despite the dangerous beasts that lurked in the deep cover of this forest, the fresh smell of soil and the sight of grassy blades fluttering with the passing wind gave out a refreshing feeling. Though I'll clarify again, I was not here to risk my life. My business was in the outer region of the forest, and besides, most of the beasts outside the hunting area were just wild animals who evolved from mana barely reaching a superscript 1 Iona superscript O rank. They posed no real threat to me, as even a kid could scare them off, and if the novel's description was on point, then it wouldn't even take me 30 minutes to obtain what I seek here. After taking a few determined breaths, I walked up to the entrance of the forest, where a chubby guard was standing. There was no one around, but the guard was still doing his duty diligently, perhaps because it was admission season. Senior cadets, except the cadet council, were on break, and new cadets had yet to start their training. Before I could step inside the fencing gate, the guard called me out. "Oi, it's almost closing time," he said while scanning me up and down. "My business here won't even take half an hour," I replied quickly. "I just need to visit the outer region." "Are you a first year?" After a brief pause, the guard asked. "No, my training will begin in 14 days, I answered while shaking my head. "You can't enter unless you are at least a first." Before the guard could complete his sentence, I spoke up. "How much?" "Huh?" Confused, the guard eyed me with a frown. "How much money do you want to let me pass through the gate?" I spoke while returning his gaze. "Are you out of your mind, brat? In this city, your money is useless. Get out of here before I call the cadet council." The guard raged. I couldn't help but shake my head in disappointment. "You see, fellas, no matter who you are or what you have, it all can be bought. One's position, one's treasure, one's life, and even one's dreams. Everything can be bought, albeit money can't buy everything. That doesn't mean not everything can't be bought. As someone once said, even fate can be negotiated if you deal with the right price. Wait, who said that?" "Oh, quit standing there and scram." Sighing exasperatedly, I began thinking about what I could use here to buy this guard. "Didn't you hear me? Fine, I'm calling the cadet council." At that warning, the guard turned around and was about to unlock his smart bracelet, but before he could do so, I called him out. "I'm the son of General Reynold Morningstar, Lucas Morningstar." My words made him stop in his tracks. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smirk. Predictable, I commented in my mind. If you can't buy someone with money, buy them with power. Although status and money were almost useless once you were inside the global city, you could still use them to influence people. What I did here was no different. With just one sentence, I made him aware of my authority and warned him of my power. The position of general was nothing to mess with. After all, no way a mere guard can go against that kind of status. Even if he was safe inside the global city, his family wasn't. You must have a family outside this city, right? I continued. That was the last hit I needed. Family, every man's weakness. Although my father had disowned me, and I practically possess no power or backing currently, he doesn't know that, as that news has yet to spread. To him, I just gave him a warning that he just couldn't neglect unless he wanted to regret it later. Now, let's not be hasty, yeah? Don't notify the council and let me go in. I will reward you handsomely later. The poor man could only nod in reply with his back still facing me, displaying another smirk. I walked past the fence gate and entered the forest. Touching my chin, I couldn't help but wonder if I was in the right place. After shaking my head a couple of times, I concluded that I was standing in front of the wrong tree, so I decided to walk away. Yes, I did not misspeak. I was looking for a tree, not just any tree but a huge tree with a face carved in its trunk. Yes, you read that right, to a tree with a face. It is said that the human-faced tree can fulfill any desire, yet very few know of its existence. That tree is known as the Tree of Desires, and its location is ever-changing, meaning it could be in front of you at one moment and around the globe the next. However, I knew that the faced tree would be in the 5th district's forest from now till the 2nd year, but I was in a forest full of trees. No chance in hell I would find my specific tree that easily. Huffing and puffing, I trudged my mud-caked boots ahead step by step. The terrain was rougher than I had expected. Jerking my neck from left to right, I inspected all the trees I could without stopping my march. How hard can it be to find a tree with a fucking face? I couldn't help but complain in frustration. My shoes weren't meant for trekking, so my foot was starting to hurt. I looked up and discovered that the sun was also about to set. I only had a few minutes at best before they shut the entrance of the forest, and I sure as hell didn't want to spend my first night in this world in a forest filled with wild mana beasts. The novel didn't mention much about the location of the faced tree, so I only had a rough idea. I knew how it looked and I knew it was supposed to be a few minutes walk away from the entrance. Letting out an exhausted sigh, I bit my thumbnail. I had to find that tree, and I needed to find it quickly. Roar! Exclamation mark. Shaking me out of my thoughts was a loud roar that I heard coming from deep inside the forest. TSK, I don't have much time. The beasts would come out to the outer region once the sun sets. I didn't have the luxury to stop now. Thinking that, I decided to speed up my search by running, but before I could even take a step, I placed my foot on an uneven spot on the ground and fell on my face. Slama! Exclamation mark. Arghh! After groaning in pain like a kid, I sat myself up and rubbed my chin that had hit the ground. Great, I uttered before smacking myself on the head. Can't even walk properly and hoping to survive in a dog-eat-dog world. Using my hands as support, I got myself up from the ground. Standing up, I patted my clothes and was about to start walking again, but before I could do so, my gaze fell on a tree, and when it did, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Yes, I exclaimed in excitement. I found it. Running up closer to the tree, I started inspecting it with wide-shot eyes. After a few seconds of looking at the tree, I was sure, this was it. This was the tree that I was looking for. It had a human face engraved on its trunk. One would think it would be an easy task to find such a tree. But it was certainly not. Due to all the other trees around it, this human-faced tree was very hard to notice. It was camouflaged by the cover of the forest. Looking closely, I saw that the human face on the tree had its eyes closed. I also saw 3 small black dots on the top of its face. My heart started racing as I looked at that spectacle of a tree before me. The fact that I was inside a web novel had just sunken deeper in me. I stretched my hand and tapped on the forehead of the face engraved on the tree's trunk a few times. After waiting for a few minutes, I tapped again, repeating this process around 10 times. I stopped when I noticed some movement in the tree's face. The tree's face slowly opened its eyes, but instead of pupils or iris, the eyes just had a hole in them. I couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva in anxiety. Taking slow breaths, I calmed my racing heart and collected my thoughts. I knew that I wasn't in any danger, yet a tree with a moving face was a creepy sight to behold. After a few seconds, the face opened its mouth a few times as if it was getting familiar with the feeling of moving its mouth. "Human, what is your name?" The mouth of the tree moved, and a deep voice resounded directly in my head. "Lucas. My name is Lucas Morningstar." Alarmed, I replied with a slight stutter. Hearing something directly in my head rather than through my ears was a weird experience. A good name. Lucas means bright and Morningstar means the sun. Your name means a bright Sunday. The human-faced tree commented. "Why yeah, I know that. I didn't know that. Ha ha ha, sure, human." The tree laughed like a Santa before continuing. "So, shall we begin the test?" it said. "Since you found me and intentionally woke me up from my slumber, it is clear that you know what I am. Right to the point, huh?" I remarked in my mind before nodding. "Yes, I know what you are. Please begin the test." "Brilliant spirit. Now then, I will give you 3 riddles. If you can't answer even one of them, I will claim your life," the tree stated, and I only nodded my head once again in reply. I know what I said about not endangering my life, and despite what it may look like, I was confident in answering all of the riddles. How? Because I've read all this in the novel. Duh. Good. Then the first riddle, what disappears as soon as you call its name? The tree asked. Silence, I replied confidently. It was a pretty simple and popular one, to be honest. Right answer. Now answer this. The tree spoke before giving me another one of its riddles. What is one thing that can't be fought and can't be bought? One thing that binds us in its thrall. One thing that awaits us all? Holy shit, I commented in my head. If I hadn't read the novel beforehand, I could have never guessed the answer to that. Fate. Without waiting for a second, I instantly answered. The answer is fate. Very well done, Lucas. Now then, let's move on to the last one. The human-faced tree stated. I can be your truth, yet someone else's lie. I can be a sweet boon, yet I can be very vile. You can't escape me. In vain will be your tries. Run if you may, but you cannot hide. What am I? Phew. I let out a soft breath before a wide grin flashed on my face. Reality, I responded. Reality is your last answer. Correct. You've passed the test, Lucas Morningstar, the talking tree announced. Now tell me, what is it that you desire? I don't desire anything. Inverted question mark. Correct. You've passed the test, Lucas Morningstar, the talking tree announced. Now tell me, what is it that you desire? I don't desire anything. No, I'm not stupid. I purposefully denied taking any rewards. Why? Because this question was another test. As I said, not many know about this human-faced tree, but those who do know about it have tried to get the treasure that this tree possessed. Needless to say, all of them failed. No one except a handful of people were able to answer all 3 riddles, and even those who did pass the riddle test failed the second test, the test of greed, all except the protagonist. At the start of the 3rd volume, the protagonist came here to this forest to find some peace of mind after a fight with the main heroine, and by sheer luck, he stumbled upon this talking tree. Cough. Forced blot. Cough. So when he answered all the riddles, he was asked what he would want as his prize. Being the thick-headed dumb protagonist he was, the boy denied accepting any rewards. He wanted to grow stronger on his own without being indebted to anyone, not even to a tree, although he still got a reward in the end because he unintentionally did clear the trial. The prize that he got was useless to him, a broken bar. Why? Because he already had a similar relic to the one he received here. You don't want anything, are you sure, Lucas? The human-faced tree asked to confirm my choice. If it had a face, it would be frowning right now. Oh wait, it did have a face, and it was indeed frowning. I can give you an unimaginable strength, the lost treasure of kings, beautiful women, unreachable fame, and glory. Anything that you seek is just a wish away. Ha, as if I knew that the tree was just testing my will. In truth, he was bullshitting me. The tree didn't have the power to give me all the things that it claimed. It was just bluffing. Even though this tree was known as the Tree of Desires, it can't grant just any desire of the wisher. In reality, this tree was a dwarven blacksmith. In his previous life he was a very well-known blacksmith. At that, he forged many relics throughout his life. Relics are objects that possess blessings. Blessings are special powers granted to only a few individuals by the heavens. Lucas had one too. It was named Mana Burst. In the novel, if I remember correctly, blessings may vary from the simple stuff like casting magic with speed to something big like having absolute immunity to magic. These blessings could be transferred to objects by a blacksmith after the death of the individual who possessed them. In short, some very skilled blacksmiths could extract these blessings after a person's death and transfer them to objects, but transferring blessings is no easy task. Even the most skilled blacksmith could transfer only about 75% of the original blessings to an object. In spite of that, there once lived a dwarven blacksmith capable of raising that number to 89%. He was truly a legendary blacksmith, but due to some circumstances, he was reduced to this tree-like state after his death. Now this tree, who was once a famous blacksmith, only had one wish: to give out all the relics he forged during his lifetime to the people who deserve them. Only after giving out all his creations will he be able to find peace. Although to get his treasure, one first has to show that they don't possess any greed. No, I don't want anything. I want to grow strong with my own efforts. I won't lie, I cringed a few times while blurting out this sentence. Grow stronger with my own efforts? I would rather eat dirt and do a backflip, thank you. Is that so? Then why did you come here seeking me? The tree questioned me. Honestly, I just wanted to confirm if the legend about you is true or not. I answered confidently. I see. I'm impressed, Lucas. Not only are you wise, but you are also pure-hearted. My question was a test to see if you possess greed, and you do not. Yes, I do, you dumb tree. Everyone possesses greed. Everyone has a hidden side. Even the kind protagonist of this story has a dark side to him. If you had asked me to grant you a wish, I would have taken your life on the spot, but you did not. The tree said, you're the first person to pass my test. I can't give you unimaginable power, but I will give you unrivaled protection. As soon as I heard those words, my eyes glimmered with anticipation. I will grant you the armor and earrings that hold the blessing of the Night of the Sunlight. Its name is a superscript 1 Phoenix's Embrace a superscripto. With a loud and powerful voice, the tree announced, that Sun Saint guy must be the person whose blessing was transferred to forge the relic that I was going to receive. Honestly, I didn't care much about that. Since he wasn't mentioned in the novel, I concluded he would be irrelevant. I couldn't wait to get my hands on a relic so early in the story. With this, I would almost be invincible. Kneel, Lucas. At that command, I bent my back and kneeled on the ground. Remember, this armor is a semi-divine rank relic. If you shed this armor, you'll be given 1 extra life and a massive boost in all stats. But if you lose that extra life, you will also lose your protection forever. As long as you don't die after shedding this armor, you will be able to summon it back and your stats will be reversed to normal. After explaining the things that I already knew, the human-faced tree slowly started widening its mouth. As it did so, the crumbles of the tree's trunk fell to the ground, and in the next moment, the tree's mouth was opened so wide that now it looked more like a cave, a dark cave. But in that dark cave, something was glimmering with a golden shine. Seeing that, I reached my hand toward it, intending to grab it, but before I could reach it, much less grab it, the golden glow itself started moving toward me. No, a broken bar, it wasn't moving toward me. The golden glow was getting bigger and brighter. Before I knew it, the golden glow became so bright that I had to narrow my eyes in discomfort before closing them. But I didn't feel like I was in danger. Instead, I found the golden glow to be quite warm, like a bright sun on a winter's morning. Not until after a few seconds passed did I open my eyes again, but to my surprise, the tree in front of me had disappeared. Huh? Confused, I started swinging my neck left and right to look for the tree with a confused frown on my face, and only when I started swinging my neck did I notice some weight on my ears. Frowning deeper, I placed a hand on my ear and found that I was wearing earrings. Instantly I looked down and placed a hand on the middle of my chest, but I didn't feel my flesh. Instead, I felt like I was touching a rock-hard surface. Quickly unbuttoning the shirt that I was wearing, I found a circular red ruby embedded in my chest. There was no armor, just a round fist-sized red ruby fused in my chest. A wide grin flashed on my face for a few seconds before I looked around me and hastily buttoned my shirt. Immediately after, I got up and patted my clothes before trailing toward the forest exit in quick steps. After a short walk of a few minutes, I reached the forest exit, where the chubby guard was still standing on duty. The sun was about to set, and the guard was ready to close the gate any time now. "Done with your business, sir?" the guard asked as I walked past him. Without bothering to wait and reply, I just nodded my head and kept walking. "Yes, my business is done," I quietly murmured. "Now let the fun begin. I may be just a minor villain, but I don't fear the protagonist now. Mwahaha. Ahem, a broken bar irisis inverted question mark. I know what I said about not fearing the protagonist despite being a minor villain, but today, when I was going to possibly meet him, I couldn't help and felt a little anxious. Today was the first day of the academy. A few days ago, I got an email from Global Academy asking me to submit my stats and combat experience to them. Yes, that's how they rank new cadets. Needless to say, there were some fools who thought submitting wrong stats and getting high ranks would be a good idea, but when the academy started taking tests, exams, and practical combat, they all suffered heavily due to being put at a disadvantage they themselves created, and thanks to that, after the first 6 months, the rankings vastly changed, so I diligently submitted my real stats, unlike Lucas in the novel. Yeah, Lucas also tried to use that obviously foolish trick to get a high ranking in the novel. Yeah, he suffered a lot too, so at least I avoided that high broken bar. Now the problem with the protagonist remains. If I just try to stay away from him, I think I'll be fine. But I doubt it's going to be that easy. A broken bar, not to mention Lucas already had a few interactions with some of the main cast prior to the start of the novel, and from what I saw in his memories and what was told in the novel, his interactions with them weren't pleasant. Some of the main characters already despise Lucas for a few things he has done in the past. Arghh, it's going to be troublesome, and I don't know why, but it feels like I had forgotten something. Something a broken bar very crucial. If I forgot about it, then it must not have been important. Anyway, it's been 13 days since I suddenly woke up in this world after being shot to death by that crazy author, and also, 13 days ago, I acquired a cheat item, status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human, strength 20, defense 8, speed 39, stamina 32, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 500, rank iron 2, potential gold 3, professions spearman LVL 1, archer LVL 1, techniques none, affinity fire A, lightning, vertical bar, light spells, fireball AY, diaresis low AY, copyright Zap touch ay diaresis low ay copyright blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace ay diaresis semi-divine ay copyright equals and when I acquired it, a new block showed up in my status screen, possessions. When I clicked it, another screen showed up in my vision, displaying the information on the relic in my possession. Phoenixes embrace an armor that holds the blessing of the Knight of the Starlight. After the knight's death, a dwarven blacksmith extracted his blessing and used it to forge an almost indestructible armor. This armor can reduce the attack thrown at its user to 1/10 of its original strength. Once shed, it gives a massive boost and 1 extra life to its wearer. As long as the user doesn't lose that extra life, it could be summoned again. The description matched the information I already knew from reading the novel and listening to the human-faced trees. Although the semi-divine relics aren't exactly cheat items, the way I acquired mine was nothing short of cheating. When I returned to the apartment that day, I instantly hopped onto my bed. I was exhausted and I was sleepy, so when I closed my eyes, I was a little scared that I would wake up back in the real world, but the next day when I opened my eyes, I was still here in this world, and honestly, I felt relieved. I know how selfish my feelings were, but I was happy that I won't ever get to see my parents or my siblings or anyone I knew for that matter. I was happy to escape that tedious life, and I wasn't the least bit guilty about how I was feeling. I mean, of course, I was a little sad to think that my sudden death would make everyone worry about me, but I also knew they would move on. I wasn't an important person in anyone's life. Even though my family loved me, there was a distance between us. The same goes for my friends. I was not an important person to anyone, the kind of person who would make someone say, "I can't live without you." I was certain that they would move on, so I did too. Anyhow, nothing noteworthy happened during the last 13 days. Oh, I tried to feel mana inside me and practiced some martial arts that I experienced in Lucas Memories. I didn't use any spells, but moving mana throughout my body was a refreshing and quite addicting feeling. I also used my smartphone to surf the internet and research some stuff about this world. Although I had memories of Lucas, I still did it to confirm if the contents of the web novel matched this world. Since I was a web novel addict in my past life and also an editor, I had read quite a few stories belonging to the reincarnated inside the novel/game genre, and almost all of them followed the same, repetitive route. The main character would die and get reborn inside a novel, but he would later discover that the world he was in differed from the novel, game he had read, played. I didn't want such a predicament to transpire, thus, I thoroughly did my research. I checked if the contents matched the novel, and thankfully they did. A few minor details were missing or changed here and there, but the big stuff was still all the same. In the meantime, I watched some movies, slept, ate food, a broken bar. Yeah, I just wasted my days. Alright, don't judge me, I bet you all are doing the same. Anyway, I found one interesting thing in Lucas' wardrobe. No, I'm not talking about his uselessly expensive clothing. I'm talking about his expensive watch collection. This guy seriously had a watch fetish. I mean, I can't blame him since I liked to collect watches in my past life too, but damn, this guy had just too many luxury watches. I surfed the price of some of the brands in his collection and found that a few of his watches cost more than this apartment. Even after being disowned, this guy was loaded as fuck. If I sell his clothing and watches, I wouldn't have to worry about money for all my life. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. Another strange thing that I found about this world was a few car brands that I liked in my past life still exist here. Broken bar, which should be impossible since this world is at least 7 centuries ahead in time than the Earth I am from. I mean, the brands have different names and slightly different logos, and they produce flying cars instead of regular ones, but their manufacturing designs are similar. If that wasn't enough, I found the music artists that I liked back in the real world kind of exist here too. They look different and have made different songs till now, but their style is frighteningly similar. It's almost as if this world was built on a carbon copy of the earth I am from, a broken bar, or vice versa, broken bar what I far, broken bar the earth I am from was based on this world, a broken bar. Maybe I am just thinking too much, right? Clicking opened the door. I walked out of the bathroom while dressed in a bathrobe. I quickly grabbed the first-year Academy cadet uniform, which was delivered to me a few days ago, and neatly sported it. The uniform itself was nothing special, a pair of grey pants with a matching shirt under a jet black blazer with red inner lining and a red tie. After dressing up, I walked over to the mirror and admired my own beauty for a minute or two. The uniform itself wasn't special. What was special, however, was this face that I possessed. My white hair was neatly slicked to the side and my red eyes looked like a pair of red jewels. My perfectly small, triangular face gave me a pretty boy appearance, and my pale snow-like skin did nothing but add more to my enchanting look. Perfect, I'm so perfect, tilde. In awe of my own appearance, I couldn't help but hug myself. How can anyone in this world be so beautiful? But soon I cleared my throat and collected my thoughts. What am I doing? I questioned myself out loud, trying not to feel embarrassed. Looking into the mirror, I slightly brushed the pair of small circular golden earrings on my ears with my hands. The golden earrings were much smaller in size than what I had imagined while reading their description in the web novel. They were circular in shape and were almost hugging my earlobes. They had spikes coming out of them which made them look as if they were a pair of Yes, I said, spikes. Yeah, sleeping with them is a pain, but it's not like I could remove them while I sleep. They were infused with my ears. I placed my hand on my chest over my clothes and felt the hard surface of the red ruby that was now fused with me too. This armor can be summoned at will. I just need to wish for it, and it'll form itself around my body. What makes it special is its automatic feature. Let's say I was not fast enough to call it out in time, then it would automatically come into existence and protect me. Although I had yet to test it for myself, I knew exactly what it was capable of. It can reduce the power of an attack thrown at its wearer by 90%. That means the wearer will only get 10% of the actual damage from an attack. It was a near-perfect defense, but the emphasis is on near-perfect. 10% damage from higher rankers of this world is enough to severely injure me, if not kill me in one go. Only a good defense wasn't enough, and especially since my defense was not absolute either. Nothing I can do about it though. It is what it is. I was grateful that I got this armor because now I really had one less thing to worry about. To ring exclamation mark. To ring exclamation mark. What shook me out of my thoughts right then was the sound of the alarm coming from my smart bracelet. The words, "Time for the Academy," were displayed on the screen of my smart bracelet. After looking at my reflection one last time, I picked up the apartment keys and left for the Global Academy. I didn't forget to take one last look at the interior of my apartment. After all, I will never be able to see this site again. Although I had only been here for 13 days, I felt a connection to this apartment. Arghh, letting out a short sigh, I ironed my will. Let's go. Global City is divided into 20 districts. 5 outer districts are where the workers and engineers who run and maintain the city reside. 12 inner districts, which provide the best facility and luxury to the cadets of the academy to live and train in. Then there are 2 separate districts that offer housing to professors, instructors, and guests of the global city. At last there is the first inner district, which is the biggest and the most secure out of all the other parts of the city. The Global Academy occupies the whole first district, although aside from theoretical teaching and a little field practice, cadets won't be spending much time in the academy itself. Is that him? Yes, that's definitely him. Lucas Morningstar. I've heard he was disowned by his father, General Reynold Morningstar, recently. Can he even carry the Morningstar family name now? So he's not from a ruling family now, no money, no connections, and no outstanding potential either. His life in the academy will be tough. Amidst the bustling crowd of soon-to-be cadets in first-year uniform, I stood in front of a massive architecture. Although it was supposed to be a famous military academy, it looked more like a modern-styled castle surrounded by 5 tall skyscrapers than a traditional schooling building. Towering walls encompassed the castle and giant metal gates blocked our entry to the academy building. Outside the academy's giant gates was a humongous concrete field that stretched for a few square kilometers. The field was crammed with kids around my age, belonging from both high and low backgrounds alike, waiting to get inside. I couldn't help but notice that not everyone around me was human. There were long-eared elves and short-framed dwarves, a few kids in my immediate surroundings, who didn't fail to notice me, started gossiping among themselves. Maybe they were aware that I could hear them, yet they didn't care. That didn't bother me one bit. However, I tried to spot the main cast of the novel amidst the crowd, but I couldn't seem to find anyone. I knew the protagonist was going to be late on the first day, but where was the rest of the main cast? Maybe they were in the back lines? As I stood there, I couldn't help but feel that the crowd was lacking in numbers, but soon, I remembered the reason why. Young elites, a group of cadets belonging to the ruling and most influential families, must be having a meeting by now. The factions within the academy have already started forming starting the first day. I couldn't help but sigh again after thinking about what path lay ahead of me. It was going to be difficult surviving past the final war. Just a mere thought of that sent a shiver down my spine. Screecher! A loud metal screeching sound rang throughout the field where the academy's future cadets were standing in wait. In the next moment, the giant black steel gates of the academy swirled open, which caused everyone to turn their attention up front. A girl dressed in a white one-piece uniform with blue linings under a long blue coat stepped out from the gates and elegantly stood in front of the crowd. She had waist-long silver hair that was tied into a long ponytail and deep merlot eyes which seemed to have a shine of their own. Her skin was slick like silk, and she possessed a slim yet attractive figure that was honed for battle but was still irresistible enough to make heads turn her way. Nevertheless, the most distinctive feature of her was her slightly long ears, revealing her identity as a half-elf. All that, when coupled with her small face that carried a sense of dignity, made her stand up to the definition of the word pretty. She bore a very, very close resemblance to me in terms of appearance. That was natural since she was my elder sister Yelena Morningstar, or at least she used to be until my family disowned me. Oh yes, in case you're wondering, Lucas' mother was an elf, but unfortunately, Lucas didn't inherit her bloodline, so he had no elven features aside from his uselessly handsome face. Honestly, I couldn't imagine how charming he would have been if he had inherited the elven bloodline. Look, a blue and white uniform, that must mean she's one of the royals. You idiots, do you not know her? She's the firstborn of the prestigious Morningstar family, Yelena Morningstar. As soon as Yelena stepped out of the gates, murmuring broke out among the crowd again. Even those who didn't know of Yelena's family background deduced that she was a high-ranking student after taking a look at her special uniform. The dress theme for normal cadets was black and red, while royals sported blue and white. Some kids standing near me stole a few glances at me. It seemed like they were hoping for some kind of reaction from me, but seeing my lethargic expression, they frowned and disappointedly turned their head to look back in the front. As if she was waiting for that cue, Yelena dramatically raised her hand to silence everyone standing before her. Every single person present in the field quieted down at that moment. That was the power a higher ranker or a royal possessed, to be able to silence a crowd this big with a mere movement of the hand. I won't lie, but I felt quite envious of her. Calm down, everyone, a melodic, almost angelic voice resounded throughout the field right then. Even though the field was so big and she wasn't using a speaker or anything, everyone was able to hear her voice clearly, almost as if she was standing right next to everyone. It was sound magica, her signature and first choice of magic in the novel. Yes, she was an important character in the first half of the novel. I'm Yelena Morningstar, the current queen of Global Military Academy. Q queen? No way. Wow, I knew she was incredible, but to think she was this strong. I love you, Yelena. The positions in the military academies are based on chess pieces. Everyone below the top 16 are called cadets. They hold no special authority of any kind. In the top 16, there are 8 pawns, disciplinary community, and 8 royals, cadet council. Royals range from king to rook, exactly like chess pieces. It's as if they are telling us we are nothing but expendable as a mere pieces which have no say in how they wish to move whatsoever. Yet, those rankings are the symbol of hierarchy and authority not only within this academy but also in this city. And Yelena just announced that she was one of the most influential people present here. Needless to say, the kids present in the field broke out in awe after hearing that, but Yelena didn't give them a chance to fawn over her much longer as she continued her speech almost immediately. Now, I know many of you are excited to be here while most of you just want your years at the academy to pass by as soon as possible, she said and briefly paused before continuing to speak. However, let me tell you one thing, you all are the hopes of this world. Soon, you'll be fighting in wars and defending our cause, protecting our lands from the vampires and our planet from Callus. I won't lie, it won't be easier. Broken Bar Callus are quiet for now, but soon they will begin their last-ditch effort to invade our planet. They will try to take our homes from us. Vampires are at a stalemate with us, but the upcoming war with Chaos will encourage them to push their borders on us from the north once again. In short, the times ahead are tough. When Yelena was done speaking all that, she took another brief pause and scanned the crowd before her. Everyone had grim expressions on their faces. The situation wasn't as dire as she was making it sound to be. Earth wasn't in any real threat for the next couple of years. The reason she was doing this probably was that she wanted to test the hopes of this world. Seeing that she might have scared the crowd too much, Yelena shook her head and began to recite her speech again. Tough times call for strong men, but strong men are not enough to win wars. What we really need are heroes. Heroes who can guide us to a bright new future or a peaceful future. But heroes are not born, they are forged. Through hardships and trials, they are forged to fight, but they fight not in order to subjugate. No, they fight to protect. And this right here is the place where we forge the heroes of tomorrow. This is where we forge the defenders of our world. So I ask of you, not as the eldest daughter of the Morningstar family and not as the reigning queen of the Global Academy, but as someone who was born into this world, defend this world and embrace your destiny as heroes by stepping inside the gates of this academy. Seeing that everyone's faces began to light up, Yelena smirked and summoned a sword from her dimensional storage. She then raised her sword and exclaimed in the highest, most noble tone possible, "For the glory of our world, for the glory of our world, yes, we will do whatever it takes to defend our homes. Damn those vampires, damn those Callus, marry me, Yelena." As soon as Yelena finished her speech, the crowd broke out in cheers. Wow, even I was genuinely impressed by her speech. Had I not known about the future of this world, I too would have gotten roused like the rest of the people attending this event, but that was not the case since I knew what story lay ahead of USA Broken Bar. I knew what was awaiting us. In the end, was nothing but a broken bar, a cruel fate. Inverted question mark. Wow, did you see Yelena speaking? Man, I think I fell in love with her. Ha, she's way out to your league, bro. After a very fervent and flaming speech from Yelena, the cadets were asked to head to their assigned classes. The cadets were already assigned classes prior to coming here by the academy via email. Global Military Academy wasn't just your run-of-the-mill schooling infrastructure, it was a freaking castle in the middle with 5 skyscrapers surrounding it. All the skyscrapers were numbered from 1 to 5. These skyscrapers were where our classes will be held starting today. The modern-styled castle in the middle of these 5 skyscrapers served as the cadet council and disciplinary committee's dorm and office. Furthermore, calling this campus huge would be an understatement. If I have to put the campus size in numbers, then it could easily be well over 40 square kilometers. Yes, as I said, big. You would need to take the campus buses to get from one end of the campus to another. It was that big. Well, that was nothing to be surprised about. After all, this campus was equipped with state-of-the-art cutting-edge technology to train and assist cadets in any way imaginable. Looking around, I saw cadets from both elite and commoner backgrounds alike walking their way to their assigned class buildings. The class I was assigned by email from the academy was 1A1. 1 meant the building, and A meant the floor, while the other 1 represented my classroom number. There were 23 floors in one building and each floor contained 20 classrooms. The strength of one classroom was roughly around 100 cadets, and out of all those classes, I was assigned to the same class as the main characters. Well, it was to be expected since Lucas was in the same class as them in the novel too. After internally sighing one too many times, I started heading to the center-right skyscraper where my class was located. A funny story, after entering Building 1 and walking for a bit, I lost my way. A broken bar. Arghh, my sense of direction is shitty even in another world, not to mention this building was so uselessly big. How do they expect a bunch of 18-year-old dumb kids to navigate their way through this maze of a skyscraper? Hey, did you find our class? Yeah, it's here. Honestly, I thought it would be trouble finding our class in such a big infrastructure. Now every floor is marked, and each floor has only 20 classrooms. Only an idiot would get lost here. Ha ha ha. The nerves on my forehead twitched as I heard some girls chatting in the background. Navigation is difficult for some people. No need to call them idiots. Sob sob. Are you lost, perhaps? As I was sulking over my shitty sense of direction, a melodic voice compared to that of an angel reached out to me. Turning my head toward its owner, I saw a short blue-haired girl meeting my gaze. She had a thin yet attractive figure and small face, the kind which would make any man want to protect her instinctively. That innocent aura, paired with her bright deep blue ocean eyes, made her even prettier. From her long ears, which were longer than Yelena's, I reckoned that she was a girl of a pure elven bloodline. Elves are undoubtedly beautiful. I am a broken bar. Yeah, I'm a bit lost. Stuttering, I replied with a face full of embarrassment. Ha ha, no problem, we can help. Before the blue-haired girl could finish up her sentence, a girl walked up to her with ferociously quick steps and put a hand on her shoulder only to cut her off. No need, he'll be fine on his own, she said, while glaring at me with what could only be described as a resentful glare. She was a black-haired beauty in her late teens with jewel-like forest green eyes. She was tall, around 5'9", with a curvaceous yet athletic figure. Even though her face currently had an angry look plastered on her face, the enchanting beauty it carried couldn't be suppressed. But, Amelia, he's lost Hester. As I said, he'll manage. Cutting her friend again, the black-haired girl dragged her away, but not before giving me one last angry stare. I see, so they were Arghh and Amelia Black, I noted as the girls walked away. Well, guess I should follow them. Yes, as you would have guessed from the uselessly long introduction, they were one of the main cast. They were the second and third girls in the protagonist's harem. TSK, the protagonist was really going around collecting girls like Pokemon in this novel. As for why Amelia was giving me the death stare, well, it was because 4 years ago, Lucas tried to forcefully get into her pants. Basically, an incident happened back in high school where Lucas blackmailed Amelia into getting her to sleep with him. Amelia tried to step up for herself and took this matter to school authorities, but Lucas, being the second heir of General Reynold Morningstar, the head of the ruling family of the Western continent, was untouchable. That was especially true since Amelia came from a low background. Her father was a small-time businessman. Her family couldn't afford to offend the prestigious Morningstar family. Lucas knew that, and he used that very fact to force himself on Amelia. He was only 14 when he pulled that shit. He was truly a disgusting man, I'm telling you all. Some of his thoughts and memories that I saw were so disturbing that I couldn't even begin to describe them. Lucas was the definition of a vile man with a pretty face. His only redeeming quality was that he once used to be somewhat of a nice person, but when he awakened his potential at 9, his personality flipped a complete 180 degrees, and all signs of his previous self vanished. Now one may argue that he only became this way because his family started neglecting him, but that still didn't justify his disgusting actions. I mean, he tried to up a girl, for fuck's sake. Anyway, before he could do anything to Amelia, her father directly confronted Lucas Morningstar and begged him to stop his son. It's not hard to imagine what transpired after that. Lucas' father stopped him and gave up all hope on him whatsoever while Amelia swore to make him pay one day. However, all that wasn't my concern. I mean, I was in Lucas' body, sure, but I didn't do anything. Besides, I knew what tricks Amelia would pull to get Lucas into trouble. By extension, I knew how to avoid them. Thinking that, I kept following the main girls until we reached our assigned class. I stood in the distance and let them go in first. I wanted to avoid Amelia Broken Bar, not because in the future she was going to make my life a living hell broken bar, but because I, for some reason, was feeling guilty. Why was I feeling guilty when I did nothing wrong? Even I didn't know the answer to that. Shaking my head, I walked up to the classroom door after the girls went inside and placed my hand on the door's handle. Never in my life did I feel so excited to open a classroom door. Phew! After collecting my breath, I twisted the doorknob in my hand and swirled the door open. As soon as I did that, a blow of cool air-conditioned air welcomed me. Stepping inside and closing the door behind me, I turned my gaze to look through the classroom. I saw descending rows piling upon rows of exquisitely arranged desks. I could almost taste the vibrancy of the cadets occupying these desks. The whole interior was neat and spotless, almost as if it was shining. Kids were chatting among themselves, friends were catching up with each other, and some diligent students readied themselves for the first day with their heads buried in the books. While in between, I also discovered a few students sneaking glances at me, not because I was dead drop handsome, which I totally was by the way, but because I was a disowned elite. I was sure they were marking me, since I only had a mid-level potential and no backing. I was an easy target. Acting like I didn't feel their piercing gazes on me, I walked up to an empty seat and sat down. No offense or anything, but can you sit somewhere else, Lucas? But as soon as I did that, I heard a bewitching feminine voice coming from my right. Turning my head toward the source of the voice, I saw a blonde girl sitting next to me with her arms crossed. She had an alluring triangular face and a near-perfect figure, that, coupled with her light pink eyes and silky smooth skin, was enough to convey that she was from a high background. A broken bar. I knew her. I instantly recognized who she was as soon as I laid my eyes on her. The novel description that I read about her helped, but I also knew this girl from the memories I inherited from Lucas. Her name was Grace Goddill, and she was one of the reasons why the duel between Lucas and Nero happened. You see, Lucas liked Grace. I mean, Lucas practically liked every girl with a beautiful face, but he was ready to fall to any extent to have Grace in his bed. I watched his memories, so I knew that Lucas had an intense obsession with Grace. Grace, who knew Lucas was so foolishly lusting for her, used him on many occasions in the novel. Lucas, stop gawking at me and go sit somewhere else. Sigh. She was a bitch, a psychotic, power-hungry, manipulative bitch. She was a vile person, even when compared to Lucas' standards. In the web novel there was a whole arc dedicated to her, showing her true colors. On the surface, she acted like a refined young lady befitting her family's prestigious name, but on the inside, she was a jealous bitch who was ready to do just about anything to get whatever she wanted. In this case, she wanted the protagonist for herself. No, she didn't want him for his looks or anything. No, it wasn't a case of love. either. The reason she wanted the protagonist for herself was due to the monstrous talent he possessed. Simply put, she wanted to use him to further her own influence and rise to power. So, after assessing his talents and the value he could provide to her, she started seducing him, or at least she tried to, but failed miserably every time. During the span of the story, her desire for the protagonist got so strong that she started using any means necessary to get him. There was this time when she even drugged his meal and tried to bed him, and in one chapter, she even tries to kill the female lead in order to clear her path of having him for herself. I mean, now that I think about it, she was pretty stupid for doing that. Did she really expect him to come to her after she tried to kill the woman he loved the most, the lion, the witch, and the utter stupidity of this bitch? It was not until her last moments did she have a change of heart and gave her life to save Anastasia, the female lead, from a vampire attack. It showed that she was not a bad person at heart. She was capable of change. Her personality was just the result of her upbringing. "Did you not hear me?" I said. Grace opened her mouth and was about to ask me to move again, but before she could finish, I got myself up from the seat I was sitting on and occupied another vacant seat by the window, a broken bar, and then I started acting like an emo anime character. Why am I meeting all the main girls today? I thought in my mind as I sneakily stole a few glances at Grace. Goddamn, she was beautiful. Why do evil girls always have the prettiest face? Now before any of you start ranting about how I, a mentally grown-ass man, was lusting over a teenage girl, let me clarify something real quick. She was 18, a broken bar. What? You thought I would say I wasn't lusting over her? Why yeah, that too, I wasn't. Just as I was indulging in my thoughts, the door of the classroom opened once again, this time with a loud slam, slammer exclamation mark. The one who opened the door was, just as I had thought, the female lead. She was wearing the girls' cadet uniform, which was a black mini-skirt, thigh-high socks, a black shirt, and a black blazer with golden edges with red inner lining. Her black hair, which she had tied into a ponytail, was running down her waist as she panted like a cat out of breath. Her jade-like smooth skin was enough to turn heads her way, but when paired with her fetching face, she was nothing short of angelic. However, her most distinct feature was that pair of crystal-like golden eyes. They literally looked like a pair of jewels. It was mentioned in the web novel that she could see the flow of mana with those eyes of hers, but it was later revealed that she was capable of much more than just that. A big powerhouse is what she was in the novel. Although she never became one of the top 16 in the academy, she went on to become a section commander-ranked soldier in the United Military by the start of the 6th volume. If not for her, the central government would have suffered a major loss at the hands of vampires at the end of the 5th volume. "Sir, what happened? Are you okay?" Amelia asked in a voice full of worry while running up to Anastasia. Oh yes, Amelia and Anastasia knew each other prior to the start of the plot, since they both were commoners, and they came to the city on the same train sitting next to each other. They bonded quite easily. In the future, this duo will be known as the Mad Dogs of the United Military. "Oh no, I'm fine, I just thought I was late for the class," Anastasia replied with a flushed face while still panting like a cat. Cute, she was really cute. I could see why almost every boy was crazy about her in the novel. "Why Tilda, we still have half an hour before the class starts, PFFT, Amelia said, while barely holding back her giggle. "What, really? I got up late in the morning, so I thought I was late." Panicked and embarrassed, Anastasia tried to defend herself. "I couldn't help but faintly smile at the scene unfolding before my eyes. I knew these characters. I knew their fate, I knew their past, and I knew what would happen to them in the future. Even though I wouldn't say I liked the novel and had some problems with the story, I've been with these characters on their journey. I couldn't describe the emotions I felt when I saw the scene from the web novel playing out in front of me. It was a strange feeling, to say the least. These were the moments they were the happiest, unaware of the truth about this world, unaware of what's to come, After letting out a short sigh, I put my head down on the desk and decided to take a quick nap before the class starts. I tried taking a nap, but I couldn't since the murmur in the class was just too loud. The noisy atmosphere of the classroom kind of reminded me of my time in high school and college. A broken bar to think that I'd have to go through all that again. No, in fact, this time it'll be harder since I'll have to participate in army training before I get appointed in the United Military. And after that, I'll have to fight in wars. A broken bar. Sigh. Survival in this world will prove to be challenging, but for some reason, I was too calm for someone in my situation. I mean, I died, and when I opened my eyes, I was in another world. I transmigrated. Something that only happens in fiction happened to me. I'll have to go through army training now. I'll also have to fight and survive not one but two extinction-level wars in the future. Yet, for some reason, despite all that was about to happen, I was so unusually calm. It was almost as if I had done this kind of thing 1,000 times already. To be honest, if I look back at my life, I can't recall one instance when I lost my cool, a broken bar, except for when I was held up at gunpoint. Only in my last moments when my life was in danger did I ever panic. It made me wonder, was there something wrong with me, or was it that my mental strength was too high? Since the status screen doesn't tell us about mental strength, I had no way of knowing. Anyway, because I couldn't sleep and I had no friends to talk to because of my title of a disowned heir of a ruling family, I just watched people coming in and out of the classroom door. The class was about to start in a few minutes, and all the named characters had already arrived by now, except for the protagonist, of course. Why? Because he's the main character. They always arrive late. TSK. Anyway, I swept my gaze across the classroom and saw all the big characters from the first volume present here. A few lanes away from me was Ella Bright, sitting haughtily on her chair as if she owned this academy. Well, that wasn't so far from the truth, as her father had a seat on the council of the global city. She was playing with her auburn red hair with a bored expression on her face. In the meantime, she was sneaking a few glances at the boy beside her. The boy beside her was a half-elf boy with emerald hair and soft violet eyes. Being a half-elf, he was naturally pretty handsome. In fact, his fair skin and small face made him look more like a girl than a boy, earning him the attention of many maidens sitting around him. Of course, he still couldn't be compared to me in terms of looks, but he was decent looking. I guess a broken bar. His name was William Snoth, the future war hero and pride of elves, and in his arms was his mana beast cat pet, Rue. Rue was a black-furred cat capable of casting shadow magic. Although elves dislike shadow magic due to their natural affinity with light, William took a liking to this certain black cat. A few seats behind him was sitting a brown-haired youth. His sapphire-like azure eyes were fixated on the book in his hands. He was not as good-looking as William and certainly not as handsome as me, yet he was still fairly attractive for being a half-dwarf. His name was Elijah Steelforged. He was another one of the future war heroes and the savior of the dwarven race. He was a diligent student who was reading a book on mana beasts' anatomy even on the first day of the academy. A few seats in front of him was a human boy with long golden black hair tied into a bun. He was tall and had a well-built body with an angry resting look on his face. He was Chase Woods. He was the reason the protagonist survived a major incident in Volume 3. Although he had a massive ego and a vulgar mouth, he was part of the good guys because he had a kind and forgiving heart. Oh, and Chase was the protagonist's love rival since he liked Anastasia too. Unfortunately, his kind and forgiving heart resulted in his death in the First War. Slammer! Shaking me out of my thoughts was the loud slamming noise of the main door. I expected the newcomer to be an extra, so I didn't even bother shifting my gaze to look who it was. However, at the next moment, I was forced to look at the door when the entire class, which was as lively as a fish market earlier, suddenly fell silent. So I turned my neck to look at the person who had just entered, but when our eyes met, I froze. I knew who the boy that had just entered the classroom was. The most frightening part about him wasn't the dreadful aura that he was oozing off, nor was it his first-hand experience in battle. The most frightening part about him was that he could control the atmosphere of an entire room just by walking in. That's just how famous he was, a broken bar, and how dangerous. While other cadets in this room were trying to forge their own legends, this boy, no, this man already was a legend. He had raven black hair that matched his tan skin, and his eyes, a deep shade of olive, were capable of entrapping anyone in awe. He was wearing the top 16 cadet uniform. Despite being the first year and this being his first day, he was already in the top 16. It was a feat unheard of, but that's to be expected from him with his near-godlike talent in dark magic. That, coupled with the fact that he had already experienced a few minor wars while being on the front lines, made him a force to be reckoned with. He was wearing a white blazer with blue embroidery and, underneath it, a white shirt paired with royal blue pants. He also wore a blue armband, showing that he was already part of the disciplinary community, the pawns. This guy was a major antagonist of this story, Quinn Darkstar, an illegitimate son of Major Miles Darkstar and a war prodigy. After he finished glancing around the classroom, Quinn walked up to the back of the class and took a seat without muttering anything to anyone. The murmur in the class, which had previously died down, started again. This time though, everyone was talking about Quinn, because the world of Chronicles of the Legendary Heroes had vampires and aliens threatening Earth. One may think that the book would have clear villains. I mean, the villains in this story should be the vampires trying to take over the continent and the aliens trying to invade our planet for resources, right? Wrong. This story was about the new generation of heroes making their own legends. And how does a person become a hero? By enduring hardships. Only when a person emerges victorious through their hardships can they be called a hero. But life isn't always sunshine and roses. People don't always emerge victorious since, sometimes, they fall. What if a person fails to endure hardships? Then what'll emerge wouldn't be a hero, it would be a villain. You see, the novel gets a lot more complicated by the end of the 4th volume. This world was the one where power reigned supreme, and some people took some questionable paths to achieve that power. One such man was the Calamity Bringer, Quinn Darkstar. Quinn always had an underlying inferiority complex toward Nero, the protagonist. He thought he would be the strongest among his peers, but when he found that someone out there was stronger than him, he felt uneasy at first. During their years in the academy, Quinn and Nero's relationship developed into a heated, cutthroat rivalry. Both of them were equal in terms of overall combat potential. Nero was stronger, and Quinn was more experienced. But when Nero started catching up to Quinn in terms of experience, the latter began feeling inferior. That inferiority complex burst out during the climax of the 4th volume. In the 4th volume, after being utterly defeated by Nero in the War of Union, Quinn went off the deep end. He came in contact with one of the 7 abyssal vampires in hopes of acquiring the power that could grant him his revenge. Quinn had something that the vampires wanted. Thus, Quinn decided to trade. He would give vampires what they wanted while they would give him a powerful dark spell. After that, at the end of the 4th volume, both Nero and Quinn engaged in a fierce battle. Although Quinn didn't get his revenge, he still came pretty close to killing the protagonist by using his new dark spell that he got from the vampires. Fortunately or unfortunately, none of them died during that fight. Quinn survived with heavy injuries, while Nero lost an eye. Then at the start of the 5th volume, Quinn was manipulated by the vampires and was tricked into fully switching sides. The vampires offered him strength much greater than the spell they had given him earlier. Unrivaled power that could make him the strongest person ever to exist, and honestly, he could have become the strongest if the protagonist hadn't existed. He realized that even after siding with the vampires and obtaining that said unrivaled power, he was still not strong enough to defeat Nero. Quinn was still in second place. That realization broke Quinn once again. He went on a rampage and single-handedly waged war against the Union military. Countless soldiers and civilians were massacred during his rampage. Not even the strongest of the strongest were capable enough of stopping Quinn. Hence, Nero himself confronted him at the end of the 7th volume in order to stop him or kill him once and for all. A broken bar, but I don't know how it ended, since the volume concluded before their battle could end, and it was the last volume I read of this web novel. Looking at him through my peripheral vision, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, I was scared shitless. How can I not? This person will become a man who peels off people's skin for fun. While reading, you won't think much about it, but even sitting in the same room as this guy was scary. Shaking my head, I closed my eyes and rested my chin on the top of my hand. He isn't my problem. Nero will handle him when the time comes. I just need to not get beaten up to a pulp and survive the war arc. I thought out loud as if I was telling myself all that. Attention. A loud voice, comparable to that of a thunderstorm, woke me up from my thoughts right then. I looked at the podium where I heard the voice coming from and saw a violet-haired woman standing on top of the dais. Wait, a broken bar? When did she get inside? I was watching the door the whole time. With a confused frown, I looked around me and saw the stunned faces of other cadets. It seems like they didn't notice her either. Did she appear out of nowhere? No, I didn't appear out of nowhere. All of you are just pathetic. As if reading my mind, the woman spoke. Only 6 people noticed me, and I didn't even cast an illusion spell. Pathetic, all of you. Arghh, this bitch, who is she calling pathetic? I bet she's just an extra. I am the Witch of Soul Harvest, Liz Snyder. I'm an A superscript 1 immortal 1A superscript O ranked section commander of the Northern Defense Force, she said in an arrogant tone. Ahem. Or at least I was until I was suspended for acting out and neglecting some useless orders. With an embarrassed face, she continued to speak. Arghh, shit, she was not an extra, she was actually a major character. How did I forget her appearance description? Dark violet hair and fierce purple eyes, a voluptuous mademoiselle-like figure, and light brown skin, and not to mention how stealthily she walked into the classroom. No shit, she was the Liz Snyder. Liz Snyder was a superscript 1 immortal 1A superscript O ranked section commander who was tasked with keeping the North safe. She was a recurring character during the 1st to 3rd volumes and was later promoted to one of the main characters during the 7th volume. She wielded the dark, shadow element, and her signature spell was Soul Harvest. It was a spell that allowed her to extract the souls of dead people around her and use them to do a variety of tasks. That spell and her unique battle style that was built solely to abuse that spell earned her the nickname of the Witch of Soul Harvest. The whole room fell silent as she revealed her identity. She was kind of a celebrity, after all. For reference, there were only 93 A superscript 1 immortal A superscript O rankers in this world, according to the novel. And she was one of them. For most, getting up to A superscript 1 gold A superscript O rank was the limit. My own potential was A superscript 1 gold 3 A superscript O. Although I had a way in my mind to break that potential cap, for someone to naturally reach A superscript 1 immortal A superscript O rank was a big thing, and because I neglected orders, I'm being punished by being appointed as your head instructor. I'll also be teaching you all about battle strategies and controlling fire and shadow elements along with their variables. Don't make me regret wasting my time on insects like you all, she said while rolling her eyes as if she was already disappointed. Arghh, immortal ranked or not, she was a bitch. I even hated her in the novels. I mean, I hated most of the characters, but I hated her the most for her bitchy personality. A broken bar. Although looking at her now, she was nothing short of a hot MILF or broken bar. Ahem. No, I must stay focused. I know you all were excited for your first day, so most of you didn't get any sleep last night, so let's keep it short today, yeah? In fact, we'll not do much for the next 5 days, so get to know each other in that time. Today, I'll simply take attendance and then let you all select your main weapon, Liz said, while getting behind the podium. Oh, and I'll also hand you your rankings today. Oh, maybe she wasn't a bitch after all. She was worried about us and our sleep. Perhaps she was a softie deep inside. Actually, I wanted us to do something more today, but it looks like you all are in pretty pathetic states, and I don't want to kill you all on your first day. Never mind, she's a bitch through and through, I muttered under my breath while shaking my head. Idiaresis inverted question mark I Shalaudermilk, present, Academy rank 135,780, come and collect your ID card. Taking notice of the call, the girl, whose name was yelled, got up from her seat and walked up to the podium. There, Liz passed her a 3-inch flat metal cube. With a bitter expression on her face, the girl walked back to her seat. She was probably worried about her unusually low rank, but unbeknownst to her, the rankings at the start of the year didn't mean much, since as I've explained before, most of the cadets submitted incorrect data about themselves. After the first monthly exam that will take place next month, the rankings will start to fluctuate like crazy. Not to mention, her rank wasn't even that bad. With that, Liz resumed taking attendance. Can't take a hint. Present, Academy rank 122,212, come and collect your ID card. After a short pause, she yelled again, Tim Hawking, here, Academy rank 128,936, come and collect your ID card. Liz continued, Tyler Erickson, present, Academy rank 129,097, come and get your ID card. The students kept coming as Liz kept calling out names and Academy ranks. Grace Godill, yes, Academy rank 012268, come and get your ID card. As soon as Liz disclosed Grace's rank, murmuring broke out among the cadets. This was the first 5-digit rank since the start of the attendance, but they weren't aware that the upcoming rank announcements would shake them even more. After all, the rest of the main characters were about to be called out too. Amelia Black, present ma'am, Academy rank 09468, come and get your ID card. Again, murmurs broke out amongst the cadets after a 4-digit rank was announced. Liz, on the other hand, didn't look too impressed. That was because she didn't believe in rankings as she knew they were unreliable as of right now. However, what she didn't know was that Amelia's and all the other main characters' rankings were authentic, because not a single main character tried to fiddle with their rankings by submitting false stats. Elijah Steele forged, Academy rank 09467, get your ID card here. Yes, Chase Wood, Academy rank 07989, come and get your ID card. Coming, Anastasia Baygod, Academy rank 07231, come and get your ID card here. Okay, a broken bar. After a full 10 minutes, most of the students were finally done with their attendance. Lucas Morningstar, Academy rank a broken bar 116,969. Get your ID card here. Huh? Did she pause before announcing my rank? Why, because I have 2 69s in my rank? I looked around and saw a few kids giggling among themselves after hearing my rank. It wasn't even that funny. TSK, damn these extras. ... Coming. I quickly got up from my desk and tramped over to the podium to collect my identification card. Liz, who was busy scrolling through the tablet in her hand, which contained the names and ranks of the cadets inside, absent-mindedly handed me a flat metal cube like everyone else. Quinn Darkstar, Academy rank 00018, get you a broken bar. Grabbing it, I turned around and left for my seat while Liz called out another name. On my way back, I pressed on the flat metal cube and a black translucent screen with white font popped out from it. User ID, Lucas Morningstar, face image, Academy ranking, 116,969 138,000 rank, Iron 2 potential, Gold 3 class, 1A1 merit points, 0 It was a holographic ID card. Once again I felt genuinely impressed by this world's technological advancements. Thudor! Right when I was lost in my thoughts, my shoulder bumped into someone, but to me, it felt like I had crashed into a steel wall. Watch where you are going. I was about to give a piece of my mind to the person who bumped into me until I peeked a glimpse at who it was. It was Quinn. Seeing him glaring down at me with his icy cold olive eyes sent a shiver down my spine. What? He scowled back at me. Nothing, good sir. With an amicable smile that could put even the best of corrupt politicians to shame, I replied, please don't mind me, TSK. For some reason, he clicked his tongue and walked past me. Phew! I, on the other hand, just felt like I had escaped death, so with a relieved sigh, I went back to my seat. Look guys, don't get me wrong, I wasn't scared of him or anything, I just didn't think it was good to mess with a major antagonist right now. Yes, I was avoiding him for the sake of the plot. I was totally not scared of him. Got it? I was not scared of him. Anyway, as you might have guessed, classes weren't divided based on the academy rankings. Cadets were divided evenly but not equally so that the weaker ones didn't get left behind. Basically, higher rankers and low rankers were paired together, while middle rankers were paired with other middle rankers. In short, the average of one class should be equivalent to any other class when compared. However, this was not the case, as rankings will fluctuate a lot in the future. Some classes will come out on top of others. Overcoming this difference in ranks will be our hero's first hardship. Slama! At that very moment, the door of the classroom was slammed open, making everyone shift their attention to it. I already knew who it was, but I still looked. Am I late? The one who said that was a black-haired boy, the perpetrator who slammed the door open. He had a chiseled face and dark brown eyes. He was neither slim nor too ripped. Lean-built would be the perfect description for him. Yes, he was the protagonist of this story and the person whom this world revolves around. He was Nero Dikrov, the illegitimate son of a member of the central government. He stood still on the door saddle, not daring to barge in without permission. What do you think? Replied Liz with a question from behind the podium while eyeing the black-haired boy. Arghh! Maybe I'm a little late, Nero said while scratching the back of his head. No, you are 15 minutes late, Liz corrected while tilting her head with an "Are you serious?" expression on her face. So, can I come in? No, you are expelled. Oh, come on, master, it's because of the task you gave me that I got here late. Fighting a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beast shouldn't be that hard, my ass, master, I almost died, twice. Yes, Nero Dikrov and Liz Snyder had a master-student relationship. When Nero's father, Mayor Blaze Dick of Helvidia City and a member of the central government, killed his mother, who was his concubine, Nero ran away from home. On that day, he swore that he would kill his father for what he had done, but there was a teeny-tiny problem. You see, Mayor Blaze was one of the most powerful people living on this planet. No, he was not strong, but he was one of the 12 members of the central government, the supreme legislative body of this world. That means he was an important person for the survival of this world, so you can't just kill someone as valuable as him even if you are perfectly capable of doing so. That was one of the most strictly enforced laws in this world, but Nero couldn't just accept that. He couldn't bring himself to forsake his oath of revenge, even if his father was one of the most influential people on the planet, even if he was protected by something as fickle as law. He could only quench his thirst for revenge with the blood of the man who murdered his mother, and Liz saw that thirst as an opportunity to create a perfect protege to her legacy, so she took him under her wing. And by doing so, she also created a monster whose only drive was to get stronger. But unlike most, Nero didn't take his thirst for power to the dark side. No, he managed to preserve the kindness in his heart. Even after all the things that happened to him, he didn't give up on people and turned heartless. If anything, he became even kinder. Master Tilda, please let me in. It took you 78 minutes to kill a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beast. Unacceptable. However, I must say the sight in front of me was quite a fuss. Everyone in the classroom had their jaws dropped as soon as they heard that a boy killed a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beast all by himself in just a little over 1 hour. Remember I told you all about mana beasts. They are basically evolved animals who adapted to the changes in the world and started welding mana. Now, these beasts aren't really a threat until they are low level on is a ranking anywhere from a superscript 1 iron 1 a superscript O to a superscript 1 bronze 3 a superscript O. However, a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beasts possess a great threat since they aren't just wild animals anymore after reaching that rank. They are now predators, and killing a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beast alone within a little over an hour is an inhumane task. So why was Liz yelling at him? Not many in this room could do that. Even Quinn can't kill a superscript 1 silver a superscript O ranked mana beast alone under 2 hours mark. Yet, some no-name boy did that? Looking over at Quinn, I could see a conflicted look plastered on his face. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, more like he was refusing to believe what he was hearing. I promise I'll improve. Please let me in, Master. You are making a fuss. No, you are making a fuss. No you. No you. Oh God, I couldn't help but facepalm in disappointment at the immaturity of the argument. They both were fighting like a bunch of 9-year-olds. No. Even 9-year-olds can initiate a better argument than this. Maybe this was the reason I started hating this web novel. Such immature writing. TSK, Miss Liz. At that point, someone finally decided to speak up and stop them. Need I say who it was? Only one boy in this room had the audacity to raise his voice in front of the Witch of Soul Harvest. Yes, it was Quinn. The whole class fell silent and everyone, including Nero and Liz, looked at Quinn, who was standing up on his spot. After confirming that everyone's attention was on him, Quinn opened his mouth to speak again. Let's just finish the attendance, yeah? We have yet to choose our main weapons. Liz's face stiffened up. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't. Go take a seat, we'll talk about this later, she barked at Nero, who was still standing outside the door. Yes, ma'am. Following Liz's instructions, Nero closed the door behind him and walked into the classroom before taking a front row seat. Arghh, frontbenchers, always hated them arriving in front of a huge chamber on the ground floor. Liz turned to us cadets and spoke loudly, ensuring her voice reached every ear present here. This chamber functions as a vault, and inside this vault is every weapon imaginable. The cadets couldn't help but gasp in marvel at that statement. Claiming to have every weapon imaginable in one room is a little unbelievable. Every weapon imaginable? Just how big of a room is it? I, too, didn't believe it. Since this scene in the novel was never shown, I didn't know what happened in the weapon selection. However, my question was soon answered when Liz started knocking on the door consecutively. Knock and knock and knock. After the third consecutive knock, the door started opening all by itself like it was automatic, and I swear to God my eyes came out of my sockets when the inside of the chamber was revealed. How is it that big? Why is it so big? Everyone was stunned, and although their questions were misleading a broken bar, they were indeed right. Why was this place so big? How can a single room be so big? From an outsider's point of view, it looked like every other room situated on this unusually big floor with nothing special about it, but after peeking inside it, one would consider checking in with an eye doctor. This room was not just huge, it was massive. Its proportions from the outside and inside weren't matching. It was almost as if this room existed in a hyperspace. At that moment, Liz spoke up again. "Come inside," she said, while walking into the vault. "Stop gawking at it like some country bumpkins. It's just a room. Everyone bitterly followed Liz inside after her last statement. She was surely a bitch. I couldn't help but look around as soon as I stepped inside. I knew I was inside a fantasy novel where magic existed, but this was breaking the laws of physics. This room alone was as big as the whole floor it was situated on, and in front of us were hundreds of weapons kept on display. But I am still trying to grasp how it could be possible for every weapon known to man to be present in this location. While I recognize that this place is large and has a significant number of weapons, I find it hard to believe that every kind of weapon could be here. See these things? What shook me out of my daze was a captivating voice. It was Liz. She was pointing at some inscriptions on the walls. Those ancient-looking inscriptions looked like they were carved into the wall, and for some reason, they were glowing in a faint blue hue. These are spatial runes, capable of altering the very fabric of space within an enclosed area, Liz explained. That makes sense. Runes. Of course, in this world, there are two ways to use mana: use it as a pure energy source to power machines, or use it for what it's meant to be used for, magic. Now there are several ways to use magic. Using magic is essentially asking the universe to grant you your wish. If you wish to create fire, you must converse with the universe and ask it to grant you the power to create fire. There are many ways to converse with the universe: drawings, writings, speech, hand signs, etc. The process of conversing with the universe is called casting spell. However, you need to have two things in order to get your wish fulfilled by the universe. 1. You need to have enough mana to cast your spell. Say, if you wish to create a fire hot enough to melt tungsten, you must fuel your spell with just the right amount of mana. If you don't have that amount of mana, then your spell will fall short. If you oversupply mana into your spell, then it will be hard to control. The second thing you need for casting spells is affinity. If you wish to create fire, you must have an affinity for the fire element. If you have an affinity for water and you wish to create fire, you will only fail. Drawing is another method of casting spells. These drawings are called runes. Runes are like one-time usable batteries. You create them, imbue them with mana and let them do their work. They would disappear when the mana inside them would exhaust, although only elves know how to create them, and they claim it's something they can't teach since it's memories passed down to them by their ancestors. Furthermore, it takes a lot of mana to draw even one normal rune, let alone a rune capable of altering space, and this room was filled with such spatial runes. It makes one wonder how much effort and workforce it must have taken to make such a wonder possible. Stop daydreaming, you insects. Hurry and choose your main weapon, Liz yelled and shook everyone out of their awe. Stand in front of your desired weapon, and I'll take them out of the display for you, she continued. You won't be able to change your main weapon till the biannual exam, so choose wisely. If there's anything you can't find, tell me, and I'll take it out from the dimensional rings present here, she said while pointing at several recessed shelves present on the walls. I nodded my head in understanding. There were several recessed shelves on the walls. On those shelves were placed dimensional rings. Dimensional rings are spatial storage devices. They have a pocket dimension within them which allows users to deposit and equip any inanimate object. Nothing too out of the box. Every other fantasy novel has storage devices like that. It helps with the flow of the story. So she wasn't lying after all. I thought out loud to myself, maybe this room does contain every weapon in the world. Thinking that, I began pondering over what to choose as my main weapon. It was an important decision, after all. I can't just choose anything on a whim. A main weapon is exactly what it sounds like. The weapon that cadets will choose now will determine the weapon art they will be studying during their time in the academy. Daggers, spears, and sabers, also known as the Holy Trinity of weapons, were popular choices among most cadets. However, that doesn't mean there weren't other choices to choose from. There were shields, halberds, bows, gauntlets, guns, maces, etc. Wait, a broken bar shields? Why were shields here? Who would be stupid enough to choose a shield as their main weapon? Wait, can a shield even be considered a weapon? And I swear to God, if any of you say something like, "Oh, that superhero uses a shield," or "Shield hero uses a shield," I'll kill myself. Just because you are getting these weapons for free and they aren't relics or runic weapons doesn't mean they are cheap. Each weapon here costs around 10 million credits. Liz said something in the background, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I knew these weapons were expensive. Oh, by the way, a superscript 1 credits a superscript O are the currency of this world, since the world's continents were merged into one, and now several other races live on Earth besides humans. Many changes have occurred during the last few centuries. There is now only one government of the central government. Every member of the central government is irreplaceable, and there are no elections, meaning one's position in the central government is hereditary. Furthermore, there is now only one digital currency acceptable throughout the world, which is a superscript 1 credits a superscript O or a superscript 1 car superscript O for short. For reference, 10 million credits would roughly be around $1.26,125. Yes, each weapon here was a gold mine. However, it seemed like only commoners present here were thinking like me. Cadets belonging to elite households didn't think much of it since they were used to using weapons much more expensive than these. TSK, rich peeps. Nero walked up to a long sword and stood in front of it. Yes, the main protagonist had a talent for swords. Cleach a tilde diaresis. Anyway, Quinn was standing in front of a pair of daggers. Quinn was more of an assassin than a head-on fighter. However, his fighting prowess was nothing to scoff at, and when combined with his usage of shadow magic, Quinn was a force to be reckoned with. Yes, another character with shadow magic who uses daggers. A broken bar real original. Anastasia walked up to a bow, and behind her followed Amelia. They both were archers. Ella chose a rapier as her weapon. She still had an uninterested look on her face. Was she always this lethargic in the novel too? William and Elijah were standing in front of a spear and a war hammer, respectively, while Asta was standing in front of a huge mace, which was at least twice her size. One would wonder, how was she even going to use that with her skinny arms? Chase, on the other hand, chose a pair of shield gauntlets, and Grace opted for a halberd. And while this was going on, I was just standing there clueless about what to pick. Yes, I had yet to decide on a weapon to pick. Yes, I know I had 14 days of time to think stuff like this, but I wasted them on eating and sleeping a broken bar. I was tempted to pick a spear since I knew basic spearmanship from Lucas Memories. However, I wasn't very comfortable with close or mid-range combat. Not yet, anyway. Thankfully, Lucas had learned basic archery too, so I knew how to handle a bow. My next best option, or rather my only remaining option, was now a bow. Finally deciding after a few minutes or standing still like a statue, I walked up to a recurve bow and stood in front of it patiently, but soon after, a question shot across my mind, and I raised my hand. Yes. Seeing me raising my hand, Liz gestured to me to voice my question. You said every weapon that we can think of is here, right? I asked. Not in those words, but yes. So, can I pick a nuclear warhead as my main weapon? A broken bar. Do you think this is a joke? No. I see. Let me rephrase. Every weapon that you can think of and can use in a battle is here. I wanted to retort that nuclear warheads can be used in battle too, but I held back a broken bar. I couldn't help but notice a few cadets laughing at me. Even some main characters were also laughing. But I don't understand. What's there to laugh about? It was a genuine question. TSK, damn these people. Should I tell them that they all are merely some third-rate Cleach a tilde diaresis novel characters? HMPH. However, their laugh soon died down, and the whole weapon chamber fell silent as one of the cadets walked up to a weapon and stood in front of it. The weapon that he was standing in front of was a broken bar gun. If I ask you to think of a deadly weapon, you wouldn't think of a sword or a spear, you would think of a gun, because in the modern era, guns were unrivaled. However, the world I'm in now isn't in a modern era, it's in a magic-y era, a fantasy world, and in this world of magic, guns are pretty much useless unless you possess an exceptional talent for mana manipulation. Why? Because it takes a lot of control and proficiency over mana to imbue a bullet with it, unless it's a runic bullet, of course. Didn't understand? Let me explain. Swords have a large surface area, so one can easily coat a layer of mana over them to make them stronger, but a bullet is tiny. It would take a lot of effort to enhance just one bullet with mana, let alone a full magazine of them. If you apply too much mana on the bullet, it'll break. If you apply too little, it will be useless in the battle. It takes a lot of precision to coat a bullet with mana evenly. That's the reason why cadets don't usually go for guns as their main weapon, because most of them don't have that kind of mastery over mana manipulation. Yet, this boy was standing there in front of a pair of handguns like it was the most natural thing to do, and what's more, is that I don't remember a scene like this happening in the novel. I mean, weapon selection wasn't shown in the novel, but I'm pretty sure no character chose guns in the story. A broken bar. 38 cadets chose swords, 27 chose spears, 14 chose daggers, while 8 cadets chose clubs and maces, 6 chose bows, 2 chose gauntlets, 1 chose a scythe, 1 chose a shield, and the remaining 4 cadets chose battle hammers and axes evenly during the weapon selection. That was the line from the novel describing the weapons the cadets picked during the weapon selection. Although one maniac did choose a shield as the main weapon, no one chose a gun. So what's happening here? Why was some random character doing something that I don't remember happening in the web novel? Cadet Huge Ass, you want to pick handguns as your main weapon? Liz asked with a bit of hesitation. His name was Huge Ass? What kind of name is that? Who was he? I don't remember reading anything about a character named Huge Ass. Yes, I want these handguns, Hugh replied with a nod. Cadet Hugh, if you get left behind due to the weapon of your choosing, you can't hold the academy responsible for that. That's right. If a cadet were to choose a weapon they have no talent for, then the academy won't take any responsibility for that matter. You'll be thrown to the battlefield by the end of your 3rd academic year regardless of the fact that you have mastered your weapon or not. That was one of the reasons why they let cadets choose their main weapon all by themselves. Yes, I'm sure, I want these handguns, even after the warning from Liz, Hugh replied in assurance. Liz couldn't help but sigh before she gave her reply. Fine. Since instructors and professors aren't allowed to interfere in weapon selection, I won't say anything, she said before continuing. But know this, guns are totally useless against Callus. You may be able to kill lower vampires and a few mana beasts with guns as your main weapon, but that's about it, she uttered with a disappointed look. Liz was right. Dards are the people who can't use mana properly are given guns to train and fight with if they volunteer to enroll in a military academy, but if a cadet, who can use mana just fine, intentionally chooses a gun, then that cadet is no better than a dud. Liz took out the guns from the display and handed them over to Hugh. Hugh broken bar. No matter how hard I tried to remember, I couldn't recall that name from the novel. And it's not like I can forget since I have a near-perfect memory. Yes, I'm flexing. Anyway, back to the more important question. Who was he? An extra? But why did he choose a gun? And why was an incident this strange not mentioned in the web novel? It seemed like I wasn't the only one thinking about it. Handguns? Is that guy stupid? He could choose a crossbow, at least. Maybe he's really proficient in wielding mana. Or maybe he's just stupid. The whole room was filled with murmurs like those. Just like me, everyone was trying to understand that guy's logic. Shaking me out of my thoughts was the voice of Liz. She was standing in front of me with an irritated look. It looked like she had come to hand me the bow I picked. I casually stepped aside and made way for her. Liz took out the bow that I was standing in front of our broken bar and threw it at me. She threw a fucking bow at me. Ack. I managed to catch it before it could fall and looked at Liz dumbfoundedly, but she just ignored me and walked to the next cadet to hand them their chosen weapon. What's her problem? I muttered under my breath, but the next moment, I remembered my reputation. She must have done a background check on her class, and as it so happens to be, I was in the body of a sexual assaulter. I looked around and saw a few cadets slyly smiling at me. The one who was enjoying it the most was Amelia. TSK, why was I being targeted for the reputation that I didn't build anyway? Damn these third-rate novel characters. After the weapons selection was done, the cadets were asked to go to the main faculty office and collect smart bracelets from there. The Academy's smart bracelets functioned as portable storage devices like dimensional rings, so they were pretty expensive. In addition, they possessed several other notable features. These included the ability to function as a larger version of a smartwatch, and the capacity to project their screens in holographic form. They also came with a built-in artificial intelligence assistant. Yeah, super futuristic, right? Unfortunately, first-year cadets can't use the AI assistant until the end of the first semester, but I could still use their dimensional storage. To use it, you just need to fuel it with mana and it could suck any inanimate object in it. Pretty neat, aren't they? I just received one of these babies and was on my way to my new apartment. Yes, we were assigned our new homes in the inner districts too. Mine was luckily pretty close to the academy, around a 5-minute walk away. Lucas, brother. But on my way to my apartment building, I heard someone calling my name from behind. Turning back, I saw a chubby plain-looking boy around the same age as me walking toward my direction. I knew who he was. There was no mention of him in the novel, but I knew him from Lucas' memories. He was a fellow young master of a noble family that served the Morningstar house. He was also the childhood friend of Lucas, Jake Stark. What's up, bro? Which class are you assigned to? Asked Jake after walking up to me. 1A1. You? I asked. 1C8. Haha, so you are in the same class as that girl? Jake asked with an amused face. That girl? I acted dense. Yeah, your sweetheart, Grace Gordill, Jake said with a grin, obviously teasing me. I don't care about her anymore, I replied before walking away. However, it seemed like Jake had no intention of letting me walk away. He followed me behind with quick steps. Really? Why, does getting disowned enlighten you in some way? Ha ha ha. He chuckled loudly. This boy was clearly testing my patience. Yes, that's the kind of friend he was, the one who feeds off his friend's misery. How's Aunt Matilda? I asked while changing the topic. Mum? Yeah, heartbroken, but I guess she's fine. Why? Jake answered, clearly taken aback by my sudden interest. Oh, it's just a silly rumor, but I heard that your parents are getting a divorce because your father had an affair or something like that. A smile slowly crept up on my face as I said that. What? No, what a nonsense rumor. Jake tried to deny it, but his face told me the truth I needed to know. Thank God. I knew Uncle Jermaine could never do such a thing, right? I said. This time I had an amused look on my face. Surely he wouldn't jeopardize the Stark family's reputation. Why yes, of course. Broken bar. Jake couldn't help but avert his gaze from me. Then why such rumors? Remember the saying, where there's smoke there's fire. It was my turn to pick on him now. Dude, I said everything is fine. Jake snapped at me with a furious expression, seemingly unable to endure my accusations. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy. I slightly raised my hand before continuing. If it gets hard, you know where to find me. At that statement, Jake snapped again. I said there's nothing wrong with my parents' marriage. Dude, shut the fuck up. What kind of friend are you? He said before pushing me aside and storming off. The smile on my face only grew wider as I saw his fading figure. His back was trembling. I think he was crying. Poor kid. It must be really tough at home. He shouldn't have picked on me today with such weak mental resilience. After shaking my head, I started walking again, and in a few minutes, I arrived in front of my new apartment building. Without much thought, I walked inside and took an elevator to the 6th floor. The room I was assigned was 189, so I started searching for room number 189 as soon as I reached the 6th floor. After walking to the end of the floor, I found the room numbered 189. There was a fingerprint scanner located below the number plate which spelled my name, Lucas Morningstar. The room was already assigned to me, so my fingerprint must have already been uploaded to the lock system. I put my finger on the scanner, and after a short scan, the scanner beeped once. Beeper. With that beep, the door opened, but before I could step in, the door beside my apartment room opened up. It was my neighbor's. It's adequate to at least greet your neighbor if you see them, so I waited for the person living beside me to step out of the room. However, as soon as the person stepped out, I instantly wished that I shouldn't have waited to greet them. It was Gracie, a broken bar. She was here before me, and she was assigned the apartment next to me, a broken bar. I thought about ignoring her and going inside my apartment, and it's not like our relationship was friendly. I had no obligation to greet her, but since she was my neighbor and all, and we were going to spend a lot of time living next to each other, I decided to greet her nonetheless. "Hello, Grace," I said with the sweetest smile I could muster. "How are you?" A broken bar, but a bitch, on the other hand, just ignored me and walked away. What did I expect? Facepalming. I went inside my new apartment after successfully embarrassing myself. Come to think of it, is she going to the meeting of young elites right now? The plot is moving forward. The room assigned to me was quite big compared to the outer district apartment that Lucas rented. There was a bedroom, a balcony featuring the city's view, a bathroom, and an open kitchen connected to the living room. Not to mention this apartment came with all the furniture and TV too. This place was huge for just one person to live in. It kind of made me wonder if an ordinary cadet's place was this lavish. What treatment would the Trop 16 receive? Slouching back on my couch in the drawing room, I looked at the smart bracelet in my hand. Using mana is pretty simple. It's like breathing. I can voluntarily move the mana from my mana core, which was located in my abdomen. So slowly, I focused on my abdomen and started moving the mana from my mana core to my right hand. From my hand, I started imbuing mana into the smart bracelet that I wore on my wrist. The bracelet then glowed with a light azure blue hue, and a bow materialized in my right hand out of thin air. I was stunned, to say the least. The fact that I really was inside a fantasy world was getting clearer day by day. The bow in my hand felt heavy, not exactly like how I imagined it to be, and this was only a normal bow without any runes or enchantments. What would it feel like to shoot an arrow from this? I pondered while touching the bowstring. It was a normal recurve bow, yet when I tried to pull the string, I had to use a lot of strength, a lot more than I expected. Taka! A loud tack sound resounded in the room when I let go of the string. Amazing, a broken bar, I remarked. I had never used a bow in my previous life, but after inheriting Lucas' memories, I knew how to shoot an arrow at least. It just felt right when I held it in my hand, albeit, I'm not at the level of Anastasia or Amelia, as they both have worked all their life to master the art of archery, but I had a way in my mind to catch up to them. No, I won't be stealing another cheat item from the MC. Instead, I had something different in mind. Dinger! Shaking me out of my thoughts was the loud chimes of the doorbell. Someone was outside my apartment. Right after, an electronic, almost robotic voice came from the other side of the main door. Global Military Academy, Year 1 Batch 27, Academy Rank 116,969, Lucas Morningstar, take your parcel. It was the voice of a robot. That parcel must be the luggage that I left at the outer district apartment. since Lucas originally rented the apartment in the outer district only till February 29th, which was today. The landlord must be sending me my luggage. Throwing the bow on the couch, I opened the door and saw a 5 feet short humanoid robot holding a fairly big box. Taking the box from its mechanical hand, I stepped back inside the room and closed the door behind me. Putting the box on a table, I used my fingernail to cut the tape and opened the box. There were many things inside: clothes, daily necessities, instant food packets, etc. I also found a few diary journals. These were all the things I left behind when coming to the academy. I knew I'd get them later, so I didn't waste my time packing everything. Anyway, most of the things here were useless to me. The clothes were too flashy for my taste, and I'm not a big fan of instant food. I'm also not a fan of reading someone else's journals either. Besides, I already knew what was written inside those journals since I had Lucas' memories of writing them. The only thing worth my interest in this box was Lucas' collection of luxury watches. To think that I could wear these expensive watches to my heart's content. Anyhow, one by one, I emptied all the box's contents on the table. Nodding in satisfaction, I was about to get up and tidy up the place, but before I could do so, my eyes fell on a shiny-looking red object on the ground. It must have fallen when I was emptying the box. Thinking that, I picked up the object and started inspecting it with a frown on my face. It was a red feathered pen, a very expensive-looking red feathered pen, to be precise. Frowning deeper in confusion, I put it aside. I didn't remember seeing this in the luggage I had left behind. Maybe the landlord sent it by mistake? I flipped the whole box over the table to see if something else was sent by mistake, and just as I thought, there was indeed something else inside the box. Something fell on the table as soon as I flipped the box. It was a white envelope. Narrowing my eyes, I picked up the envelope to see what it was, but when I picked it up and read the words written on it, my eyes widened in shock. The words from Joe were written on the front of the envelope: broken bar, in a very expensive cafe, the kind of which only rich kids can afford to come in. 5 students were sitting in a group. They were waiting for the group's 6th member to arrive, but it looked like she was running late. Although they belonged to elite and high-class households, they were looking nothing short of delinquents right now, laughing loudly at even the smallest jokes, drinking alcohol, and smoking cigarettes in a public place. In the novel's first few arcs, they were basically the group of rich kids known as the young elites. A broken bar, yeah, no really, that's what they called themselves. So stupid. They were a group of cadets consisting of the heirs of big influential and noble families. Their head was Kai Wiseman, one of the future antagonists of the novel and a cadet of Class 1A2. Quinn was also present there, but he wasn't socializing in the least. He was busy digging his mouth into his burger while quietly observing these kids who called themselves future elites. Although Quinn was not officially recognized as an elite due to his illegitimate birth, he had a reputation for being a skilled fighter. In fact, his battle prowess and talent in magic were on par with Nero's, another elite who faced similar discrimination and rejection due to his illegitimate birth. In the northern continent's border, where Quinn had fought on the front lines against the lower-class vampires for the most part of his teenage life, they called him the Calamity Bringer. Quinn had a long history of fighting. Having been sent to the border to fight as a child, this was a common practice in the north, where he was from. Orphan children with exceptional abilities were often sent to the battlefield there. In this case, though, Quinn's own father sent him to the border, not because he was his illegitimate son and he wanted him to die or anything, but because Quinn was his experiment. You see, Major Miles Darkstar Quinn's father was an estranged practitioner of the spell of the dark element called A superscript 1 necromancer superscript O, but using A superscript 1 necromancer superscript O to bring the dead back to life and control them as puppets can negatively affect the mage's life, as if nature's way of trying to maintain its laws and preserve life. Due to this natural restriction, Major Miles could never use the full potential of the A superscript 1 necromancer superscripto spell. In fact, no one ever could. In an effort to overcome this limitation, he conducted a series of experiments on his own illegitimate son, Quinn. After that, at age 14 he sent him to the border for 4 years. For 4 years, Quinn assisted the soldiers in their missions there and sometimes even fought. As a result of his father's experiments and the challenging environment of the northern border, Quinn became a formidable force with exceptional control over the element of darkness, as demonstrated by his survival on the battlefield for all these years. Major Miles' experiment was therefore considered a success. He had, for the first time in history, created a perfect necromancer. Anyway, despite his extensive combat experience, Quinn was required to attend the academy, as it was mandatory by the law for anyone with the ability to wield mana to receive proper military training. To summarize, he was a famous figure, there were many articles written about him, and the media hailed him as a war prodigy. It won't take a genius to guess that Quinn had a bright future ahead of him in the military. So right now, Kai thought that making a connection with him would be good. As they say, the best time to make a connection with a successful person is when they are not successful. Ha ha ha, that's so true. A boy laughed out loud when Kai made a joke that wasn't even the least bit funny. Quinn only shook his head and continued eating his burger. In the next moment, their laughing and joking halted as soon as the cafe's door opened up, and a blonde girl stepped in. "You are late," Ella commented when she saw Grace walk into the cafe. "Yeah, I met a pest on my way here," said Grace nonchalantly before walking up to them and casually sitting beside Quinn. Quinn shifted a little to his left when his private space was invaded by the blonde girl, to which Grace just frowned. "A pest, huh?" Ella glanced at Grace with questioning eyes. She had known Grace for a few years now, so she knew there were only too many people Grace would call names like pests. Feeling her questioning gaze, Grace spoke up, "Lucas, that trash was assigned to the apartment next to me." "Ugh," Ella nodded with an arched eyebrow in understanding. "Lucas Morningstar, the one they call disgrace of the Morningstar family?" Kai, who had been drinking till now, placed the can of beer down and asked, "Yeah, that trash. Not only is he disowned now for molesting a commoner girl, but he also has no redeeming qualities to speak of far broken bar except for his looks. He is pretty hot, not going to lie," Grace admitted before turning towards Quinn, who was quietly eating. "Anyway, hello Quinn, I don't believe we have met yet. I'm Grace Gordill," she said. I know," Quinn curtly replied while putting away the burger that he had been eating for the last 10 minutes. Just how slow was his eating speed? "So, who is the strongest here?" asked Quinn as he eyed everyone. It was a strange question that left everyone speechless. That's not the kind of question you can expect beforehand, after all. But it looked like Kai had already anticipated a question like this from Quinn as he quickly answered. "I am," he declared. "I believe I am the strongest one here since I am a superscript 1 bronze to a superscripto." It looked like Ella wanted to retort, but her tear wasn't anywhere near a superscript 1 bronze to a superscripto, so she kept her silence. "I see," Quinn just nodded and continued eating again. After a short silence, Ella tried to strike up a conversation. "Who do you think is the strongest in our class?" "Grace?" Ella questioned Grace. "Well, if that boy, what was his name again?" Nero." "Yes, so if that new boy Nero really did kill a superscript 1 silver a superscripto ranked mana beast, then him, or else the strongest one would be Quinn," Grace answered while fiddling with her fingers. That was an honest answer, and even Quinn knew it too. If Nero really did kill a superscript 1 silver a superscripto ranked mana beast alone under an hour, then his battle prowess was leagues above Quinn's, although Quinn was sure that if he were to go all out, he would still be able to defeat Nero with his a superscript 1 necromancy a superscripto and a superscript 1 shadow pulsey superscripto spells. However, it still hurt his pride a little, but he didn't let it show on his face. "Yeah, true. And then there is that boy who chose handguns. I bet he was just trying to be different and ended up doing something foolish. Ha ha ha. Ella laughed after ridiculing a boy whose name she couldn't even recall. Wait, really? I thought it was just a rumor. Ha ha. Some idiot really did choose handguns. A bulky boy beside Kai laughed. What do you think about him, Kai? Me. I'm not interested in trash, Kai commented. I'm not very interested in long-ranged fighters in general, bullets or arrows against my fist. The result is clear. Quinn couldn't help but roll his eyes. The boy in front of him was clearly not very experienced in real-life battles and was just thinking about 1v1 strength. Quinn, who fights at extremely close range with his daggers, knew how helpful the covers provided by the snipers were. True, snipers can never climb to the top ranks, especially a gun user, Ella remarked with a scoff. Okay, I'm done, Quinn said as he got up from his spot and started leaving a broken bar without even paying for his meal. Wait, we were thinking about touring the city. Kai tried to stop him, but the black-haired boy just exited through the door without looking back. He couldn't endure spending another single second with those stupid teenagers. If they really are the next generations of elites, then the world is doomed, he said before getting on his hoverbike and trailing off in the distance. Idiosis inverted question mark clomper clomper clomper. Dull sounds of footsteps echoed throughout my apartment's living room as I continued to pace in circles around the center table. Placed on that center table was a red quill feather pen, and besides that pen was a white envelope. The words from Joe were written on the front of that envelope. Halting my anxious steps, I stared at the envelope with a puzzled gaze. What's going on, and what was in that envelope? I couldn't help but recall the face of that maniac author over and over again in my head as I kept staring at the envelope. The author who created the world I was in right now, or the author who killed me for the crime of criticizing his story? A gazillion of questions bombarded my mind, and I had no answers to them. TSK, clicking my tongue, I decided to give up on puzzling my head and opened the envelope. Staring at it wouldn't give me any answers. I sat on the edge of my couch and picked up the envelope. Removing the stamp, I opened it up and found a letter inside. The letter was folded. I put the envelope aside and unfolded the piece of paper in my hand. From the looks of it, it was a normal letter, so I started reading what was written in it. Dear Lucas, wait a broken bar, can I call you Lucas? Or should I still call you Noah? Ha, that was a trick question. I will call you Lucas regardless of what you want, he he. Anyway, after I forcefully made you transmigrate into this world, I reflected on my actions and realized that my anger was indeed a little unjustified. So, I thought about making it up to you, and what better way is there to make up than to give you a golden finger? You see, that red quill pen I sent you with this letter is your golden finger. If you hold that red feathered pen in your hand, you will be able to see the complete information of any desired object, including all its stats. But that's not it. With that pen in your possession, you can edit any desired object's stats. For example, if you get a gold rank sword, you can edit its rank and change it to platinum rank. Not only that, but you can also add modifications to an object too. For example, you can remodel a knife to become a sword. You can even turn a normal piece of paper into a rocket launcher. Exciting, right? I'm giving you the power to tamper with reality. But a broken bar, there's always a catch. You will need to gain special points in order to use the red pen. The points that I call edit points. The more edit point you have in your balance, the more freedom you'll have in editing or modifying an object. How can you gain these edit points, you may ask yourself? Simple really. You'll need to make the story interesting. How can you do that? By being involved in the story as much as possible, making significant changes to the story by altering the ending of story arcs, disrupting the plot, and adjusting the flow of the story according to what you see fit to basically create an interesting story. The more you do that, the more edit points you'll acquire. If you're still having a hard time following what I mean, then just touch the feathered pen and you'll understand everything. Oh, and one more thing. You won't be able to edit any living being's stats or only inanimate objects. This is my gift to make it up to you. I'm giving you the authority to edit a part of reality itself. From your best friend. With a blank face, I almost ripped the letter asunder when I read that last line. What best friend? You shot me to death. And what do you mean your outrage was a little unjustified? It was totally unjustified. I just wanted to drain the damn letter down the flush after reading things like that. However, I forced myself not to do anything irrational and calmed my mind. I read that letter a few more times but still confused as to what exactly the red pen was. Maybe it was partly because of my sleep deprivation. Yes, even in another world, my sleep schedule was still messed up, and now it was affecting my ability to process things. Arghh, fuck it. After letting out a frustrated sigh, I did exactly what was written in the letter. I picked up the pen. As soon as I did that, I heard a mechanical beep in my ears, and my own status screen appeared in front of me. Beep exclamation mark. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human strength 20 defense 8 speed 39 stamina 32 accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity 500 rank iron 2 potential gold 3 professions spearman LVL 1 archer LVL 1 techniques none affinity fire A lightning, light spells fireball AY diaresis low AY copyright, zap touch AY diaresis low AY copyright blessing mana burst possessions phoenix's embrace AY diaresis semi-divine AY copyright vertical bar unknown object looking at my pitiful stats again. I couldn't help but sigh, but in reality, my stats weren't that low, they were barely below the average. The only reason I was placed so low in the academy rankings was due to the lack of my martial arts studies. I was LVL 1 in both my professions, while most of the other cadets were at least LVL 2 by the novel's beginning. Looking back at it, I couldn't help but wonder, how is Lucas so stupid enough to challenge someone who was leagues above him in the novel? I was about to facepalm until I heard another high-pitched beep sound, and a red screen popped up in my vision. Beep exclamation mark. Editing the status window a broken bar editing the status window? What does that mean? My question was soon answered when in the next moment, once again, a red translucent screen appeared in my vision. Edit complete. Open the status window to see your gift. After reading the last line, I frowned a little before reluctantly calling out my status window. Status, I commanded, and instantly the familiar blue screen appeared in my sight. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human attack 20 defense 8 speed 39 stamina 32 accuracy 76 charm 439 intelligence 187 mana capacity 500 rank iron 2 potential gold 3 professions spearman LVL 1 archer LVL 1 techniques none affinity fire A lightning vertical bar light spells fireball AY diaresis low AY copyright, zap touch AY diaresis low AY copyright blessing mana burst possessions phoenix's embrace AY diaresis semi-divine AY copyright vertical bar editors Ben AY diaresis divine AY copyright edit points, 5, create an enjoyable story. The more you entertain him, the more points you'll get. Edit points a broken bar. Looking at the new section that was added to my status window, I uttered while touching my chin, I see, I got the gist of what was happening here. From the start, I knew my transmigration into this world wasn't a coincidence. How could it be? I had my doubts, but I thought I was just being paranoid. But now I know for sure a broken bar. Joe, the author who killed me, was not a normal person. For starters, as ridiculous as it may sound, after he killed me, I woke up inside his novel, the very same novel that I criticized as trash. Then there was also that nonsense he was spouting before killing me. If I remember correctly, he said something like, "Casting time reversal and parallel timeline rebirth will cost me more than half of my life essence. A broken bar." Does that mean he was some kind of god or something who was capable of creating worlds and making people reincarnate in them and stuff like that? No, ridiculous. That isn't possible, right? Besides, why would a god as powerful as that would decide to be an author? More importantly, why would a god bother themselves with the opinion of a mere mortal? But regardless of what I might think of this matter, the reality of the situation remained unchanged. I was undoubtedly in the world of Joe's novel, and he had sent me this letter. After all, the words from Joe were clearly written on the front of that envelope. For some reason, though, I was feeling angry and frustrated. A broken bar. I still had many questions, but I knew I wouldn't be getting the answers to them anytime soon. So instead of deciding to stand there like a maniac, I put my questions aside and thought about trying to perform what was written in that letter first. It was mentioned that I could edit an object's stats, but what does that mean? Scratching my chin, I looked around me to find something that could serve me as my test subject. However, while I was looking around, I noticed that all the objects around me had a red dot over them. Frowning, I narrowed my eyes and focused my gaze on the red dot over my couch. As soon as I focused my gaze on it, the dot grew bigger, and a red translucent screen opened up in my vision again. No, it wasn't my status screen. Instead, it was a screen displaying the status of my couch. Item, ordinary couch status, normal durability, 20 condition, excellent abilities, none rank, none edit, _. My eyes were wide open, and my heart slammed hard against my chest. I finally understood what this pen could do. Broken bar, amazing, diaresis inverted question mark Turinger exclamation mark, Turinger exclamation mark, Turinger exclamation mark. Rubbing my eyes, I woke up from my sweet slumber when the alarm ring fell in my ears. Sluggishly shutting it off, I got up from my bed, walked up to the closet and took out the bathrobe before entering the bathroom. Although the clock was displaying 6:20 a.m. right now, I was still feeling fresh despite it being so early in the morning. Perhaps it's because I was now adapted to this routine, or maybe it's because I didn't sleep at all. A broken bar. Yes, my sleep schedule is still messed up. Anyway, my morning routine is something like this. I wake up early in the morning or do not sleep through the night at all. Then I freshen up and do a little exercise. After that, I dress up and go to the academy. It was a repetitive routine but not a boring one, as I was enjoying my time in this fantasy world. To some extent, I could even say that I have accepted this world as my reality now. It's been 5 days since I got that envelope and the red quill pen. I racked my brain all over the place to find plausible answers to my questions, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't come to a logical conclusion. The only speculation I could come up with was that maybe, just maybe, Joe, the author who killed me, really was some kind of a god, so by extension, he was also the reason I was in this world in the first place. Maybe this served as my punishment for criticizing a god's work. But then the question is, if he was punishing me for belittling his story, then why in the world would he give me a cheat item? And why did he make me transmigrate as Lucas and not some other character who suffered more in the story? Don't get me wrong, Lucas suffered in the story a lot, but the saddest part about his life was that he got beaten up by the protagonist and was used by the vampires as their pawn. After those incidents, he was captured by the protagonist and his companions and was imprisoned by the central government for life under the charges of treason. But compared to many other characters, his life wasn't that sad. Even the prison cell he was given was a VIP cell. There were many other characters with a much worse fate than his. They suffered far greater tragedies than Lucas did throughout the story. If he wanted to make me suffer, then why not make me into those characters? I was not a religious person in my past life, so even coming to this conclusion and accepting the existence of a God made me abandon all my beliefs. And besides, why me? I mean, there were quite a few more editors excluding me who criticized his story, so why did he only kill me? Sire Broken Bar. So many questions but no answers at all. Arghh. If I could, I would just find Joe, grab his collar, and make him spit out all the answers I need. A Broken Bar. I mean, if I could, I would just find Joe and politely ask him to answer all my queries. Politely. After leaving the bathroom, I put on a bathrobe. My white hair was wet, so I used a towel to dry it. Standing in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but admire my own appearance once again. Yes, admiring my beauty has become a part of my daily routine now. This isn't what people call narcissism, is it? Tiny water droplets were dripping down my chest down to my slim yet shredded waist, almost making my body sparkle, and then my eyes went up to my face. Slicking back my drenched hair, I smirked. Mirror, mirror, who's the most beautiful in the world? Me tilde. A Broken Bar. Nope, that was cringe as hell, never doing that again. After admiring my face, which I thought looked as if it had been sculpted by the gods, I turned my gaze to look at the living room couch. As soon as my sight fell on it, a red translucent screen that I was very familiar with appeared in my field of vision. Item, couch status, modified ability, cloud cushion condition, good rank, none edit, active, a couch that provides a feeling of comfort and support, as if the user is sitting on clouds. Yes, I use the red feathered pen on this couch. I know, out of all the things I could have tested my pen on, I decided to go for a couch, but there's a reason, not a solid one, but still a valid reason. The reason was that I didn't know the capabilities of the red pen back then. I didn't know what it could do. Yes, there was an envelope and my modified status screen telling me its use, but how could I trust something at face value? So, I decided to play it safe. I decided to test the pen on the safest thing I had in this apartment. And what's safer than a couch, right? So I decided to test the pen and edit the living room couch. It took 1 edit point for the edit to finalize, since I was given 5 free edit points at the start. After this test, I only had 4 left. Anyway, now I knew what the pen could do. The red feathered pen can help me view the status of any object, and in that status screen, I will be given an edit column. Anything that I write in that column will become true as long as I have enough edit points. Let's look at that knife on the kitchen counter, for example. Item, ordinary kitchen knife status, unable to modify. 1,650 edit points are needed to complete the edit. Ability, none condition, rusting rank, none edit, discarded, become a nuclear warhead, A Broken Bar. Yeah, I tried to turn a knife into a nuclear warhead. Aren't I clever? Anyhow, as I explained, as long as I have enough points, anything I write in the edit column can become true. Because I didn't have enough points to turn an ordinary knife into a nuclear warhead, my edit was discarded. The word discarded will appear in front of the edits that can't be applied to an object. Besides that, this pen has many more functions. For example, I can also edit the property of an object. Yesterday I lit a paper on fire and used the pen to extinguish it. I basically stripped the fire of its heat property, and it extinguished itself. In short, I can redefine the properties of existing items as long as I have enough points with me. I can alter their physical features. I can also reshape and reconstruct them. I can customize their properties, upgrade their overall capabilities, and even transform them into an entirely different type of item. That is, as long as I have enough edit points. One more thing, the closer an object is to the edit that I desire to achieve, the fewer edit point I would have to spend. Let me clarify. For example, if I wish to turn a normal kitchen knife into a sword, it would cost 20 edit points, whereas if I wish to turn a pillow into a sword, it would cost me more than 50 edit points. Similarly, the shape and size of an object also affect the cost of the edit I want to achieve. For example, transforming a 5-inch big knife into a sword would cost me 20 edit points, whereas transforming a 3-inch knife would cost me more than 20 edit points. But even with all these limitations, this pen was seriously overpowered. Just imagine, I could create relics without being a blacksmith, I could make high-quality potions without being an alchemist, I could do anything, if I dare say so myself. This power was almost godlike, but for some reason, I was feeling frustrated more than feeling happy for reviving such an overpowered gift. I don't know why I felt so, but I did. Anyway, I won't talk about big brain stuff anymore. There'll be many opportunities for me to use this pen in the future. Oh, by the way, a new section named Edit Points was added to my status window the day I received this pen. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human, attack 20, defense 8, speed 39, stamina 32, accuracy 76, charm 439, intelligence 187, mana capacity 500, rank iron 2, potential gold 3, professions spearman LVL 1, archer LVL 1, techniques none, affinity fire A, lightning, light spells fireball AY, diaresis low AY, copyright zap touch AY, diaresis low AY, copyright blessing, mana burst, possessions phoenix's embrace AY, diaresis semi-divine AY, copyright vertical bar, edit pen AY, diaresis divine AY, copyright edit points 2 == I only have 2 edit points left. One edit requires at least 1 point or more, depending on the extent of the edit. The more bizarre the modification I want in an object, the more points I need to have. 1 point was used on the couch, and 2 points were used on the fire experiment I performed. But what made me worry was how to gain more points. I mean, the way to obtain more points was clearly written in the envelope that I received. I have to create an enjoyable enough story to entertain a broken bar him. It's a no-brainer that the him in question was Joe E., the very man who shot me, killed me, and then made me reincarnate in his world. Enjoyable story, huh? Is my entire existence nothing more than a source of entertainment for him? If this deity truly holds the power of God and is watching over me, judging every move I make and every story I weave, then am I merely a pawn in his grand game of pleasure? Will my fate be determined by the whims of an all-seeing deity whose sole purpose is to be entertained by my life? Yeah, maybe this was the reason I was feeling so bitter the past few days. The realization that someone was using me for his own sick enjoyment sent a wave of anger crashing over me. I bit my thumbnail and came to a stern conclusion. I was going to do exactly what he wanted me to do. Very well, I said through clenched jaws, my voice low and dangerous. I will craft a story so mesmerizing, so filled with twists and turns, that it will leave you on the edge of your seat. And when it's all said and done, when the last chapter is written, and the final page is turned, I'll make sure you pay for your crimes. My revenge will be swift and unyielding, a relentless pursuit that will leave you nowhere to hide. I was sitting in my regular spot, which was the seat beside the window. To pass the time, I was watching the students entering through the classroom door like usual. It's been 5 days since the academy started, and groups have already started forming among cadets. A broken bar friend group's a broken bar. I still don't have a single friend. Well, that's to be expected since I was in the body of an assaulter, and not to mention I was also a disowned son of a prestigious family. To add insult to the injury, I was not placed very high in the rankings either. In simple words, other kids belonging to major backgrounds and elite families didn't see me as worth their time. After all, I had neither political value nor individual strength to offer to them, while commoner kids also avoided me. most likely because of the rumors that I assaulted a girl back in high school. Although I preferred solitude, I was never truly alone during my school or college years. In fact, I seemed to attract people and was often surrounded by others even when I did not desire their company, and although, as I said, I was not too fond of it, I was also used to it, so being ignored and getting treated like I was nothing but air by my classmates was getting really annoying. Maybe deep down, I liked being the center of attention. Then again, at the risk of sounding contradictory, I was also enjoying the silence that I longed for in my previous life. Arghh, calling it my previous life still feels weird. Clapo! Clapo! As I sat in silence, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, a loud clapping sound interrupted my reverie. I turned towards the front of the classroom to see a guy standing up, clapping in an attempt to get everyone's attention. He scanned the entire class with his crimson red eyes, and after confirming that everyone's attention was on him, he spoke. "Everyone, now that we've spent some time with each other, shouldn't we officially introduce ourselves?" The guy who spoke was someone whom I had been cautious around since the incident of weapon selection. It was huge ass. Introductions? It's already been 5 days. Is there any need to do that now? Someone from the back voiced their opinion. Actually, everyone was thinking the same thing. It's been 5 days since the academy started, and during this time we have only engaged in light physical training and basic general knowledge classes. Groups have already begun to form and there is no need for introductions at this point yet. Hugh shook his head. I know it's not our first day, but we've all been busy settling in. Now that we're all feeling more comfortable, I think it's a good time for us to get to know each other better, so let's take some time to introduce ourselves and get to know each other a bit more. Actually, what he said was not wrong. Our main classes will begin starting today, so it's appropriate to consider today as our official first day, and from the looks of it, it seems that I wasn't the only one who thought that. Sure, let's do that. The one who said that was Nero Dicroft, the protagonist. He practically jumped from his seat with an excited look on his face. Sire, broken bar. To get excited over introductions, a broken bar. He really was a weird protagonist. Okay, I'm glad everyone is on board, so I'll go first, Hugh said with a sincere smile on his face. To be honest, I was more than a little curious about this boy's origins. Huge ass. No matter how much I try to remember, I couldn't seem to recall a single instance of this name being mentioned in the web novel. If I presume that he was nothing more than a side character in the web novel, that's why he wasn't mentioned. Then why is he actively taking part in the story now? During these past 5 days, I tried to investigate him to the best of my abilities, and by investigating him, I meant searching him up on social media. Broken bar. What? You can't expect me to go full-on Sherlock Holmes and investigate a stranger thoroughly when I myself am still trying to get accustomed to my new environment. So my name is Huge Ass. Before Hugh could even get past his name, a couple of giggles broke out in the classroom. PFTT. To be honest, even I was struggling to hold back my laugh. How could he say his name with a straight face? Haha, I know it's a funny name. Anyway, I'm 18 years old and I like to play video games. I am a sniper, and my preferred weapon is a handgun. I would like to get along with everyone. Thank you. After concluding his introduction with a short, respectful bow, Hugh sat back in his seat. Wow, his demeanor was sincere and he gave off a friendly vibe. I could see he will be popular in the future. However, that begs the question, why wasn't he mentioned in the novel? Besides, the information he gave about himself was very basic. I can't deduce any logical conclusion on his situation just from that. Okay, I will go next. Following him, Nero stood on his spot. From the looks of it, he was very eager to start his introduction. I'm Nero Dicroft. I'm 18 years old and I like to broken bar. I already knew all about his character, so by extension, I knew what he liked and disliked. Yet, I kept listening to him to check whether what he said would match the contents of the web novel or not. Yes, it did. After Nero, one by one, the rest of the cadets stood up and introduced themselves. I made a mental note of what every main character spoke in their introductions, as some of them mentioned stuff that wasn't originally told in the novel. The more I know about the main characters, the better it will be for me, even if it's a minute detail. I can't let anything escape. Just like that, a few minutes passed and almost everyone was done introducing themselves. The ones left were only Quinn and me. When everyone turned their gaze to Quinn, he respectfully declined to participate in this little class event. "Fuck off," he said. With that, everyone turned their gaze to me. Exhaling, I stood up and started my introduction. "My name is Lucas Morningstar. I'm 18 years old and I like to make unwanted sexual advances toward girls." Before I could finish, someone cut me off. I must admit, I had a feeling this would happen. A sly smile spread across my face as I faced the young man who interrupted me. He was just an extra, but judging by his gleaming golden hair and costly accoutrements adorning his well-nourished form, it was clear that he hailed from a life of opulence and luxury. So he was a rich kid. After noticing me staring at him, the boy shot me a scowl. What? Why are you looking at me? Do you have a problem with me? Yeah, broken bar. It's not just me. Everyone has a problem with you. But this time, before he could finish, I cut him off, because if you do have a problem with me, then I would have to kindly ask you to write it down on a piece of paper. Huh? Of course. He was confused by my reaction. My smile grew wider as I said, "Yes, I want you to write down the problem you have with me on a piece of paper. Then I want you to roll it nice and tight and put it in your pocket since you seem to have something already shoved up your ass." I think it took him a minute to process what I said, and as expected, when it hit him, the boy got up from his seat. His face was red with rage and nerves were twitching on his forehead. What did you say to me? Do you know who I am? I am Chris Wright, the youngest son of the prestigious Wright family. How dare a nobody like you talk back to me like that? I was right. He was a rich kid, but I was only half right. He was not an extra. He was Chris Wright, belonging to the Wright family, although he was not very active throughout the story. He was a recurring character with a haughty attitude that frequently caused minor annoyances for the protagonist and his allies, like the Morningstar family that controls the Western continent by serving under the central government as a ruling family. The Wright family controls the northern continent. The Wright family is also a military family, similar to the Morningstars. The heads of their family have often held high-ranking positions in the United Military. They are known as the Lions of the North for their role in the border wars against the vampires for all these years, but I could not give one fuck about all that, so, I shrugged. If you truly hail from a prestigious family, you should be aware of how to conduct yourself. Was it not you who interrupted me during my introduction? Chris was gritting his teeth in anger and appeared as if he was about to lash out at me, but at that moment, the door to the classroom opened. Looking over, we saw it was our head instructor, Liz, who had entered the classroom. Seeing that, Chris gave me an angry "I will kill you next time" look and quietly sat back in his seat. Only then did I realize that all the A's present in the classroom were focused on us. I made a fuss, sighing and massaging my eyebrows. I too slumped back in my seat. Get a grip, you are an adult, and these are kids, I told myself. Dinger! 7 editor credits have been rewarded. To my surprise, a red translucent screen popped up in my vision the next moment. The fuck? Acting out and making a fuss like a kid, a broken bar, that's what is deemed interesting? Wait, a broken bar? Right then, a thought hit me. I jerked my neck to the left and looked over at Chris Wright. He was sitting on his spot, clenching his fist while mumbling something to himself. His face was red due to the sheer amount of anger he was holding back. I see now, I've triggered a young master. Class, attention. A booming voice swept over the classroom and redirected everyone's attention by force to its owner. Behind a podium on the raised platform that was placed at the front end of the classroom stood Liz with her usual annoyed look plastered on her face. After making sure everyone was paying attention to her, she began speaking. Now that you have been at the academy for 5 days and have had a chance to become accustomed to your new surroundings, it is important to familiarize yourself with some rules. Although the academy has provided you with a list of rules via email, I would like to explain one of the rules in more detail. It is important to understand that, regardless of your background or any outside support you may have had, it will not matter at this academy. As she said that, Liz took a good look at every young lord and young lady present in this class. After a brief pause, she continued, money won't work here, so don't bother trying to show off your family's wealth to anyone in this city. But now, a question arises. If money doesn't work here, then how does this city's economy function? As you may already be aware, most of the city's population consists of cadets in training. As cadets, you will be expected to adhere to strict discipline. The reward and punishment system will be utilized to ensure that this discipline is maintained. At the end of each month, you will be awarded merit points based on your academic performance of that month. In addition, your academy rank will increase the total number of your merit points through the use of bonuses. The higher your rank, the greater the bonus applied to your merit points. In this city, you can purchase nearly anything with enough merit points. This includes both basic necessities and luxurious items. For the first month, everything in the city will be free. However, after the end of the month, you will need to earn merit and pay for everything you use. There are many ways to earn merit points, such as doing well in training drills or selling mana beast parts to the academy and many more. In contrast, there are only 2 ways of rising in academy ranks. The first is to perform well on semester end exams and in combat tournaments. The second is to challenge a student 1 rank higher than you to a duel. If you win the duel, you will advance in rank. This academy is designed to prepare you for service in the United Military by providing a competitive environment that helps you become stronger and more resilient. In times of war, physical strength and resilience can be crucial for survival. By training hard and striving to become as strong as possible, you can increase your chances of success in the military and in any challenges you may face. After causing the entire class to fall silent with anxiety, Liz nonchalantly continued speaking. That's all for the rules. Now let's get to the roll call. Right, I remember that the Academy City used merit points as its currency. Sigh, I don't know who came up with the idea to put thousands of young adult teens into one single city and completely strip them of their backgrounds and wealth, but I admire the sadism. I couldn't help but let a smile curl my lips, despite the weight of the grim future that loomed ahead. But at this moment, I allowed myself to revel in the excitement of what was to come. I knew that my time here would be filled with challenges, but I also knew that it would be a time I was going to enjoy, and so, I let the anticipation of what was to come wash over me, ready to embrace whatever came my way. Yeah, maybe I really am insane. The world of Chronicles of Legendary Heroes is filled with wars, deaths, and tragedies. After all, the world is currently facing 2 extinction-level threats, vampires on land and callous in space. Over the course of 7 centuries of warfare, the soldiers of the Union military have developed several strategies for fighting against them. But even still, throughout the span of the first half of the novel, there were numerous wars with uncountable casualties. However, not all wars were fought against vampires and callous. There were few instances when humans had to fight against elves, dwarves, and even fellow humans. Why, you may ask yourself? There were many reasons. First and foremost, vampires can compel other races and control their minds. They can make you fight against your own kind. The second reason is the power struggle. Yes, power struggle. Since the last few years have been relatively peaceful and the world isn't in any immediate unforeseen danger for now, the struggle for power has been presumed. People have started fighting themselves instead of the threats they should be focusing on. Yeah, I know, a foolish power-hungry bastards. Anyway, the third reason was even more foolish: the difference in races. Elves are too prideful, dwarves are too rude, and humans are the greediest of them all. So needless to say, a few conflicts were unavoidable, and one should be ready to fight at any given moment against anyone to maximize their chances of survival in this world. In simple words, my point is that a good cadet should be ready to face any kind of danger that's thrown at them. That's why, after Liz was done with our roll call, we were sent to the training field. Currently, we are going through a drill exercise called anti-personnel combat training, the first thing in the morning. Now, I personally don't have a problem with it, but it's exhausting to move my body in the morning since I'm not a morning person. Anyway, it's an hour-long class where cadets spar against each other with their preferred choice of weapons. It doesn't need to be the weapon they chose during the weapon selection, it could be anything. After all, a soldier should at least know how to get around using as many weapons as one can. They could use any martial arts as long as it's not lethal. They could also not use mana in their attacks. So for that, everyone was gathered in the concrete training field, and since it was technically our first day, we were using practice weapons. Practice weapons were made of wood and carbon fiber to make this class a little less painful for the cadets. Looking around, I could see the main characters paired up against other main characters for this training drill session. Nero, the male lead, was sparring against Chase. Elijah was barely holding his own against Quinn. Asta was valiantly going up against Anastasia, the female protagonist, and so on. Ah, what a brilliant sight, young cadets sparring against each other, bonding and enjoying themselves for a little while. What about me, you ask? Ha, funny story. I was paired up with Amelia. Yes, the girl Lucas tried to broken bar, you know. Ahem, breaking the suffocating silence with a dry cough that was filling the gap between Amelia and me, I let out a wry smile. So broken bar been a long time. What are you up to, Arghh? Swisher exclamation mark. Before I could spat some weird nonsense, an arrow brushed past my face. A red line formed under my right eye and a drop of blood coursed down my cheek. I couldn't even follow her movements. When did she shoot? And even if it was a practice arrow, it was ridiculously sharp. Was she aiming for my eye? TSK, I missed. The black-haired girl clicked her tongue in frustration. She was totally aiming for my eye. Flashing a smirk, I jerked my head, nothing left to do but face her head on. Instantly, I knocked an arrow on my bow and swisher exclamation mark. Ache, a broken bar, and before I could even draw the string, another arrow shot past me, barely leaving my eye intact. It was so unexpectedly fast that it startled me, and a girly shriek escaped my mouth. A broken bar. Do you want to take my eye out? I yelled, as she was enjoying watching me suffer. Amelia mockingly shrugged while feigning ignorance. Accidents can happen, she said. It's not an accident if it's intentional. I barked at her in a ridiculing tone, paying no mind to my wailing. Amelia knocked another arrow on her bow, drew the string, and quickly aimed at me. Widening my eyes, I drew back my bowstring too. Locking my target on her, I released the bowstring and shot my arrow at her. To counter, she too shot an arrow of her own at me. Damn, she was fast. Taka swisher exclamation mark. I tried to duck and dodge her arrow, but another cut appeared on my face. I was too late to react. No. Instead, she was too fast. Her precision was amazing, and despite being so fast to shoot, her aim was perfect. And if that wasn't enough, she was quick on her feet too. Despite us shooting at the same time, she easily managed to avoid my arrow by tilting her head. Sire broken bar. Even in the novel, Amelia was an amazing archer and a brilliant fighter. In one arc, she was poisoned by the vampires. Even when she was losing consciousness and all her senses were shutting down due to the effects of the poison, Amelia managed to hit all her targets and subdue her poisoners. Her talent in archery was only second to Anastasia, the female protagonist, and even that's because Anastasia had a cheat. Even now, She was intentionally aiming slightly below my eye, or else I would have ended up with only one eye by now. But even so, it doesn't matter how good she was or how much of a big shot she would go on to become in the future. I can't let her trample all over me. Even if her talent is second to only one in the whole world, I will not let her win. Thesis wisher! Ache. Arghh. Fine. She was now asking for it. Gritting my teeth, I started running in her direction. A sniper's weakness is close-range combat. That's why they carry a secondary weapon with them. However, since this was merely a practice session, no one bothered to grab a secondary weapon. Not me though. I was smart. I knew something like this could happen, so I grabbed a dagger and concealed it under my right-hand sleeve. Mwahaha, I will close in on her, take my dagger out and swish her! Throbo! Arghh! Before I could even close half the distance, an arrow collided with my leg. Although it didn't pierce through, it felt like I was hit by 10 paintballs at once on a single point in my leg. Did you bring a secondary weapon? Aren't you smart? Amelia shot a smirk, but it's all pointless if you can't close the distance on me to use it. Baring my teeth and enduring the pain in my right leg, I got up, throwing the bow to the side. I pulled out the dagger from under my sleeve. Fine, I'll play along. With a bored expression plastered on her face, Amelia shrugged and threw her bow aside too. As if I was no threat to her whatsoever, she started walking toward me. Oh, she shouldn't have done that. An archer allowing their opponent to close the distance is akin to them digging their own grave. A taunting grin formed on her face as she came face to face with me. Does she think she can beat me in close range? I admit Lucas wasn't the strongest or the toughest, but this guy was still elite, despite his slacking off most of the time. He was trained in various kinds of martial arts since childhood, so there was no way I would lose to an archer in close combat. And besides, I was up against a girl. The difference in our genders' evolutionary biology has already given me an edge over her. Thinking that my victory was already assured, I gripped my dagger hard in my right hand and swung it directly at her neck. If she were to duck, I would hit her in the face with a knee. If she were to block by hand, I would hit her with a kick to her open side. And if she grabbed my hand, I would twist her grip, pull her close, and clutch her in a submission lock. Yes, how do you like this, you arrogant bitch? This is my perfect victory! Huh? Thwacka! For a second, the whole world turned upside down and I saw my dead grandma looking down on me from heaven. Then the next second, everything turned black. When my vision returned, excruciating pain spread all over my body. Arghh! It seems like using my own momentum against me. Amelia managed to flip me over her shoulder. Phew, a broken bar! It was a blunder on my part. Arghh! Fuck! Crush! However, before I could get my pain-stricken body to get up and move, Amelia held my right hand and locked me into an armbar submission lock. Fuck! Over the shoulder flip followed up by an armbar. She was using jujitsu. An archer was using modern martial arts at close range. Fuck! I didn't think of this. There was no such thing mentioned in the novel since Amelia never had to display her close combat skills. Arghh! It felt like my arm was going to be ripped off, and knowing how much Amelia hated Lucas even in the novel, I had no doubts that she would actually break my arm if I let this drag on. No, I don't want that. Submit. While I was locked in an armbar submission lock, Amelia's cold voice fell into my ears. Submit? Was she asking me to tap out and admit defeat? Hell no. As if she had read my mind, Amelia bent her back and doubled the intensity of the armbar. Arghh! Tap out, you bastard. Arghh! Let go, you bitch. I was struggling for my dear life, but as if hell-bent on making me suffer, Amelia didn't let loose the grip on my arm. Fine, she wants to play it that way. Using my left hand, I grabbed one of her legs that was holding my right arm in place. Then I pulled her leg to my face and using all the strength I had in me, I bit her leg a broken bar. Hike, you What the hell? Let go, let go, let go, you pervert. She started squeaking. Now she was the one who was struggling for her dear life. She let go, pashed. You let go first. Gnashing on her leg, I shot back. My strange action had turned the surroundings silent. Was everyone watching us? But I had no time to think about it. For now, all my focus was on this leg. This leg, I will eat it off. I swear I will eat it off. This is a warning, Lucas. Let go, I said. Let go, you bastard. I will eat this leg piece today. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'll eat it down to the bone. Why you? Grabbing the bow she threw away earlier by reaching it with one of her hands, Amelia raised it up, intending to hit me with it. In my vision, I saw a wooden bow speeding toward my face. Ah fuck. Once again, I saw my dead grandma in the clouds. She was waving her hand at me from heaven. I have no recollection of what happened after that. Inverted question mark dinger exclamation mark. 7 editor points have been rewarded. A dull ache kept pounding in my skull as I walked through the corridors of the academy. Amelia, that bitch. I cursed the person responsible for my current state and began massaging my forehead in an attempt to alleviate the pain. She didn't even hold back. Ahahaha. Look, it's him. Aren't the Morningstars called Wolves of the West? Some wolf he is, getting owned by an archer girl in close combat. The way he was biting her leg, he looked more like a dog than a wolf. Ha 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 ha. As I made my way from the infirmary to my next class, I overheard some of my classmates laughing and mocking me. Well, I kind of expected it to happen anyway. TSK, damn these third-rate novel extras. To be honest, I can't blame them. I did lose pitifully. Still, these people who are making fun of me right now won't be able to hold their own against a main character of Amelia's caliber for more than a few seconds. So in that aspect, I did pretty well since I lasted for more than 5 minutes, right? Arghh, who am I kidding? It was bad. It was very, very bad. I think it's a cue for me to start building my strength immediately. I mean, I wouldn't have lost if I had been going all out by using my armor and edit pen, but still a broken bar. Even if I have a divine armor that has made me nigh invincible, that's all I have. This was merely a spar. However, in a real battle where I have to put my life on the line in order to survive, I would die if I had no offensive strength. After all, you can't win if you solely play on defense, and on a battlefield, if you don't win, you die. Putting my hand to my chin, I started thinking of ways to boost my strength. If I remember correctly, there may be a few ways that I can use to get stronger. Of course, it won't be an easy task, since I won't be stealing any cheat item unlike last time. I was going to struggle quite a bit. What will I do, you're wondering? I'll work hard. How do I plan to do that? Before I answer that, let me tell you this. Centuries ago, when mana started flowing in this world, people found quite a lot of ways to harness its power. The first was very simple. They used mana as a clean, unlimited energy source. The second way was even better. They used it to bend the laws of the mortal world and achieve supernatural phenomena, calling it magic. However, some people also discovered a third way to use mana. Mana, in theory, was a very similar energy to Qi of ancient martial arts of China. I mean, of course there were differences between the two, but mana could also be used to strengthen one's body like Qi in martial arts. Not only that, but if paired with martial techniques, one can achieve devastating results by using mana in the same manner as Qi. Thus, the arrival of mana brought one more thing along with it, the revival of ancient Chinese martial arts. Now, although the academy itself will provide martial techniques to cadets in the future, I won't be counting on them to make me very strong. I have my reasons. First, the technique they will allot me will at best be a low-grade LVL 2 technique. After all, they will provide level 5 at the highest level of techniques, only to their top cadets. Second, the first arc of the novel, the Class Wars arc, was about to start soon. At the near end of this first arc, the duel between Lucas and Nero will happen. It's already March 6th and the duel was supposed to happen on March 31st, and I don't think I can face Nero with some low-level weapon art. Hence, I needed strength to assure my safety in the coming days. Of course, I will be taking every safety measure from my side to avoid the duel as much as I can. As a wise man once said, a fight avoided is a fight won. I will not needlessly beat any girl as Lucas did in the novel. I will also not be acting out like a trashy young master. In fact, I will do everything opposite to what Lucas did in the novel. Yes, I will become the exact opposite character of Lucas in the novel. I will become generous, kind, cheerful, and forgiving until March 31st. However, even if I do all that, I still need to be prepared in case the duel does happen. Only a fool would not ready himself for the worst-case scenario. As the saying goes, a sailor is always prepared for a storm while setting sail in the ocean. Now, in this world, there are thousands of military academies, but only 2 of them are considered the best of the best: a Global Academy and Ethereal Academy. One may ask, why is that? Are their instructors war veterans? Do they provide the best equipment and state-of-the-art training facilities? Do the soldiers trained by them go on to become the finest on the battlefield? The answer is all of the above and more. Besides their good record and war veteran instructors, Global Academy and Ethereal Academy provide one more crucial thing. They teach their cadets not only to fight but also to survive. After all, as long as even one soldier is standing, the war won't be over. Anyway, since they teach their cadets how to survive, they also provide them alternatives for after their survival. Let me explain. According to the law passed by the central government, any individual who can use mana has to serve in the United Military for a mandatory time period of 4 years, but the majority of the people remain in the military even after serving their mandatory 4 years. Why? Because they are trained to become soldiers as soon as they turn 18-19 till they turn 21-22 in military academies, and after that, they are thrown into the battlefield for the next 4 years of their life. That's 7 years of their life gone. In short, most people who can use mana spend their whole youth being a soldier. They don't know how to do anything else but fight in wars and follow orders. But top-tier military academies like Global Academy and Ethereal Academy let their cadets dream of a normal life after their mandatory service time. They do that by making their cadets opt for an additional subject to study. That way, after their time in the military, they can create their own careers and lead normal lives. You can think of it as additional classes in college or something, and the variety of these additional subjects is huge. They range from simple cooking and baking classes to more complex ones like robotics and engineering lessons. Anything that can help cadets build their life after their time in the military is provided here at Global Academy. That's one of the reasons why every parent in the world wants their children to attend either of the top 2 academies. However, the world is a cruel place. To enroll in the Global Academy, one needs to either have exceptional talent or a rich family background. Since the enrollment fees alone are worth a whopping billion credits, not everyone can afford to enroll here, and the same goes for Ethereal Academy too. Well, that's to be expected since these academies need to maintain a pretty big fund to keep on functioning the way they function. That reminds me, even though Lucas is disowned by his family, the fees for his 3-year course in the Global Academy are already paid for in advance. Not only that, but I, on paper, can still carry the family name of Morningstar. Even though from my memories I could tell Reynold wasn't really fond of his son, I think he still couldn't bring himself to cut him off completely. Anyway, currently I was standing in front of my additional subject classroom. In the novel, Lucas opted for robotics. He was put in the same class as Nero, the protagonist. He once slashed off at one of his classmates there and Nero witnessed that scene. From there, Nero's impression of Lucas worsened, so I decided to change that. No, I won't try to change the impression Lucas left on him. Instead, I will completely avoid the protagonist like a scared little cat. So I decided to change the plot once again and chose a subject Lucas could have never even thought about choosing in the novel. I chose cooking. I know, it's not the most exciting class, but that's precisely why I opted for it. Since there were quite a few main characters in the novel, not all of them were deeply explored in the early chapters. As such, I don't know what everyone took as their additional subject except for a few handfuls of them, and that's why I decided to avoid taking any class that could bring me closer to the main cast of the novel. So what better class to attend than cooking to avoid the named characters? A bland and easy class where no drama can't ever happen. In other words, it's a class for total extras and side characters. Ha, aren't I a genius? Smiling thoughtlessly while appreciating my intellect, I grabbed the doorknob of the classroom door and twisted it open. Clicker! And entering the classroom, the first thing I saw was a crowd of around 120 first-year cadets filling the room. It was a joint lesson that combined two first-year classes, so there were bound to be many people present here. However, one face among the crowd of first-year cadets stood out like a sore thumb. Fuck, Amelia Black. It seems like I won't be able to run from here now. Dinger! 9 editor points have been rewarded. Dinger! 3 edit points have been rewarded. Did you choose this class purposefully? After my additional subject class ended, I was confronted by Amelia. As fate would have it, I chose the same class as her. Honestly, fate is such a prude little bitch. Anyway, currently, in an almost empty kitchen classroom, Amelia was standing right in front of me. Her silky raven black hair, which complemented her fair complexion, was tied into a bun while her emerald eyes, which appeared to have a shine of their own, were staring deep into my soul. With a dry cough, I suppressed my nervousness and answered, "What do you mean?" Narrowing her eyes, Amelia doubled the intensity of her gaze at my answer. From her look I could guess that she was clearly trying to hold her anger back. Oh, if only looks could kill. Just know this, I'm not the same weak girl as back then. If you try to pull anything, I will certainly bring you down, and this time, Morningstars won't be able to save you. Without bothering to even wait for my response, Amelia turned around and left through the door. Not the same weak girl, huh? No one knows it better than me. Amelia was one of the most developed characters till Volume 7. In her flashback arc, she was described as a shy, timid girl. She attended the same middle school as Lucas. When she was 14, he tried to force himself on her. Because Lucas belonged to the ruling family of the Western continent, there was no legal action taken against him. That event made Amelia realize how weak and powerless she really was in this world. It inflicted severe trauma on her for years to come. Even though she changed schools, that incident still haunted her in her dreams. There is no justice in this world unless we make it, she thought to herself. To overcome that trauma, Amelia pursued strength. After discovering her talent with the bow, she became more confident in herself. From a daughter of a small-time businessman, she went on to become the second greatest archer of all time. Prior to the events of the final war, she pushed back the army of 50,000 vampires alone for 7 whole minutes. The 7 minutes that she bought were later proven to be crucial for the reinforcements to arrive. Although she lost her life in the process, she made her name known to the whole world. Amelia Black, the girl who sought justice, was hailed as one of the greatest war heroes to have ever lived. So I know just how right she was when she said she isn't the same weak girl as back then anymore. However, she was still not strong enough. Even in the novel, if she'd been only a little bit stronger, she could have lived and helped during the final war. If that would have happened, thousands of more people could have survived the war. Whatever. The final war won't be happening anytime soon, so it's pointless for me to think about it right now. After letting out an exhausted sigh, I went and exited the kitchen classroom for my next class. Mana, as you all may know already, allows one to bend the laws of the universe and grant them the power to make the impossible happen. and it was time for the class. I had been waiting for this whole week. Starting today, cadets will be learning about mana theories. Yay, mana and magic are the base of most fantasy. Needless to say, I was more than excited to learn about it. Although most of the cadets present here already know what mana is and how to manipulate it to control elements, our instructor, Liz, still decided to go over the basics. Now, I know many of you present here have already learned a spell or two, so you all may know this, but can someone tell me what exactly manipulating mana can let you accomplish? A few hands raised when Liz asked that question, and without delay, she picked one of the cadets who raised their hand to answer. Manipulating mana lets us control elements of nature like fire, water, wind, and earth. It can also strengthen our body to inhumane levels and let us accomplish feats unheard of in the past. Wow, that was a perfect answer, but it looks like Liz had something more to add to it. True, but mana grants us much more than the ability to control elements. Aside from controlling the basic elements, you can control their variables. Now, who can tell me what variables are? Again, as soon as Liz shot a question, many hands were raised instantly. With a satisfactory smile, Liz again picked her own protégé, Nero, to answer. Each of the basic elements has a higher version of itself. These higher versions are called variables. One element can have more than one variable, and individuals with affinity to two or more elements can sometimes unlock a completely new variable. For example, the variable of fire is lightning, but the earth has two variables as metal and gravity. Also, if you mix earth element with fire, you'll create a new variable, magma. After concluding his answer, Nero slightly bowed and sat back in his seat. As expected, brilliantly answered, Liz commented. It was clear that she was showing favoritism towards Nero, but well, his answer was indeed beautifully summed up. Anyway, as I was saying, while mana grants us the ability to control elements of nature and their variables, we can control so much more than that. For example, people born with an affinity toward light can control light, and the same for the people born with an affinity for darkness. Both light and darkness are not related to nature. As such, both of these elements have so many unknown variables. For example, I use darkness to manipulate the souls of the dead. Some darkness users can even use necromancy, whereas some light element users can move at the speed of light, bend it, and use healing magic. At this point, half of the class was in awe. Although all of the things which Liz just said were widely known facts, it doesn't make these things any less amazing. Also, since affinities for light and darkness are rare, most of the cadets present here don't have it. As such, they will never be able to achieve the feats Liz was talking about. Oh, by the way, fun fact: Lucas was born with an affinity for light, but of course, the elements of light and darkness are hard to train as much as they are rare, so Lucas never once learned a light spell. Sigh. He was truly an example of wasted potential. Anyway, for now, let's end here with theories and start practicing some real magic. As soon as Liz spoke those words, the whole class started beaming with excitement. Now, those of you who have already learned some spells, come forward. Those who have yet to learn, remain seated. And just as we were instructed, a handful of cadets got up from their seats and walked down toward the podium where Liz was. Since Lucas had learned 2 basic spells before coming here, I too got up from my seat and started moving. After counting the number of the students who got up and came forward, Liz nodded. Okay, those who haven't yet learned any spells, I will personally give you all some basic spells according to your elemental affinity. Liz took out a few scrolls from her dimensional bracelet as she said that. After that, she started distributing those paper scrolls among the cadets who were still sitting. Most of the cadets who didn't get up were commoners. Even Amelia and Anastasia were sitting. It's no surprise since spells are filthy expensive. Only rich families could ever hope to afford them. As I've explained before, there are multiple ways to cast magic spells: drawing, hand signs, chanting, etc. Of course, One can't mimic a spell merely by reciting a chant they overheard or redrawing a rune they saw somewhere. No, to cast spells, one must not only know the meaning of those chants, drawings, or hand signs, but one must also know the particular way they have to move their mana in order to create a successful spell. Learn the spells written in these scrolls by next week. Since you all can already move mana within your bodies, spell casting won't be very difficult. The language written in these scrolls is High Elven. It's very similar to Latin and it's translated word by word in these scrolls for you all to grasp easily. After allotting spell scrolls to the rest of the class, Liz turned toward the ones who were standing. Now then, you all, since you all have already learned to cast spells, show me the best you can do. I couldn't help but sigh after hearing those words from Liz. However, the rest of the cadets standing beside me didn't react so calmly. They were confused. Show you? You mean hit you? From my left, someone asked. In reply, Liz nodded. Yes, hit me with your best spell one by one. Idiaris's inverted question mark. The classroom was spacious, with 10 rows of seats arranged in an ascending pattern. At the front of the room was a small stage, on which stood a podium. The distance between the stage and the rows of seats was quite large. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I'll say this again, the class was quite spacious, so there was no problem if cadets were to use basic magic spells inside the classroom. But our instructor, Liz Snyder, didn't just ask us to use spells. No, she asked us to hit her with spells. There were around 20 cadets standing with me, and everyone looked pretty baffled. It was clear that these poor souls had no idea what to do and how to respond to this absurd order. Should they really hit her with magic spells? What if something happens? Sure, Liz was strong. She was a section commander, which is like the second highest rank a soldier can achieve in the military, and an A superscript 1 immortal A superscript O ranked warrior. No way a bunch of kids with very little to no prior martial arts or magic education could injure her. But their worries were understandable. Offensive spells, even the most basic ones, are extremely lethal. To understand the logic, you can compare offensive spells to hot weapons of modern times like guns. If a person with a bulletproof vest comes up to you and asks you to shoot them, you wouldn't immediately agree to it, right? Exactly. Although everyone present here knew that they couldn't hurt Liz, they were still hesitant to follow her order. Of course, for every cadet who was hesitant or confused to act on Liz's orders, there were also some who weren't all that panicked. These people were the ones with first-hand battle experience. Nero and Quinn, both of them had already started to circulate mana in their body. For the record, I wasn't hesitating either. That's because I had 2 reasons. First, I was excited to use a magic spell. Although I had Lucas' memories of him learning and using magic during his childhood, I myself had yet to try it. Second, I knew how much of a monster Liz was. It would be a miracle if anyone in this city, cadets and instructors alike here, could even scratch her. Onavi, Winter, from my right, the first one to finish conjuring his spell was Quinn. Quinn had his right palm facing toward Liz. He had no expression on his face as he yelled out his chant in Elven tongue. I don't know the grade of the spell, but since Quinn had only had an affinity for darkness, it was bound to be a shadow-type spell, and in the next moment, I was proven right. Quinn's right hand was engulfed in pitch-black darkness, almost like it was shrouded in shadow. Exclamation mark. In an instant, the formless shadow transformed into a pitch-black snake and lunged at Liz, with its gaping maw and intent to devour Liz. The shadow snakes bore its dark fangs at her. Of course, Liz wasn't just standing there waiting to be attacked, though. She channeled mana into her right index finger and raised her hand in preparation. In the next second, Liz made a quick downward swipe with her finger through the air, swoosh or one slash. With just one slash of her index finger, Liz was able to dispel the shadow snake before it could even reach her. TSK, Quinn clicked his tongue in frustration. Although he had expected this, and this wasn't the strongest spell in his arsenal, To think someone would dispel his shadow magic without any effort. Clapper clapper wah. As expected of Master while Quinn was grumping, Nero started applauding. No, he wasn't impressed by his master's performance or anything. Rather, he knew she was just trying to act cool, so he interrupted her performance to irritate her. You brat. With eyebrows twitching in annoyance, Liz gritted her teeth. I've told you not to call me that during academy hours. Now, come forth. Sure, I'll keep that in mind. A broken bar. Master Tilda. While continuing to irritate her further, Nero stepped forward and started speaking in High Elven, Ulvae Tormentorum. At the same time, using his right hand to mimic a handgun, Nero pointed his index and middle fingers at Liz. From all around his surroundings, particles of light started to cluster at the tip of Nero's handgun. The whole class brightened up. It looked like Nero had created a mini-sun at the tip of his fingers. The cluster of blinding light was about to break and shoot at Liz. Wiener broken bar, swoosh or exclamation mark. With a quick, panicked swipe of her finger, Liz dispelled Nero's magic. She had a look of disbelief on her face when she yelled, "When did you learn this, huh?" Confused, Nero looked at Liz like he was looking at a mad woman. Weren't you the one who asked me to learn this spell? It was true. A few months ago, prior to Nero's enrollment in Global Academy, Nero asked his master, Liz, to provide him with some high-grade spells. Liz, of course, avoided that request, but Nero kept pushing it. In the end, Liz handed Nero a mid-grade light elemental spell and asked him to master it. Light element, much like dark element, is a tricky one. On top of that, Nero, who was on a superscript 1 silver 1 superscript O rank, could only dream of mastering a light elemental mid-grade spell. Unfortunately for Liz, Nero was the protagonist of this world. Achieving something impossible was his normal Tuesday routine. In the span of 2 months, Nero managed to master a mid-grade light elemental spell and left his master puzzly broken bar once again. Face-palming, Liz didn't even know how to act in this situation. Shaking her head, she said, "Fine, go back to the line. Next cadet, step forward." "Huh, what do you mean by fine? You should say something like, good job, dear handsome disciple. I'm lucky to have you as my protege." At Nero's response, a nerve quivered on Liz's forehead, but the latter managed to calm her temper down quickly. With a dead scary smile, Liz said, "Do you not love your life anymore, dear handsome disciple? Want me to end it for you?" A chill ran down Nero's spine. He quickly straightened his back and yelled before getting back in line, "No mom, sorry mom." Everyone was just as confused as the person beside them. No one knew how to react to this. Should they be more surprised at the fact that a mere 18-year-old cadet mastered a mid-grade light elemental spell, or at the fact that Liz easily dispelled a mid-grade spell with one finger? Dispelling a magic spell is very simple in theory but very hard when applied practically. To dismiss a magic spell cast by someone else, you need to overwhelm the area they have cast their magic spell on with your own magic power or mana. Sounds simple, right? However, simple doesn't mean easy. There are 2 restrictions to dispelling a magic spell. First, you need to overwhelm the area with your mana where the opponent has cast their magic on. To do this, you must keep a few things in mind. You need to predict the exact location the spell is being cast on by your opponent. It would be best if you had a bigger mana pool than your opponent, because dispelling takes a lot more mana than spell casting. If your opponent has cast a spell of opposite elemental affinity to yours, you'll need to overwhelm them with 60 times more mana they had used. Meaning, if your affinity is with fire and someone has cast a water spell, you'll need to use 60 times more mana than they have used in order to cancel whatever spell they've cast. You'll also need to be wary of the area of dominance. Area of dominance refers to the area where a mage has absolute control over mana. Everyone who can manipulate mana has an area of dominance around their own body, because no one can control mana inside someone else's body. It's a natural law, As a result, no one can cast a spell inside someone else's body because that area is under the complete control of the person it belongs to. Only they can manipulate the mana in their own body. Additionally, the closer a spell is being cast to someone's area of dominance, the less control others have over that area. So, if I cast a spell close to my body, it would be really difficult for someone else to dispel it because it's close to my area of dominance. By training, it's possible to expand one's area of dominance and create a domain where only they can cast spells. However, doing this is very, very challenging. The second thing to keep in mind is, it is advised to cancel someone's magic spell before it is fully materialized. For example, if I cast an earth bullet spell, dispelling it after the earth bullet has been created would be nearly impossible since mana has already taken a physical shape. Yet, Liz managed to do both of those things. She nullified a magic spell that was opposite of her affinity. She has an affinity towards darkness, and she also cancelled 2 spells after they materialized. Truly, she's the very definition of defying common sense. A few minutes passed since Liz asked us to show her our best spells. One by one, cadets stepped forward and displayed their magical abilities. Since most of them were young lords or young ladies of prestigious families, their spells were impressive, to say the least. In the web novel, this wasn't an event that dragged on for too long. It was over in a paragraph. I remember reading Liz asking cadets to show her their spells and Nero surprising everyone with his mid-grade light elemental spell. That was it. It was barely a 2-3 lines long scene, but now, when I was experiencing it, the scene that was supposed to end in 2-3 lines was taking much longer to play out. Things like these couldn't help but make me wonder, is this life real? Is this world real? It's not some elaborate, high-end illusion, right? I have spent over a few weeks in this world but I still couldn't believe that I was inside a novel. Most of the things that will happen, most of the things that have happened, and most of the things that are happening, I know them all. I know these characters and their feelings, I know their fate and I know their future. I know them better than they know themselves, and because I know all this, I know this world is destined for doom. The irony is, precisely because I know all this, I am the only one who can change the course of the story and correct the mistakes before they can even happen. A broken bar. But although I do say that, there are also many things about this world that I don't know. Like how this story would end. For example, all I know from reading till volume 7 is that most of the world will be destroyed in the next few years, so I doubt this story was supposed to have a happy ending. Aside from that, there are still many things that I have no idea about, like a broken bar. Why is there a character that the novel didn't mention? I turned my gaze to the right and glanced at the cadets patiently sitting in their seats. They were the bunch who had not learned any spells yet. That indicated that they all belonged to common families. While sweeping my glance across them, my eyes stopped at one particular face. It was a handsomely chiseled face of a boy with dark hair and pretty scarlet eyes. That boy was peculiar in more ways than one. Huge Ass, a character that was not mentioned in the novel, yet he was actively taking part in the class. He was a huge mystery to me. A big question mark, an unexpected variable, but at least one thing was clear, he's sitting, that means he's from a common family. In the world of Chronicles of Legendary Heroes, the world is owned and run by the central government. Even the Union military has to answer to the central government. There are 12 seats in the central government, but logically speaking, 12 people alone cannot run the whole world, can they? To deal with that, the central government bestowed governmental titles to 4 families, so essentially giving them the authority to rule over certain parts of the world. These titles are inherited within families and passed down through generations. The families who hold these titles are known as ruling houses. It is worth noting that new ruling houses can only be established if a current ruling house is completely wiped out or removed from power by the central government. The 4 families with governmental titles are, the Morningstar House, which oversees the Western continent, the Right House that rules the Northern continent, the Nettoive House that governs the Southern continent, and the Vermeer House that supervises the Eastern continent. These are the 4 ruling houses of the world. They all possess authority only secondary to the central government. These ruling houses have many vassal families that serve under them. Those vassal families are also called noble families. Aside from these few elite families, all other people are called commoners, and their families are called common families. It's a chain command system that is very similar to aristocracy, but it doesn't have any major flaws. Not to mention, this kind of command system is highly efficient in a time of planetary-level war like the one we are in right now. Of course, it doesn't give people much freedom like democracy, but as someone said, freedom and youth are the first victims of war. Lucas Morningstar, stop daydreaming and step forward at once. Shaking me out of my thoughts was an enraged shout. It was Liz. She was yelling at me for some reason. I looked at her cluelessly and said, "Yes, can't you hear me calling for you?" She yelled back at me. You called? Yes, you're the last one remaining. Come forward and display your spell. Broken by looking around, I found I was indeed the last one remaining. Without much delay, I nodded and stepped forward. I was a little nervous. I haven't used a single magic spell till now. I had tried moving mana from my body, but that was all. I knew what to do and how to use magic spells from Lucas' memories, but I had yet to execute my knowledge into practicality. Shaking my head, I cleared away my nervousness. I had nothing to worry about. If something goes wrong, then Liz will handle it. After intently nodding my head once, I closed my eyes. I took several long deep breaths and focused on my abdomen region, precisely around my solar plexus. Soon I felt a warm feeling surging out, almost as if it was replying to my call. I guided that feeling to my right hand before raising it up and pointing my open palm at Liz. In my mind, I imagined a ball of fire forming in front of my open palm. As I did so, mana started pouring out of my hand. According to my memories, this was the right time to chant and cast the spell. In a low voice, I quickly muttered, "Ignis Gratium," and almost as if waiting for that cue, a sphere of blazing red and orange fire quickly lit up before my palm. I opened my eyes and willed the fireball to shoot at my target, the dark violet-haired instructor in front of me, with all my might. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Sure enough, the sphere of fire heeded my command and shot at Liz with breakneck speed. Thwash exclamation mark. In response, Liz quickly raised her arm up high and struck it down as if she was doing a karate chop and broke my fireball in half, diminishing the flames that I had created with ease. "That's it?" She looked at me and asked. "Huh?" Confused, I cocked my head a little to the side. Was she mocking me? Never mind. She shook her head. "Your mana control is good. It's a shame you decided to waste all that talent." Thanks. So she wasn't mocking me? I'll take that as praise. Go back to your seats, all of you. After an awkward exchange of words, Liz asked us to get back to our seats with a gesture of her hand. After everyone settled down, she started explaining. "Well, there are 2 things I would like to address. First, starting next week, we'll apply the magic theories we're going to learn in this class to combat training class. So till then, I want all of you to familiarize yourself with magic casting fully. Practice the spells I gave you today. Second, after this class, you all will be assigned into groups of 5 via text messages that you'll receive on your smart bracelets. Wait a broken bar. Fuck. This is the thing I was forgetting. The group you'll be put into will be your unit, and you'll perform group drill exercises together. Once assigned, you'll be part of this unit until graduation. You'll be awarded merit points based on your synergy and comradeship with other members of your group, so get to know each other. Also, those of you who can use magic spells will have to help the members of your group who can't. Remember, this will affect the merit points you'll get. Don't think you can trick us because our AI will be monitoring you all through your smart bracelets all the time. That's all. Class dismissed. Arghh. Why does fate love to play such twisted jokes on me? Why does God hate me so much? What did I ever do to you, God? I knew who the people in my unit were going to be, and I was not a bit happy about it. I mean, I decided to avoid interacting with the main characters when I came here. How am I supposed to do that now? Dinger exclamation mark. Right when I was in the middle of cursing the universe, the smart bracelet on my wrist rang as a notification popped up on it. Touching the screen, I opened the text message. As I did so, tears formed around the corner of my eyes. I don't know when, but one day I'll kill the author of this story a broken bar and I'll enjoy it. Cadet Lucas Morningstar, rank 116,969, has been assigned to be part of Class 1A1's 18th unit. The other members of your unit will be A Sense rank 122,212, can't take a hint. A Sense rank 00025, Nero Decroft. A Sense rank 007231, Anastasia Bigod. A Sense rank 09468, Amelia Black. Remember, it is essential to maintain positive relationships with your team members, as in a combat scenario. The trust and support of your comrades will be equally important to your survival as your own skills and equipment. Arghh. Lying on my bed, I couldn't help but let out a frustrated groan after scrolling through the text message again and again. Each time, I expected the written contents of the text message to change, but it didn't happen. No matter how many times I may scroll through it, it was the same. I was assigned to be in Unit 18. Just like in the novel. Well, it's on me. I forgot about this and did nothing to change the outcome. I was too focused on staying away from the protagonist and stealing a cheat item. Arghh. Just fuck me sideways. In the novel, Unit 18 of Class 1A1 consisted of 3 main characters, 1 side character, and the first minor villain of the novel. This unit played a huge role in moving the plot forward. Members of a unit must not only work together during training but also cooperate with each other during events in order to showcase their teamwork. This cooperation ultimately affects the number of merit points they will receive at the end of the month. In short, in order to preserve their individual gains, the cadets were forced to cooperate together for mutual benefits. Please, kill me already. I put a hand over my face and let out a lazy groan while rolling all over my bed. In the novel, the role of Unit 18 was to develop the relationship between the 3 main characters and ruin their impression of Lucas even further. That, in turn, infuriated Nero, the protagonist, even more during his duel with Lucas, causing him to go out of his way to humiliate the disowned noble boy. Dinger exclamation mark. Right. When I was in the midst of wailing like a spoiled child who found out Santa wasn't real, a notification sound rang in my smart bracelet. Frowning, I scrolled down the notification bar and saw it was from the Academy's messaging app. Without thinking much, I clicked on it but instantly regretted my decision. From the screen of my smart bracelet, a holographic chat window projected out in front of me. == AY diarist rank 00025 Nero Decroft created Unit 18 group chat on March 5, 2723 AY copyright AY diarist you were added AY copyright, Nero Decroft is typing a broken bar, Amelia Black. I told you not to add him, can't take a hint, he did I'll read your broken bar, Anastasia Bigod. How do you use emojis again? I almost threw away my smart bracelet as soon as I accidentally opened up the group chat. It seems like not only was I added last, but from the looks of it, I wasn't wanted there to begin with. The smart bracelet provided by the Academy can function as a communication device. If you want, you could request the contact information of your peers from the faculty by providing them with a good enough reason. And I guess being in the same unit together was a good enough reason for Nero to obtain my contact information. And judging from the circumstantial pieces of evidence, after Nero acquired my contact information, He added me to the group chat that he created before Amelia could persuade him not to do that. Letting out an exasperated sigh, I started scrolling through the text messages, lurking silently. Anastasia Bigod, how do you use emojis again? Nero Dekroff is typing a broken bar. Amelia Black, dude, how long does it take you to type a sentence? ? Can't take a hint, lol, and he's a top ranker, lol. Amelia Black, one might think he would be fast with his hands, can't take a hint, xd. Anastasia Bigod, guys, stop ignoring me. 8 inverted question mark 80 equals good grief, they talk like a bunch of annoying toddlers going through puberty. Oh, wait, a broken bar, they are teenagers, never mind, my bad. Nero Dekroff, guys, remember, the Academy will allot us merit points based on our synergy with other things, so it's in our best interest to work with each other. Amelia Black, I don't can't take a hint, at Nero_Dekroff number 00025 you chat so formally, with all the punctuation marks and all, lol. Anastasia Bigod, at Amelia_Black #09468 years. No, Nero is right, the merit points we'll get can be useful when buying weapons or martial art techniques. We should try to make the best of what we are being offered. Amelia Black, Arghh, fine, I'll work together with the task, but if he dares do anything funny I'll shoot him with an arrow in his fucking nuts. Can't take a hint, lol. As I read that, I couldn't help but involuntarily grab my groin region. A young maiden shouldn't be using such words, and talking about shooting a man in his family jewels? Blasphemy, it's a crime worthy of death. Nero Dekroff, okay, now with that out of the way, what do you all think about meeting at my place in an hour? You know, since only 2 out of 5 people in our unit know how to use magic spells, can't take a hint, yee. I was about to ask you to teach me myself. Anastasia Bigod, in an hour, you mean at 5:30, sure. Amelia Black, fine, and after that, suddenly the chat group went silent. Maybe they all went to get ready, and since I was lurking, I could just not go and probably make an excuse later about how I missed the texts because I didn't check my smart bracelet. Yes, I'm a fucking genius. Phew, crisis averted. Amelia Black, why is that guy not answering? Can't take a hint, is he a broken bar ignoring us? Amelia Black, see, I told you, that guy is unreasonable. He probably thinks he's too good to grace us peasants with his presence or some shit. Anastasia Bigod, someone ping him. I think he's not reading. Amelia Black, it's showing a blue tick under all messages. Everyone, him included, is reading. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What in the name of God's fuck? Instantly, I checked, and sure enough, 2 blue ticks were displaying under all the text messages that were sent in the group chat. Why, just why? Why does this app have a blue tick system? It's the worst enemy of us chat lurkers. Anastasia Bigod, still he could be AFK, someone ping him. Nero Dekroff, at Lucas_Morningstar number 116969. Come here and answer our question. Can you come to my place in an hour? Amelia Black, at Lucas_Morningstar number 116969. At Lucas_Morningstar number 116969. At Lucas_Morningstar number 116969. At Lucas_Morningstar number 116969. Anastasia Bigod, hey, don't ping spam hema broken bar, can't take a hint, lol. Me, at Nero_Dekroff number 00025 yeah sure I'll be there. Anastasia Bigod, C, AAE diaresis AI diaresis Sedilla Pilcro AE diaresis AA, Amelia Black, TSK, Nero Dickroff, great, I'll send my location here, As I put down my smart bracelet, tears dripped down my face. I just wanted to jump off this bed and end my life. I blundered. Never in my wildest dreams did I think the Academy's messaging app would have a blue tick feature. Well, it could have played down even worse, but I think I handled the situation pretty well, right? Phew. Letting out a sigh, I clenched my fist. Fine, if I can't avoid the main characters now, then I'll do my best to give them at least not any reason to hate me even more. By doing that, I'll not make myself a target of Nero, I think. Inverted question mark. Panting heavily, I trudged my boots up the stairway one stair at a time. Funny long story short, on my way to the location Nero had sent us, I got lost a broken bar again. But this time it wasn't my fault, I swear. The GPS of my smart bracelet is trash. Given all the technological advancements that this world has achieved, you'd think they would create something more reliable than this trashy GPS system. But no, I still have to rely on this unreliable GPS and cross my fingers that it will lead me to the correct destination. TSK. Well, anyway, after I got to the apartment building Nero sent us the address of, I decided to run up the stairs instead of waiting for the lift. Big mistake. I severely overestimated Lucas' physical capabilities, and more than that, I gravely overestimated the comfort level of my leather boots for running upstairs. But I had to admit, the white and black leather boots I wore looked sick. Coupled with black jeans and a loose blue t-shirt, I looked quite handsome. A smile crept up on my sweat-covered face as I thought of my beauty. Yeah, being this hot should be illegal. My soft giggle turned into hard gasps as the stairs going up showed no signs of ending. Just how big was this apartment building? I knew higher rankers were receiving better facilities, but goddamn, instead of an apartment building, it would be more suitable to say that I was climbing up the stairs of a skyscraper or something. Finally, after a few too many curses and desperate gasping for air, I arrived in front of apartment number 567. This was the room number Nero told us to come to. I looked at my smart bracelet to check how late I was. 5:45 p.m., the time showed. Yeah, it's fine, I was just 15 minutes late. It's fine, it's totally fine, right? A broken bar? Without wasting another second, I sighed and knocked on the door thrice. Knock. Coming. A loud, crisp voice came from the other side of the door. After a second or two, the door opened inward, and Nero peeked his head out. After checking that it was indeed me, he opened the door wider. He was in his casual clothes, a black trousers with a matching t-shirt under a loose hoodie. Wait, a broken bar hoodie? Why was he wearing a hoodie in March? What kind of psychopath wears a hoodie in March? I knew Nero had a few screws loose, but what the hell? Lucas, you came. Shaking me out of my thoughts was Nero's voice. He greeted me with an expressionless face and stepped into the hallway. Sorry I was late, I said and stepped in myself. After following him to the drawing room, I added, I got lost on my way here. Oh, that happens. It's a confusing neighborhood. Nero waved his hand and spoke up with a look of reassurance. HMPH, what kind of idiot loses his way while using GPS? Right when I thought the welcome was warm, a bewitching yet irritating voice resounded in my ears. Who else could it be but Amelia? This girl had some serious problems with me, or should I say with the former owner of this body. Amelia, you agreed to cooperate, trying not to let this situation escalate any further and stopping it from possibly turning into an all-out fight, was Anastasia's voice. She was sitting on the short edge of an L-shaped couch right beside Amelia. Ooh, the atmosphere is so intense, and on a long edge of the L-shaped couch sat a boy with long, pointy ears. His light blue eyes matched perfectly with the color of his hair. He had a face that was both idiotic and cute, with sharp features that were accentuated by his messy hair. This combination of rugged handsomeness and boyish charm made him quite attractive to young maidens. Loose red artsy t-shirt and black cigarette pants hugged his thin body and masked his frail-looking pale skin. Dare I say that for an extra that played a comparatively non-significant role in the story, this guy was handsome, not more handsome than me, of course. HMPH. On the other hand, both girls were dressed casually too, with Amelia wearing a yellow off-the-shoulder crop and black high-waisted jeans while Anastasia sported a loose cherry-colored top and blue denim shorts, and while Amelia bickered about how she thought I would only drag the group down, Anastasia tried to calm her down. As it happened, Kent just kept laughing with an idiotic goofy smile plastered on his face all the time. Fine, I'll cooperate, but I don't trust this guy one bit. After declaring that, Amelia turned to face me and gave me a fierce look. Got that? What? Was that supposed to be a warning? Ha, because it did sound like a near-broken bar, and the chills I got all over my body after meeting her fierce gaze only affirmed further that it was a warning, a broken bar. I wasn't scared of her though, so in retaliation, I clenched my fist and yelled, "Fuck off, bitch." A broken bar, or at least I wanted to, but instead, I found myself awkwardly shrugging and mumbling, "Yeah, whatever." A frown appeared on Amelia's face when she heard my casual response. Huh? Was she not expecting me to reply so calmly? "Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, but I have decided to be on my best behavior around Nero in order to improve my standing in his eyes and avoid receiving any beating from him." Clapper exclamation mark. "You guys done?" Right then, Nero clapped his hands from behind me. "Lucas, Amelia, I know you guys had a past, but I don't want it to get in our unit's way." With a serious look, Nero looked at me and Amelia one by one and then said, "I don't want you to be friends, and I don't expect Amelia to forget what Lucas did or anything like that, but don't let your emotions get in your way while working together." Whoa, he was serious. I almost forgot he had this side to him as well. He's a broken bar dark side. In the novel, most of the time, Nero played the role of comic relief despite being the main protagonist. There were only a handful of instances when Nero lost his composure and dropped his cheerful act. On the top of my head, the scene when he went out of his way to humiliate Lucas during their duel and beat the crap out of him comes to mind. That class clown persona of his sometimes made people forget about the monstrous strength that he possessed. On the outside, Nero was just a happy-go-lucky goofy guy who used jokes and sarcasm as his defense mechanism. That personality of his was just a mask. However, in reality, Nero was a goal-oriented boy with a sense of purpose driving him to push through his extreme limits. More than anything, Nero sought justice. Justice for his mother, who got killed by his father for just giving birth to him. But it was not that easy. His father was one of the 12 members of the central government. He was above the law itself, and Nero a broken bar. Well, he was just too powerless and young to do anything at the time. In fact, no one in the entire world possessed enough power to go after his father, because, as I said, his father was above the law itself. He was untouchable. So after learning that there's no justice in this world unless we make it ourselves the hard way, Nero made that his goal. He decided to make his own justice, and by doing so, he realized that he could only achieve his goal by getting stronger and gaining power, unimaginable power that no one in this world, not even the central government, can ignore. Thus he became obsessed with getting stronger and taking revenge for his mother's murder. I don't know whether he achieved his goal in the novel at the end or not, a broken bar, but I hope he did. For a child, this boy had seen too much darkness. Understood? Nero's voice shook me out of my thoughts again as he asked whether we got what he was trying to tell us or not. Instinctively, Amelia and I nodded our heads as his dead serious gaze fell on us. Seeing us nod, the seriousness on Nero's face vanished, and an amicable expression took its place. His lips curled up into a warm smile, and he announced with his usual cheerful face, "Great, with that out of the way, let's get this spellcasting training session started. You're all Lucas, you can relax on the sofa and have some snacks while I teach them how to cast. Your participation isn't necessary, but won't our lack of interaction negatively impact our merit points? The whole reason I was called here was to demonstrate our synergy and teamwork, right? I don't think so. The judging criteria shouldn't be that hard right now. They can't expect strangers to become all buddy-buddy on the very first day. Fair point. Okay, you three, take out the scrolls that Instructor Liz provided you. While Nero started instructing the group on how to cast spells, I was told to sit back and relax since I didn't need to do anything. In other words, I was just nicely asked to stay away and not interfere by Nero, and in all honesty, I can't blame the guy. It was visible that no one here was comfortable with my presence in this room. Again, I can't blame any of them. Lucas was a brat. He whined and cried and complained all the time in the story. It would be foolish to expect any sort of help from him since causing trouble and offending people was the only thing he excelled at. So then, why was I asked to come here? Because of the smart bracelets on our wrists. You see, these pieces of technology that were wrapped around our wrists were more than just upgraded versions of smartwatches or smartphones. Aside from acting as spatial storage devices, the smart bracelets provided by the Academy had built-in artificial intelligence in them, and not just any artificial intelligence either. They possessed Athena 2.0, which was considered to be the epitome of AI evolution in this world. The Academy uses Athena to monitor the cadets and grade us merit points according to our efforts. By doing so, the Academy not only tracks our every movement, both in the real world and cyberspace, but they also ensure our safety by dispatching a rescue team at the first sign of any danger to a cadet's life. Of course, there are ways to counter that feature since there were like a gazillion times when the cadets were attacked and killed before the Academy could even react to the situation in the novel. Anyway, since first-year cadets can't command Athena and use her features until the end of their first semester, I had yet to experience the so-called epitome of AI myself, so I just casually slouched back on the sofa as I opened a game of online Shogai on my smart bracelet, and instantly, a holographic Shogai board was projected out in front of me. Do I know how to play Shogai? Hell number. I was just trying to look cool. Hey, don't judge me, I'm not that shallow. I know how to play chess. In fact, I'm pretty good at it. Rated above 2200. Yes, that's right, mortals, bow down before me. Anyway, since playing Shogai looks more cool and enigmatic than playing chess, I started moving pieces randomly on the holographic Shogai board with no fucking idea of what I was doing, all the while acting like a mysterious anime character. A 37-minute slate of enters Weevil. No, you're doing it wrong. You need to imagine and then boom, then shoot out and then swoosh, like that, and it's pronounced as Ventus, not Ventus, but don't focus on that. The hell does that even mean? Just focus on the boom and swoosh feeling. Okay, once again, the hell does that even mean? Nero decided to teach Amelia first, but even after more than 30 minutes of continuously trying to cast a basic wind magic spell, they got nowhere. While that was happening, Anastasia and Kent were sitting there with blank faces, probably dumbfounded by the rather childish way Amelia and Nero were arguing. They were arguing so loudly that I couldn't focus on my game, so I closed it and acted as if I had won a broken bar. All that aside, spellcasting for Amelia shouldn't be that hard. In the novel, she was an excellent archer and a deadly magician. She possessed two elemental affinities, wind and dark, and despite never being able to fully master dark magic, she was an incredible spellcaster. So yeah, this girl definitely possessed talent. Some might even argue that she was a genius. Then what was the problem, you asked? The problem was our main protagonist. You see, Nero's talent in spellcasting exceeded the level of that of a genius. He was a monster. In the novel, He was the first among his peers to use dual spell casting and the first in centuries to create an entirely new light elemental magic spell, but it's precisely because he possessed such a monstrous talent that he was an extremely bad teacher. He never experienced the hardships of learning, so he could never share the experience of another person trying to comprehend something, or by extension, he could never teach anyone. It is indeed as they say, it takes an intelligent person to understand something but a brilliant person to explain it. Oh my God, you're dumb, you are just a bad teacher. What do you mean by boom and swoosh? What does that even mean? Good Lord, face palming. I couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This had been dragged on for far too long. At this rate, it would take them the whole day to get anywhere near learning how to cast a spell. As if reading my mind, Anastasia got up from her spot and said, "Okay, guys, stop fighting. At this rate we'll get nowhere. How about this? We let Lucas help us?" "What? I can teach just fine. It's Amelia who can't understand. I'm not taking his help. I'd eat dirt and do a backflip, do both." Nero had a mocking smirk on his face as he said, "Brain dead. Why you?" Amelia gritted her teeth and shot a mad grin. "You really don't love your ugly face of yours, huh? Because you're practically begging me here to punch it." "Ha," Nero scoffed. "Your mom is so ugly that she looks like me." "Wait, a broken bar. Dude, was that your comeback?" "Your mom's a comeback. Wait, a broken bar. What? A broken bar what? Just what? Oh God, this is dumb." At this point, I was just sitting there massaging my eyebrows, trying to calm down the migraine that I was getting from hearing Nero's comebacks. "Guys, you know fighting can affect our merit points, right?" Finally someone said something sensible. It was Kent. As if waiting for that cue, the yelling and wailing in the room died down instantly, and everyone went quiet. Okay, this was my chance to intervene. I got up and looked over at Amelia before speaking up. "I know you have a problem with me, and honestly, I can't blame you. I'm fine with you not trusting me or not wanting to do anything with me. However, disputing over such silly matters will only affect our merit points negatively. I'll put down my pride and teach you the basic theory of spell casting. I'll also give some pointers on what I see you doing wrong. After that, Nero will take over. Surely you won't have a problem with that, right?" Silence. An overwhelmingly long moment of awkward silence enveloped the whole drawing room. In the atmosphere as thick as syrup, Amelia stood there with a taken-aback expression plastered on her face, but almost immediately, that expression turned into an irritated one as she started gritting her teeth and gave me a fierce look that could kill. She couldn't deny my offer even if she wanted to. Why? Simple. I told her that I couldn't blame her for hating me and I'll put down my pride. Essentially what I said could be translated as me offering a helping hand first by acknowledging her problem with me. I took the moral high ground. If Amelia were to decline my offer of me teaching her, she would very well be saying that her pride is more important to her than our unit's success. It was a psychological checkmate. Soon, Amelia stopped gritting her teeth and closed her eyes. After a long pause, she nodded her head and uttered but one word, "Fine, good," because if she had continued giving me that fierce look, I'd seriously pissed my pants a broken barfoo. I thought I would die choking from all the tension in the air. Completely ignoring the atmosphere of the room, Kent commented with a laugh, "Well, I still think it's Amelia's fault for not grasping my amazing teachings, but thank you, Lucas, for offering to help." Nero chimed in, still refusing to admit the lousiness of his teaching methods. Sighing again, I shook my head before turning to Amelia once more. "From what I've seen, you're focusing too much on pronouncing the spell. The most necessary element for spell casting is not the pronunciation of the chant, but your will or your imagination. Focus on the feeling. Just think that the chant is merely there to help you visualize. It won't help if you can't visualize your spell at all. So, instead of the pronunciation, focus on the feeling you get when you move your mana. After that, imagine your spell coming to reality. Visualize a blade of wind manifesting and cutting through the air, moving toward your enemy, but don't forget to fuel it with enough mana. If you put too much mana, the spell will overload and go berserk. On the contrary, if you don't supply it with enough mana, the spell will collapse on itself and nothing will happen. I basically recited everything I remembered from Lucas' memories. I see. At my slightly lengthy explanation, Amelia hesitantly nodded her head. Right at that moment, Nero spoke out with a frown. That's exactly what I said. How do you understand him but not me? That's so not what you said, was what everyone wanted to reply, but everyone restrained themselves. Sure enough, after grasping just the basic concept of spell casting, Amelia started progressing rapidly. I helped her with pronouncing the chant correctly too. Since Lucas' mother was an elf, he had a pretty good understanding of the elven tongue. In fact, he could speak High Elven very fluently. With his understanding of the language, his lineage and his background, Lucas should have been a strong character in the novel despite only having a superscript 1 gold 3 a superscript O rank potential. If only he had trained his lazy bum more diligently. Not to mention, Lucas was quite intelligent in his childhood. Not only he learned High Elven by the time he was 7, but he also used to study war tactics from his father. His intelligence stat was around 187. The guy was basically a genius. It kind of makes me wonder why a guy who was supposed to be so smart acted so stupidly in the story. Even during his childhood, he used to be a dreamer. He was ready to work hard to achieve his goals, but instead, when he awakened a low potential and his family started neglecting him, he started slacking. He went into depression, and when he crawled out of it, he gave up on his dreams. Not long after, he started acting out. He reduced himself to his family's name. He would get into trouble and expect his father to clean up his mess. He did all that only to get his attention. Instead of working out or training hard to prove his family wrong or to prove the world wrong, he became complacent. In simple words, he became a brat. TSK, he was truly an example of wasted potential. Ventisville. After only a few tries, Amelia chanted her spell and manifested a weak gust of wind from her open palm. Yes, that, memorize that feeling, Nero shouted almost instantly. At the same time, I too got up from my spot and yelled, focus on that feeling and draw it out again. Cast your spell again, but supply it with a little more mana this time. Amelia nodded with sparkles in her eyes and pointed her open palm at the wall. With fierce determination, she drew in a deep breath and chanted once again, Ventisville. As if waiting for that cue, the air started to swirl in front of her open palm. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Trick or exclamation mark. In a blink of an eye, a sharp crescent gust of wind shot forward from her open palm and hit the wall of Nero's drawing room, engraving a deep cut on it. Sorry. The smile on Amelia's face shifted into a wince when her spell made a cut on the wall. No, it's fine. Nero promptly waved his hand in assurance. More importantly, you did it. Yes, I did it. With an excited expression, Amelia practically started jumping up and down in joy. Congrats, Amelia. Anastasia congratulated her with a bright smile on her face, genuinely happy for her friend. Wow, nice one, Amelia. Kent too joined in with a happy surprised look. While I watched the scene unfold, a feeling of delight welled up in my chest. I couldn't help but admire these kids. They have suffered so much and they will continue to in the future. Yet, they never gave up and kept moving forward. They kept fighting. In a world where war and death were common, they found joy in little things and smiled like they had no care in the world. I hated this novel. I hated these characters, but to be honest, the story wasn't that bad. The characters weren't one-dimensional and the plot was not really full of cliches. I simply exaggerated what I said to Joe in my last moments. Maybe I just felt mad at the author for writing such a frustrating story. Why did I hate this story? I don't know. I just hated reading it and I don't know why. I remember thinking, why don't they just give up? While reading about how the characters were suffering in the story, they were just kids. They didn't have to fight wars and shoulder the burden of the entire world. However, this world was cruel. It didn't give them the freedom to live their lives and decide their fate. Despite facing so many hardships, despite falling down so many times, the main characters just kept standing up. I don't know why, but it was infuriating for me to read. But why? Why fight so hard? Why suffer so much? Just surrender and stop fighting and end your suffering. I don't know a broken bar. I just hated this story. A broken bar. Well, anyway, since I have now helped Amelia with her spellcasting, I think I have achieved my purpose of coming here, albeit only a little bit. I redeemed my reputation in the eyes of the main cast while simultaneously changing Amelia's opinion of me slightly. Now don't get me wrong, I don't fucking care what Amelia thinks about me. However, Amelia was part of the main cast and she was much stronger than me currently. Frankly speaking, she's not an opponent I can face until I get at least 3 times stronger than what I am right now. So any chance I would get that could help me avoid conflict with her in the near future till I get stronger, I would gladly take it, especially since I know to what extent Amelia went in the novel only to make Lucas pay. However, I also know she is a good girl with a kind, forgiving heart, and that spell was truly perfect. Aha, thank you Tilda. As I watched her fluster when Nero complimented her, the side of my lips curled up into a smirk. I couldn't help but think to myself, yes, she is too kind for her own good. In the future, if I play my cards right, she could become a great pawn for me. Ally. I meant ally. Did I say pawn? Nah, I totally said ally. She could become a great ally to me. Ahem. Irises inverted question mark. You are yawning as if I had not slept for years. I drowsily navigated my way through the campus to get to my class. Even in another world, my sleep schedule was still messed up. I guess what they say is true. You can't escape your old habits. I still remember the day when my sleep schedule got fucked up so bad that I could never recover it. It all started the night before the graduation day of my college. By that time, I was already affiliated with several writing platforms as their content editor. I was making decent money while doing some side hustle, was about to graduate college and get a degree, had a pretty girlfriend and was part of a big social group. Yes, in a way, it was the perfect life. What went wrong, you ask? Let me explain. The night before graduation, I went drinking with my friend group and we got dead drunk. It was understandable since we were about to enter the real world soon. It was our last day as students. However, even after drinking to the point of practically passing out, we didn't stop. Oh, no, we decided to drink more and play a game of truth and dare. Yes, the stupidest thing you can possibly ever do in life is play a game of truth and dare while being drunk. Never, and I mean never, do that. Eat dirt and do a backflip rather than playing truth and dare while being under the influence. Anyway, extremely long story super short, we discovered that this guy from our group was sleeping with this other guy's mother. Yeah, heartbroken bar. Let's just say shit got messy. Both boys got into a fight and by the time our drunk asses could split them, they nearly killed each other. We had to admit them to a hospital and ask the doctors to keep them in separate wards so that they might not try to kill each other again. I got home late that night and since I had a graduation ceremony the next day to attend, I did not sleep at all. After the graduation ceremony, I had to go visit my parents across the country. I didn't sleep on the flight either because this woman right next to me couldn't keep her baby from crying right in my fucking ears. Anyhow, after arriving at my parents' place, I spent that whole night talking to them. Just like that, thing after thing kept on happening and I went 6 days without getting a single ounce of sleep. Yeah, 6 fucking days. When I did get to sleep on the evening of the 6th day, I slept for a full 24 hours. I woke up in the evening the next day, and naturally, I couldn't sleep that night because I had already slept for basically a whole day. Like that, night after night, I started staying awake. Before I knew it, it became a habit, and not long after a broken bar I started enjoying staying awake at night. The arrival of the moon at its highest point in the night sky brought a peaceful silence, which became my norm for completing my work, and that was it. All it took was one day and I could never recover from that broken bar. After that day, I would go to sleep late at night and would wake up late in the afternoon. I may recover my sleep schedule for a day or two at most, but not more than that. At that point, I had to accept my reality. I was not a normal person anymore. I had become something else. I had become our broken bar night crawler. Hey, stop, Lucas! Exclamation mark. Right when I was lost in my thoughts and reminiscing about the past while walking through the crowd of cadets to get to Building 1, a loud voice called out to me and I felt a sharp slap on my back in the next second, causing me to squeak in surprise. Shifting my gaze to the left, I saw a light blue-haired elven boy matching my gaze with a stupid grin on his face. Kent? I raised an eyebrow. That's it, I just said his name and stopped. Did he come to talk to me? But we weren't even friends. I don't know what to say. Should I say hello, maybe? God, was I always this socially awkward? Thankfully, Kent took the lead and started talking. Yeah, good morning, Lucas. Thank you for yesterday, although I still couldn't cast my spell perfectly till the end. Yes, after teaching Amelia, Nero and I gave personal pointers to both Kent and Anastasia. To be precise, I was the one who assisted them while Nero just babbled some onomatopoeias like swoosh and whoosh and called them pointers. Anyway, Anastasia managed to cast a perfect spell, but Kent, even after practicing the whole evening, couldn't. To be honest, Kent did pretty well for someone practicing spellcasting for the first time. Being able to cast perfect magic on the first day of practicing spellcasting is borderline impossible. Anastasia and Amelia were able to do it because, well, they are two of the main characters in this story. This whole world revolves around them. Kent, however, is not a main character. He's not even an important character. The world does not revolve around him. The plot won't bless him with fruitful encounters or once-in-a-generation talent and stuff like that, but in spite of all that, Kent actually did pretty well. He was actually able to materialize his spell but couldn't find the right amount of mana to supply it with. That's why his spells kept on failing. Don't get worked up, Kent. Putting up a reassuring smile on my face, I continued, with a bit of practice, you'll catch up to Amelia and Anastasia in a week. Oh, Kent looked at me with sparkly eyes as if he was looking at a holy being belonging out of this world. You are not bad. The rumors were far-fetched. They made you out to be some kind of brat from a rich family. No, the rumors were true. You're an angel, a kind and holy angel. No, you're just stupid. Amelia said that you may have had an ulterior motive for helping us, but I don't believe it. Whatever your past may have been, I believe that you have changed for the better. To reward your effort in changing yourself, I'll become your best friend. No, Amelia is right. I did have an ulterior motive for wasting my sweet evening by teaching spellcasting to a monkey brain like you. And let me tell you, okay, buddy, calm down. I'm not that great. Cutting Kent off since his voice was starting to give me a headache, I spoke up with the sweetest smile I could muster. But thank you, though, for believing in me. I mean, but it would be best if you don't associate with me. It's not good for your reputation. By this point, Kent looked like someone who was ready to get down on his knees and worship me. The guy was too easy to read. No, thank you, dude, for believing in me and thinking about me. But despite my clear indications of asking him to stop, he continued talking. To express my gratitude, I can't take a hint, will teach you how to live life. The guy was too easy to read, however, he just can't take a hint of when to stop talking. He kept talking and talking and talking while walking beside me. I'm not a morning person, so listening to him talk this much in such a loud voice felt as if someone was hammering a nail in my head. Every word that he spoke was just another nail being hammered in the head for me. When an extended sigh escaped my mouth, I gave up on making him stop talking as he accompanied me to our building. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you why I called you." Just as we were about to reach our class, Kent clapped his hands together as if he had suddenly remembered something. "Yeah, what's up?" I asked. "Actually, on the way here, Amelia was following you like a stalker. I saw her and thought she wanted to talk to you, but she was hesitating, so I felt like telling you to go talk to her." Kent responded. "What? Where is she?" "Right behind us." And suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as I was made aware of the pair of eyes stalking me. Abruptly, I turned around in hopes of spotting a black-haired girl amidst the crowd of cadets, and sure enough, she was indeed standing right behind me. Her cold and emotionless gaze met mine, which once again made me shiver. Of course, I didn't show it. On the surface, I acted cool. "Why are you following me?" I asked. Okay, I may or may not have been stuttering, but I did try to act cool. Give me some credit for trying. "Following you? We are in the same class and this is the only way unless you want to take a detour around the hallway. Do you think I care that much about you to avoid you by walking extra steps?" Amelia replied with a scoff. "So you're saying you were not stalking me on our way here as Kent implied?" Easing down my tension, I raised my eyebrows as I questioned her. And sure enough, she replied with silence. After a second or two though, she finally spoke up. "I meant to thank you. I didn't do so yesterday and I'm not so petty as to forget someone's favors, even if that someone happens to be you. I know that, you dumb girl. I knew you wouldn't forget my gesture of goodwill. That was the main reason I volunteered to help you by forcing myself into the situation." Amelia and literally everyone else in the main cast was like that. They were heroes. They were the good guys. They are the type of people who will suffer in your place so that you won't have to. They won't forget if you help them, and even the smallest gesture of goodwill will make them start to believe in you. Every single character in the main cast was the same in this story, and for some reason, that's something that disgusted me to the core about them. This is merely a story written by some third-rate author. However, in the real world, people like them are the first ones to be stepped on, the kind-hearted ones, the ones who blindly believe in others, the ones who are too good to get a real read on other people. They are the ones who get used by others. For example, I could bet that Amelia has already started to believe that I, Lucas, have changed. Although she won't show it and would probably be on guard for a long time, she won't make my life a living hell like she made Lucas in the novel. She may keep an eye on me, believing that I'm only putting on an act, but if I continue to show that I've indeed changed, she will eventually start to believe me despite her past experience with me. How stupid can she be? Let me be clear, being honorable, kind-hearted and forgiving is not wrong. Believing in others is not wrong. However, being kind-hearted and thinking that everyone else is the same is stupid. Blindly believing in others despite knowing their past is stupid. If a man has shot someone in the past for no reason, you would never willingly hand him a gun, no matter what he does after, to make up for it. That's just common sense. But some people, like this girl standing in front of me, will hand him the gun anyway if the man would apologize. The ideology of believing that people change is just stupid. They don't change. People never change. They grow. That means their past will always be with them. Their past will always be the same. The man who has shot a person for no reason in the past will always be the man who has once shot a person for no reason. Just because he has grown into a different person doesn't mean that his past has disappeared. Blindly believing that he would not shoot you too if you hand him the gun after he has apologized will only get you killed. This ideology is flawed, so flawed that those who practice it are just plain stupid, and their stupidity disgusts me. Even now, I was barely able to hold myself back from frowning when I listened to Amelia talk. I wanted to lecture this girl about how stupid she was, but I restrained myself. Why? Simple. I'm not the person who blindly hands over the gun to the man. I am the man who takes the gun from people like her. As long as it's benefiting me, you can follow whatever ideology you want, and I could not give a single fuck about it. So putting on a sweet smile, I calmly said, no need to think of it as a favor. I only did it to make my place in the unit. Amelia gave me a strange, conflicted look. In her mind, she was fighting over whether to believe me or not. She averted her eyes and pondered over the situation for a second. After nodding, she gave me a stern look. Fine, I will not think of it as a favor, she said understandably. Her gaze was still as cold as ever. In return, I will act as if I didn't watch you acting like you knew how to play shogai. A broken bar. Without waiting a single second, she flipped back her hair and walked past me to enter our class. Dude, I think she's into you, Kent commented without reading the atmosphere. This guy just can't take a high. Iris's inverted question mark. Attention all cadets. My name is Raven von Matterhorn. I'm a retired soldier and my former rank was captain. Starting today, I've been asked to train your pathetic asses. As of right now, you will all address me as Instructor Raven and nothing else, while you will answer to maggots. Am I clear? Maggots? Yes, Instructor. Standing right in front of the neatly filed lines of cadets was a tall and intimidating man. He was bald and had prominent wrinkles on his forehead with dark circles around his eyes. He had a small beard growing from under his chin. He was sporting a tight, black hoodie tracksuit that did nothing to hide his ripped, muscular body. His mere presence seemed to have infused a sense of fear into the cadets standing on the concrete field. What a weird name he had. Well, it's not like I could talk since I too possessed a chunny name. HMPH. Instructor Raven scoffed before yelling in the loudest possible tone, I will be in charge of training you maggots in combat arts and help you utilize your blessing to the fullest. Blessings. I totally forgot about them. I think I've explained them before. Let me talk about them a little anyway. Blessings are akin to unique skills in games and fiction. Every blessing is different from the other. They could have the same function, but none will be exactly the same. Their functions can range from simple tasks like letting an individual cast magic efficiently to more complex tasks like summoning divine weapons. What? That last blessing sounded broken to you all? It's because it is broken. And guess who has it? Yes, Nero Decroft, that is the protagonist of this story, possesses the blessing called Swords of Heaven, which allows him to summon 6 divine swords that let him grant complete authority over the 6 basic elements. The 6 basic elements being wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. Of course, such a godlike ability does not come without a cost. The cost for summoning the divine swords for Nero was a bit of his life force every time. So yeah, thank the author for not making him completely broken. And yes, these blessings are not something you should publicize to the world. If you possess a blessing, you keep it a secret. Why? Well, because firstly, blessings are rare, and by rare, I mean super rare. Only 1 in 1,000 kids are born with it. Yes, blessings are something you are born with. You can't learn them, and you can't steal them from someone who possesses them until they are alive. The emphasis here is on until they are alive. Blacksmiths can extract a dead person's blessings and use them to forge relics. So yeah, you can understand why you don't want people to know what blessing you possess. You want to know what my blessing is? Well, in the novel, Lucas had a blessing called Mana Burst, and honestly, it was not something broken, but it was still pretty powerful. Mana Burst allowed Lucas to reinforce his body by infusing it with magical energy for a split second. The sudden flux of mana upon its activation would cause a burst of energy in the atmosphere and recreate a phenomenon akin to a jet blast. Simply put, it was a skill that strengthened his body for a split second and caused an explosion to occur. The more mana he infuses his body with, the bigger the explosion. If used in conjunction with fire magic, the result would be a flame explosion. Unfortunately, Lucas only ever used it in the novel once before he was captured and put into prison for treason. Sigh. Now that I think about it, it was a good blessing. Lucas wasted everything. So to start it off, run 100 laps around the training field and follow it with 300 squats. Is he joking? Oh hell nah. I will die. I will seriously die a virgin. As soon as Instructor Raven barked at us and told us what to do, the cadets started crying and complaining. Their wailing was reasonable. The training field was huge. 100 laps around a field this big would kill us, and after that, we have to follow it up with 300 squats. If you all don't start running immediately, I'll double the laps and triple the squats. As if every one of us had discovered a newfound motivation, we started moving our feet and running laps around the training field. Almost instantly a broken bar. 50 minutes later a broken bar. Hee-ha, toof, hoof. The sound of heavy panting resounded across the training field as cadets could be seen sprawled on the ground with deadpan eyes. Everyone, except for a few main characters like Nero and Quinn, was on the verge of passing out. A broken bar. I too was one of those people. My lungs were burning and my legs were aching so much as if they were cursing me for putting them through such abuse. The sky was spinning and my dead grandma was waving back at me from behind the clouds. A broken bar, huh? Wait, a broken bar? She was not waving back, she was calling me. Hell no, I'm not dying yet, I'm not coming there. Fuck off, Grandma. Right when I was in the middle of my hallucination, Instructor Raven yelled again. Get up, maggots, it's time to learn some martial arts. Oh, hell no, this guy was dead set on killing us. No, no matter what happens, I won't get up. This cold, hard ground is mine now, I won't leave it. Or do you all prefer to run 100 laps more? Fuck you, Raven von Matterhorn. When I get strong enough, yours will be the first life I will take. Your name, a broken bar, is in my death note now. While cursing the bald instructor in all the worst possible ways I could, I managed to move my shaking legs and weakly got up on my feet. My whole body was screaming at me to stay down, but I knew if I fell here, I wouldn't be able to get back up again for the next few hours. By the looks of it, everyone present here was in the same boat as me. Pathetic. As Instructor Raven looked around the concrete training field, he couldn't help but utter in a disgusted tone, "To think that I've handed down the future of this world to the likes of you." Instructor Raven continued to trash talk as the cadets got up. My daughter can stand up faster than you all and she's paralyzed from the waist down. Oh my God, will this guy ever shut up? No, I won't shut up until you all get up. As if reading my mind, he yelled again. Finally, after a few minutes, everyone stood back on their legs and got in an attentive position. Ha! Shaking his head, Instructor Raven muttered as his gaze fell on the cadets' sweat-damped lifeless faces. I guess it can't be helped. Sucking in a deep breath, Instructor Raven yelled at the top of his lungs, "Okay, maggots, seeing your pathetic asses has moved me to pity, so I have decided to bestow upon you a breathing technique before I teach you any martial art. You will learn this breathing technique and you will be grateful for it. Got it?" Yes, a broken bar instructor. A broken bar. Out of breath and mustering a weak voice, everyone replied in unison. Seeing such a pitiful sight, Instructor Raven shook his head again and began speaking. Listen up, maggots. I want you all to close your eyes and take a deep breath from your nose until you can breathe in anymore. Once you can't breathe, open your mouth and breathe in just once more. Then you release your breath in short bursts around 10 to 15 times. Do that while drawing in mana from your surroundings into your body. Start. As soon as the instructions were given, we started doing what we were told. Taking in a long breath from my nose, I filled my lungs to their extreme by breathing once more through my mouth. After then, I started releasing my build-up breath into short bursts while subconsciously drawing in mana from my surrounding in a meditative state. Hew a broken bar, and when I was done, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in astonishment. I was not feeling fatigued or tired anymore, at least not as much as before. I looked around me and saw that everyone else was just as bewildered as me. Neat, right?" Instructor Raven commented. "It's a simple breathing technique that helps in relaxing your body. It won't vanish your fatigue completely, so you will still need rest to function properly. Still, it would help you keep your body in its optimum condition for a long time, which could prove to be useful in a plethora of situations. It's called Breath of Vitality." He's not a bad guy. He was thinking about us, and he even gave us such a useful technique. Man, this guy was an angel. I guess underneath all his harsh exterior, he's just a big softy inside. Hey, fine, I'll take out your name from my death note, you big dear. Anyway, now that you all are feeling good, do 200 push-ups. Never mind, he's dying by my hands, alright.